To listen to the next episode, contact us directly via the description below to receive lifetime access to join our Telegram group and listen to the latest audio. Greor confidently made his way through the lively Griffin district, fully aware of the tumult he had unintentionally sparked. Brutus and the others followed closely, their footsteps resonating on the cobblestones in a rhythmic echo. Above them, the sun hung like a disk of liquid gold, its rays spilling over rooftops and bathing everything in a warm light. Once a quiet and almost sleepy area, Griffin District now buzzed with newfound vitality. Stalls opened earlier than usual, with vendors cheerfully calling out as if they could sense the potential for profit in the air. People hurried through the streets, making the alleyways feel narrower than before. Brutus slowed down, his rugged face reflecting surprise as he took in the bustling scene. "Wow," he said, his deep voice cutting through the din. "There are a lot of people here today. Is it always like this in the mornings?" He scanned the area, as if seeing an entirely different district than he remembered. Callista crossed her arms and observed the busy shops and crowded streets with her sharp amber eyes. "Not quite," she responded thoughtfully. Griffin District used to be one of the quietest parts of the city. Barely any foot traffic, and half the shops would close early. But now, she gestured around them at the lively atmosphere. "Look at how vibrant it is." Calus chuckled lightly as he adjusted the strap of his spear while walking alongside them. "It makes sense," he said casually. "Rumors about the Adventurer Guild are everywhere. Every tavern, every corner, every vendor's stall. It's all anyone can talk about now. People are curious to see it for themselves, and those with their own issues. They're all flocking here. Curiosity and desperation often go hand in hand." Ahead of them, Greor couldn't help but smile at Calus's candidness. It filled him with a warm satisfaction. Just 3 days ago, half of Greyvale City hadn't even known this place existed. Yet today its streets pulsed with exciting anticipation. He could tell his companions were picking up on this new atmosphere. Each of them slowed slightly whenever they passed clusters of people talking about missions or spotted someone holding one of his flyers. They picked up their pace again until they reached a wider road where buildings parted to reveal the Adventurer Guild ahead. Brutus stumbled a bit. Callista came to a complete stop, while Calus and Leona exchanged astonished glances. Greor himself paused for just a moment. The guild looked completely different from what it had just days ago. A loose group of people milled around outside. Some merchants in fine robes with elegantly curled mustaches mingled with farmers just arriving from the fields. At least 24 people flowed through the entrance in a steady stream. What struck Greor the most was the shared look on their faces as they exited. A subtle smile that mixed relief with satisfaction, as if entering the building had eased a long-standing burden. Unsurprisingly, as soon as someone stepped outside, a small crowd of 4 or 5 would converge around them, peppering them with questions like, "Is it true? Are they really accepting missions? What's the service like? Did you run into an adventurer in there?" Greor watched, captivated, as the returning visitors answered with excitement and a newfound sense of pride. He stared at the scene, letting out a breathy laugh. "Wow," he whispered to himself. "The guildmaster is really doing well." A blend of joy and disbelief crossed his face. He had expected some growth. After all, Pax's rumors had been spreading rapidly, but this was beyond his imagination. "Let's go," Greor called back, waving casually as he walked toward the entrance. "Stay close." Brutus, Callista, Leona, Calus, and about 20 other warriors formed a loose group behind him and followed him inside. The moment they crossed the threshold of the large wooden doors, they were hit with a wall of sound that felt almost overwhelming. Instantly, they froze, mouths agape and eyes wide in astonishment at the scene before them. The guild hall was half full, which meant nearly 50 to 60 people packed the space, given the number of tables and chairs. Every seat was occupied, chairs were full, and groups of finely dressed merchants gathered in hushed yet animated discussions. Artisans, blacksmith apprentices, and even ordinary townsfolk mingled, filling the hall with lively chatter and bustling energy. It was a vibrant blend of colors, silks, robes, sturdy leather coats, shiny boots, creating a lively tapestry of eager faces and animated expressions. For a guild that had been nearly empty just days ago, stepping inside felt like entering the heart of something much more significant than themselves. Leona let out a soft gasp. Her blue eyes sparkled with surprise. "This place is packed," she whispered, barely audible above the noise. "I didn't think it would gain popularity so quickly." Brutus scratched his head in disbelief. "This many people, just for missions? Wow." Callista leaned in closer, her voice dropping to keep things quiet, though excitement bubbled beneath the surface. "Rumors can really work wonders, and this is just the start." Even their group of seasoned warriors, armed and clad in worn armor, seemed momentarily taken aback by the bustling scene around them. Their mere presence drew everyone's attention. Nearby residents paused their conversations. Some stared openly while others whispered and exchanged furtive glances at the newcomers. Greor's ears perked up as he overheard snippets of chatter from the crowd. "Are those the adventurers? Looks that way. They seem powerful. Thank the gods. Perhaps they can finally escort my caravan without fleeing like last time. That guy in silver armor, he looks really skilled. Those weapons. Just look at that guy's swords. Are those silver grade? Do you think they'll take on my missing child mission?" Hearing these comments stirred a warm feeling in Greor's chest. He hadn't expected this kind of reaction. The awe, the hopeful excitement in their tones, the bright glimmers of hope in their eyes. In Greyvale City, warriors had never been viewed as protectors. They were usually seen as liabilities or mere tools for dungeon explorations. Yet now, for the first time, they were perceived as something greater, something vital, someone to trust. A genuine smile spread across Greor's face. The Adventurer Guild was gradually changing the way people thought, piece by piece, rumor by rumor. He shifted his gaze from the lively hall to the front desk, where he was especially eager to see one particular reaction. Behind the worn wooden counter sat Sage, slouched in his usual lazy manner with his chin resting on his hand. The guildmaster looked like a man who had come to terms with chaos. His expression was a strange mix of fatigue, triumph, annoyance, and acceptance. Greor nearly burst out laughing. Sage's indifferent face was in stark contrast to his eyes, filled with quiet overwhelm from the sudden influx of people, and it was almost more than Greor could bear. He felt his lips twitch as he struggled not to laugh. At that moment, Sage looked like a man weighed down by the very success he had achieved, but too proud to admit it. Seeing that priceless expression on Sage's face made Greor fight even harder to maintain his composure. But laughter was clawing at his throat, ready to escape at any moment. Sage felt as if he had picked up a stone and dropped it on his own legs. His expression twitched constantly, a sore sensation spreading across his face from the effort of maintaining his unchanging professional smile. As he looked at the long line in front of him and glanced at the others seated at tables in the guild hall, a mix of happiness and bitterness filled his heart. He was thrilled that the guild hall was bustling with people eager to post missions. Yet he also felt sad and bitter because he was busy working. "Looks like my days of lounging around are coming to an end," he thought, his hands mechanically processing the mission docket while he smiled warmly at the man in front of him. "Well, this is what you get when you want your business to thrive," he mused inwardly, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. He had anticipated that Pax's word of mouth and Greor's flyers would bring in some visitors, but he never expected it to become so overwhelming. Initially, Sage thought maybe 10 or 15 people would show up. After all, not many would rush to trust rumors, but he quickly realized how wrong he was. For the past couple of days, sleep had been elusive. He used to wake up around 8 or 9 if the system didn't rouse him first. Now, however, he'd been getting up by 6 or 7 in the morning thanks to this eternal alarm clock, ringing incessantly in his mind. He couldn't afford to sleep or enjoy any peace. Work consumed him. His fingers ached from all the writing. His throat felt hoarse from constant chatter, and his face stretched taut from holding back fatigue behind that professional smile. In fact, it seemed he'd developed muscle memory for it. What truly frustrated him was the system itself. Just thinking about what it had put him through made him grind his teeth with anger. Flashback 2 days ago. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the second side quest. Post 10 missions. Please come back in 3 days to receive your items for completing this mission. Sage smiled warmly at an elegantly dressed middle-aged man. I will do just that, Guildmaster, said the man as he waved goodbye and exited the guild. Sage sighed with relief before turning back to check system notifications. With excitement sparkling in his eyes, he opened his status panel and checked the mission section. His second side quest of posting 10 missions was finally complete. Looking at that completed mission eased some tension in his chest as he patted himself with a relieved smile. Looks like Pax is really putting in some effort. And that green-haired guy too. My chances of being castrated have dropped significantly, Sage thought with a grin as he glanced at another side quest requiring him to register 10 adventurers. All that's left is registering those adventurers, and I can avoid becoming an eunuch. He rubbed his chin, his eyes sparkling with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. That green-haired guy needs to hurry up and bring in those adventurers. Otherwise, I might end up as a eunuch. Running his fingers through his thick black hair, he exhaled softly. No need to worry. There's still time left. I believe it will be completed soon. I trust that green-haired guy. Despite his words of confidence regarding Greor, a wave of nervousness washed over him. After all, if this mission failed, he would have to say goodbye to his balls, something no normal man in this world wanted. It's pointless to get worked up now. He smiled to himself, trying to shake off the tension. I just have to wait for the green-haired fellow. And if the first side quest fails, I won't be the only one losing Hia balls. With that thought lingering in his mind, he redirected his focus back to the system. The nerves quickly faded away, replaced by excitement as he rubbed his palms together. Okay, system. Now that I've completed the second quest, where's my reward? Sage asked eagerly. He could hardly contain his anticipation. After all, the last time he had received 10 lottery chances and scored some pretty decent rewards. Well, at least decent enough. Host. There is no reward for the second quest. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind like a bucket of ice water. Eh? Sage froze in disbelief as confusion morphed into shock and finally erupted into anger. What do you mean there's no reward for the second quest? Are you kidding me? His grip tightened on the edge of the table until it creaked under pressure. Fury lit up his wide-open eyes. The system remained silent, seemingly unaffected by Sage's outburst, maintaining its indifferent demeanor. Seeing it unresponsive only fueled Sage's rage further. If only it were standing before him, he'd gladly punch it right in its non-existent face. What a lousy and incompetent system. Why did I even get stuck with you? He raged on silently, muttering every insult he could think of at the system while it continued its mute existence. After 5 minutes of venting frustration, Sage finally calmed down and rubbed his temples wearily. Fine. Don't give me any reward, I don't care anymore. Just wait until you see what happens if you don't reward me after completing this mission. Then you'll be sorry. Present day. Sage snapped back to reality as memories from 2 days ago flooded back. His toothache was a painful reminder of how much work lay ahead. This is not what I signed up for. It's simply too much work. He grumbled inwardly while maintaining an outward smile at the clients lined up at his desk. Time dragged on as more people entered the hall. The line seemed endless and was only getting longer. The desk was overflowing with papers. Stacks of mission dockets were neatly arranged on the table, with one side steadily decreasing while the other kept piling up. Sage's eyebrows shot up in disbelief. For a guy who preferred to take it easy and avoid hard work, this situation was overwhelming. Yet, he knew he had to keep pushing through. Otherwise, he risked serious consequences, like losing his livelihood or worse. He was truly suffering from the weight of his own success. As time slipped away, an hour and a half later, the guild hall returned to its usual quiet state. All the clients who had come to post missions had left, leaving behind a stillness that enveloped the room. Sage wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a heavy sigh. Exhaustion filled his eyes, and every part of him felt sore, especially his fingers and shoulders. Just then, a A familiar voice broke through his fatigue. "Hey, Guildmaster Sage. Long time no see." Sage looked up, instantly revitalized by the sight of a green-haired figure approaching him slowly. The sunlight seemed to wrap around this person like a halo, making Sage feel as though he was gazing at a savior, a Prince Charming coming to rescue him from his plight. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes as he muttered under his breath, "My savior, you're finally here. Hey, green hair. It took you long enough to finally come back." Sage greeted Greor with a small smile, and he couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh of relief. "Haha, I guess it really did take me a while." "Huh." Greor scratched his head and chuckled. He glanced at the enormous pile of papers on the desk before turning to Sage with a wide grin. "Looks like business is really booming for you." "Yeah." Sage nodded, continuing, "Business is thriving. I haven't had a proper rest in days." He raised an eyebrow in surprise as he looked at Greor. "It seems like you're doing quite well too, especially with all that shiny new equipment." Greor crossed his arms proudly and replied, "Of course, after going through that mission a few days ago, I figured I deserved to treat myself. Besides, my old gear was outdated. I had to replace it. So what do you think of this equipment? Pretty cool, right?" Greor tilted his head and grinned. Sage rubbed his chin and rolled his eyes playfully. "You look like a turtle in that gear." Greor's lips twitched at Sage's comment, but he shook his head with an amused smile. "I knew you'd say something like that." Ahem. Just then, a rough cough interrupted their banter. Sage raised an eyebrow and peered around Greor to see over 20 warriors standing behind him, each looking at Sage with various expressions. "Oh right, I almost forgot," Greor said with an awkward chuckle. "These are the warriors I've brought to register as adventurers. There are 26 of them." Sage's eyes lit up with excitement. His previous nerves dissipated completely. He wouldn't have to worry about losing his balls anymore. He turned to Greor and smiled warmly. "You've really done well. I have to do my job after all. We made a deal." Greor waved dismissively as he approached the chair and sat down with his hands clasped on the desk. "Guildmaster, these 4 people are my good friends. We've gone through many life and death experiences together," Greor said while pointing toward 4 individuals behind him. "This is Brutus, the muscle man. That's Kalis, more of a scout with excellent reconnaissance skills. This is Leona, a skilled warrior known for her strong attacks. And last but not least, the beautiful and deadly Callista." He introduced each one in turn. "Good to see you, Guildmaster." The 4 bowed slightly towards Sage in greeting. "Good to see you too," Sage replied with a smile. "This green-haired fellow is lucky to have such good friends like you all." Greor rolled his eyes dramatically. "What do you mean I'm lucky? They're the ones fortunate enough to have me as their friend." Yeah, green hair." Sage waved his hand dismissively before turning to Brutus and the other warriors behind him. "So, you're all here to register as adventurers, right?" "Yes," they replied eagerly, nodding in unison. Sage nodded back. "All right, just give me a moment to post these missions on the mission board. After that, I'll get you all registered." With that, he grabbed a hefty stack of papers and made his way over to the giant mission board. It was already plastered with dozens of mission dockets from the past 2 days. 3 minutes later, all the dockets were up on the board, nearly covering its entire surface. As Sage surveyed the bustling display of missions, a sense of fulfillment washed over him. Just days ago, this board had been practically empty. Now it overflowed with missions for adventurers eager to come and complete them. Letting out a satisfied sigh, he returned to his desk and opened a cabinet filled with tall stacks of adventurer ledgers, alongside boxes brimming with adventurer badges and IDs. He settled into his chair and glanced at Greor. "What are you sitting there for? Get out of the way so I can register them." Greor rolled his eyes but said nothing as he stood up from his chair and crossed his arms while watching Sage begin the registration process for the warriors. Sage smiled at them and instructed them to line up before starting their registrations. He meticulously entered each warrior's information into their respective ledgers while issuing badges and IDs. He also took a moment to explain some important details about being an adventurer. As he collected their registration fees, 50 silver coins each, his drawers filled with jingling pouches of coins brought a smile to his face. Time flew by quickly. 20 minutes later, Sage finally finished registering all 26 warriors. He flexed his fingers and shoulders before beaming at them. The warriors curiously examined their new adventurer badges and IDs, excitement evident in their whispers among themselves. "All right, everyone," Sage announced proudly. "From now on, you're officially adventurers. Remember that your badges and IDs are proof of your identity. Don't lose them or getting replacements will be complicated." He clapped lightly to regain their attention before continuing. "Understood, Guild Master," they shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the guild hall. Sage nodded calmly but felt exhilaration bubbling beneath the surface. "Damn, I really like this feeling. Not bad. No bad at all." Clearing his throat to refocus himself, he pointed towards the mission board. "You're in luck. There are plenty of missions posted for you to tackle. Feel free to browse through them. If you find one that you think you can complete, take it and bring it here for processing." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Also, keep this in mind. You can only accept missions that align with your adventurer rank and estimated strength. If you attempt to take on a mission beyond your capabilities, there will be penalties." The group exchanged glances before nodding at Sage in understanding. "Any questions?" Sage asked calmly. Guildmaster." Kalis spoke up from the crowd, raising his hand. Sage turned to him with a smile. "Yes, Kalis? What would you like to ask?" Kalis's eyes flashed with a strange glow as he looked at Sage in surprise but quickly regained his composure. "Can an adventurer take more than one mission?" "Absolutely," Sage replied with a nod. "You can take on multiple missions. However, since your current rank is Iron, you're limited to 2 missions at a time. This limit will increase as your rank improves." He scanned the faces of the warriors before him and added, "Any other questions?" Silence settled over the crowd, indicating that no one had further inquiries. "Good," Sage said with a slight nod. "You may now head over and browse the mission board for tasks you'd like to undertake." As soon as he finished speaking, the adventurers surged toward the mission board with eager anticipation in their eyes. Watching them rush off, Sage let out a heavy sigh and sank back into his chair, feeling exhaustion wash over him as he rubbed his shoulders. "Hey, Guildmaster Sage, what about my end of the deal?" Greor approached eagerly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Sage regarded Gregor's expression for a moment before responding. He opened one of his drawers and pulled out 6 mission dockets, placing them in front of Greor. "Here are 6 missions, each rated 2 stars, with rewards ranging from 150 to 300 gold coins." Sage explained while observing Gregor's excitement as he sifted through the dockets. Sage sighed softly and continued, "I've specifically selected these missions for you. The difficulty isn't too high, but they are important since they've been posted by affluent merchants. Make sure you don't mess this up." Greor nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you, Guildmaster. I promise I'll complete these missions quickly." "Good," Sage acknowledged before adding, "You've brought 26 warriors and received 6 missions as part of our agreement. That leaves 74 more to go." Greor tucked away the mission dockets and looked at Sage seriously. "Don't worry. I'll keep bringing more warriors to register." Sage smiled back at him. "I trust you'll handle this promptly." Just then, a cheerful voice rang out from the entrance. "Petty Uncle Sage, Mina is back." Sage's expression shifted drastically, as if he were facing an approaching monster. "Oh no, the flatboard princess is here." As Sage watched the little girl skip toward his desk, her bright golden pigtails swayed rhythmically behind her. The giant shield rested on her back, and an innocent smile lit up her face. He couldn't help but rub his temples with a heavy sigh. Greor, who was seated nearby, wore a strange expression upon seeing Sage's reaction, as if he had something lodged in his throat. He calmly turned to see what had caused Sage's change in demeanor. When he caught sight of Mina, however, his expression shifted slightly, panic flickering in his eyes before he quickly regained composure. Taking a deep breath, He shot Sage a peculiar look but remained silent. Puzzled by Gregor's gaze, Sage raised an eyebrow as he was about to ask him if something was wrong, but just then Mina was already standing proudly in front of the desk. "Hey, petty Uncle Sage. Look, I completed another mission," she exclaimed gleefully as she untied several pouches from her waist and placed them on the desk. Sage sighed softly and began opening each pouch one by one to confirm their contents. After a few moments, he looked back at Mina and nodded with a calm smile. "Everything is intact. You really outdid yourself this time by beating your previous record for completing the mission faster." He chuckled lightly as he jotted down notes on paper and affixed them to each pouch before placing them into the cabinets behind him. "Ah, the starlight moss and the thunder lizard scales. Both completely intact. The commissioners will be pleased." He opened another cabinet filled with stacks of gleaming gold coins. Counting out some coins, he turned back to Mina. "All right, Flatboard Princess, this is your reward for completing 2 missions. 109 gold coins in total after a 5% deduction." Hehehe. Mina giggled as she cradled the gold coins in her tiny arms while looking at Sage. "Petty Uncle Sage, it looks like it won't be long before I'm richer than you." Sage was momentarily speechless at her comment. He leaned back in his chair as a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. "Is that so? Then I'd better hurry up and increase my wealth. Let me see. Oh right, 1,000 gold coins." With that statement, he began pulling out piles of gold coins onto the desk while dramatically counting them. Mina's previously joyful expression fell instantly. She glared at him angrily. "You're too shameless for someone your age." "Haha, let me tell you something, Flatboard Princess," Sage said as he straightened up with an exaggerated serious expression and cleared his throat as if about to impart wisdom. Tilting his head at a dramatic angle while wind tousled his hair gently, he proclaimed, "Shamelessness knows no age." Both Mina and Greor were taken aback for a moment before their expressions shifted to sheer disbelief. Mina's face flushed a deep shade of red as she struggled to find the right words. Frustrated, she pulled out the 2 mission dockets and slammed them onto the desk, causing it to creak loudly, though thankfully, it didn't collapse like last time. Seeing Mina's angry expression brought a sense of satisfaction to Sage. He relished teasing her and took the dockets, stamping them before handing them back with a smirk. "Humph!" Mina snorted, snatching the dockets from him and glaring fiercely. "Just wait until I tell my elder sister about this. You'll be crying when that happens." At her words, Gregor's face went slightly pale as he wiped beads of sweat from his forehead. He looked at Sage with pity in his green eyes, as if he were staring at dead meat. "You have no idea what you're playing with, Guildmaster. No idea at all," Greor muttered softly under his breath. "Oh come on, enough with the elder sister threats," Sage said, rolling his eyes and waving her off. "Hurry up, there are plenty of missions posted today. If you complete more quickly, you might just become the first adventurer to advance from iron rank to copper rank." "Really?" Mina's expression brightened at this news, momentarily forgetting her earlier irritation. "Yeah," Sage nodded enthusiastically. "And there's a reward for whoever advances to copper rank first." "What kind of reward?" Mina asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sage tilted his head playfully. "I can't reveal that. It would spoil the surprise. Think of it as a hidden quest for any adventurer." His grin widened as he added, "So you better hurry up if you want that reward. Otherwise, someone else might beat you to it." He shot a glance at Greor. Mina turned her attention to Greor, the nervous man sitting in the chair who was looking back at her like she was some sort of monster. "This guy is the first person ever registered as an adventurer," Sage explained. "He completed several missions already and will likely advance to copper rank soon." His voice carried an undertone of mischief and anticipation, as if he looking forward to some sort of rivalry between the two. "This green bush is the first adventurer in history?" Mina eyed Greor skeptically from head to toe, curiosity mixed with hostility. "Hi, my name is Greor Winsole." Greor smiled brightly at Mina but was quickly interrupted. Listen here, Green Bush, Mina declared firmly. You may have been the first adventurer registered, but I will be the first one to reach copper rank. That mysterious reward is mine. Don't even think about it. Her glare was fierce and full of pride. Greor's lips twitched at her words, especially when she called him Green Bush. He could only manage a sheepish smile while scratching his head in disbelief. Humph! Mina snorted again, her cute pink nose twitching slightly as she shot Sage a side eye before rushing toward the mission board. Sage wore an innocent smile as he watched Mina dash toward the mission board, then glanced at Greor, whose face was contorted in a way that Luke's he was struggling with constipation. Hey, green hair. Looks like you've got some serious competition, Sage said, leaning back with a relaxed demeanor. Greor turned to him, veins popping on his forehead as he fought the urge to snap back. Taking a deep breath, he managed to calm himself and exhaled slowly. Come on. Don't give me that look. Sage waved his hand dismissively. You look like a woman in labor with that expression. Greor clenched his fists but chose to roll his eyes instead. So what's this about being the first to advance to copper rank for some mysterious reward? Sage stretched his arms and let out a loud yawn before replying lazily. Well, it's like a hidden quest I created in the guild to spice things up. I won't go into details about what it entails, but you should definitely take it seriously. Now genuinely intrigued, Greor leaned closer. Is it really that important? Sage remained silent for a moment, playfully eyeing Greor before standing up from his chair. Everyone, can I have your attention, please? Sage's voice boomed through the guild hall, instantly drawing the gaze of all the adventurers gathered around the mission board. He shot Greor a knowing smile that sent a chill down Greor's spine. I have an announcement. A super important announcement. Every adventurer in the hall turned their gaze toward Sage, their expressions a mix of curiosity and confusion. Noticing the attention on him, Sage smiled and cleared his throat softly before speaking in a voice that resonated throughout the entire hall. Everyone, there's a hidden quest within the guild. Well, it's not so hidden anymore. The quest is this. Whoever advances to copper rank first will be rewarded with a mysterious prize. A wave of whispers swept through the crowd as adventurers exchanged glances filled with intrigue. Sage continued, his smile unwavering. I won't reveal the requirements for advancement just yet, but I'll give you all a hint. He gestured toward the mission board. Complete as many missions as possible, that's your hint. The winner will receive a substantial reward from the guild. The room fell silent as everyone focused intently on the mission board, excitement igniting in their eyes. Wow! I didn't expect such an event right after registering, one adventurer exclaimed. I know. This must be my lucky day. Another chimed in. Haha. This is great. I can't wait to see what the reward will be. But it'll be tough since we don't know what it takes to advance to copper rank, someone else noted. True. But at least we have that hint. Complete missions. As Sage observed the animated discussions among them, his grin widened and an unusual gleam flickered in his eyes. Ahem. With a slight cough, he commanded silence once more. All eyes returned to him eagerly. Sage chuckled softly before pointing at Greor, who was seated at the desk. Let me share a secret. This green-haired fellow here is the first adventurer in history. That's quite an honor. His name could very well end up in history books for years to come. All eyes shifted toward Greor, who sat with his face buried in his hands. Sage looked at Greor with a mischievous grin and continued. But what would make him even more famous than any of you is if he becomes the first adventurer to advance to copper rank. He told me he wants to be first in everything related to the Adventurer Guild. Greor suddenly lifted his head. Disbelief etched across his features as his cheeks flushed red. Feigning ignorance of Greor's reaction, Sage pressed on. He's already made history as the first adventurer and also the first adventurer to complete a mission, but he doesn't want to stop there. Taking a deep breath for emphasis, he declared passionately, he wants to be the first to reach bronze rank, silver rank, everything. And let me tell you this, Each rank advancement comes with its own mysterious reward. Silence enveloped the room again as hostile glares began forming around Greor. Tension thickened palpably. Do you really want that green-haired guy to take first place in everything? Do you want him to claim all the mysterious rewards meant for you? Are you prepared to watch as opportunities slip through your fingers? Sage shouted passionately, his eyes scanning the adventurers before him, who stood like soldiers ready for battle. If you don't want to be trampled on, then defeat him. Don't let him have his way. You are adventurers, and adventurers strive to be better and stronger than everyone else. Sage raised his hand, his voice echoing throughout the hall. If you want those mysterious rewards and wish to become the first adventurer in history to advance to copper rank, then hurry up and complete as many missions as possible. Do you understand? Yes, Guildmaster. The adventurers responded in unison, their voices booming across the guild hall and even reverberating outside. Good. This shows that you're all passionate adventurers, Sage said with satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. You can continue browsing through the missions. With renewed excitement and anticipation, the adventurers rushed back to the mission board, this time with a sense of urgency. Sage chuckled softly before settling back into his chair with a relaxed expression. Are you happy? Greor's voice broke through the moment. Sage raised an eyebrow and smiled innocently. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Greor gritted his teeth so tightly he felt a twinge of pain. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've successfully turned everyone against me. Now they all see me as their number one enemy. Sage leaned back in his chair, still smiling. Isn't that great? How is any of this great? Having more than 20 adventurers thinking I'm their enemy sounds wonderful. Greor raged, struggling not to punch that infuriating smirk off Sage's face. Listen here, green hair. Sage waved dismissively. I did this for your own good. He paused for a moment, then continued. Think about it. Everyone now sees you as their top competitor, a roadblock on their way to success. This puts immense pressure on you, and when someone feels that kind of pressure, what do they usually do? They work hard to brush it off like it's nothing. Greor's lips twitched in disbelief. He couldn't believe the nonsense Sage was spouting. Besides, Sage pressed on, don't you think being first in everything is a tremendous accomplishment? Right now, you hold the record as the first adventurer in history, a feat that will undoubtedly be remembered for ages. You're also the first person to accept and complete a mission. That means you're currently holding 2 significant records. Sage's eyes sparkled with an intriguing glint as he observed Greor, who had fallen silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Leaning forward and rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Sage continued. Now imagine being the only adventurer ever to be first in everything. Your reputation and fame would spread far and wide. You wouldn't even have to lift a finger for missions with huge rewards to start pouring in. He leaned even closer and added with fervor. Missions offering rewards ranging from thousands to hundreds of thousands. Millions even. Elegant and noble ladies would be throwing themselves at you. Princesses from various kingdoms would hang your portrait in their bedrooms, dreaming about you. He paused for a moment and then added smoothly. Centuries from now, bards might sing the ballad of Greor Windsoul, first of his name. Your statue could stand in the square of this city, but only if you keep winning. With that remark, Sage leaned back again, adopting a lazy expression as he said nonchalantly, That's why I'm putting pressure on you. Enough pressure can motivate you to work hard and maintain your position. After all, who wants to lose their standing? Greor remained silent as he drifted into thought over Sage's words. Part of him recognized the truth in what Sage was saying. However, something deep in his heart tells him that Sage was merely making excuses. Finally raising his head, Greor met Sage's gaze. His expression was a battlefield, indignation warring with begrudging understanding, all underpinned by the terrifying, seductive lure of the future Sage had painted. No need to thank me, Sage interjected quickly with an air of nonchalance that somehow made him seem more punchable. I did all this for your own good. Greor's expression shifted back to anger, just as he opened his mouth to respond, but Mina's voice cut through the tension. "Petty uncle, I've selected the missions I want to tackle. Hurry up and process them for me." Sage turned his attention to Mina, who stood before him, clutching 2 mission dockets in her small hands. Raising an eyebrow, Sage smiled. "Looks like you're eager to win this hidden quest, huh?" Mina lifted her chin proudly, resembling a peacock. "Of course I want to win. I don't want to always be second. I want to be ahead of everyone else." "Oh, is that so?" Sage grinned mischievously. "Even ahead of your elder sister? So you must be stronger than her, right?" Mina was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure. She shook her head with a flushed face. No, no, no. That doesn't count. My sister is out of it." "Whatever," Sage said with a roll of his eyes as he took the mission dockets from her and processed them. Mina snatched the dockets back and tucked them under her waist. Turning defiantly towards Greor, she declared, "Look here, Green Bush. I'm going to be the first adventurer to advance to copper rank." With a tiny fist raised in determination, she continued, "Even if petty Uncle Sage has already told everyone about this, and the pressure is high, I'm going to emerge victorious. Your winning streak ends here." Sage's eyes widened as he watched the little figure standing proudly before him. He couldn't help but clap his hands. "Go girl. Show him that even though you're the flatboard princess, you'll never settle for second place." Mina shot Sage an eye roll before giving Greor another defiant glance and striding toward the entrance of the guild hall. Throughout this exchange, Greor remained silent as he stared at the entrance. He was unsure how to respond. Arguing with a little girl seemed ridiculous, and he didn't want to offend her either. Letting out an exasperated sigh while rubbing his face, he glared at Sage. His smirk was infuriating. "Now this little monster has taken me as her enemy," Greor thought inwardly. "I'm not afraid of her. It's her elder sister I worry about. The psycho might come after me if anything happens to this girl." "Hey there, green hair." Sage's voice broke through his thoughts. "What?" Greor snapped back through gritted teeth. He was still fuming at this shameless guildmaster. Sage shrugged casually. "It's nothing really. I just noticed that ever since that flatboard princess walked into the hall, you've been on edge, especially when she mentions her elder sister." Narrowing his eyes suspiciously at Greor, Sage asked, "What's up? Is something wrong with her background, or are you just afraid of her sister?" Greor stared intently at Sage, his expression a mix of confusion and suspicion. He sighed heavily, running a hand through his hair before speaking. "The thing is, I'm not afraid of her. I'm afraid of her older sister." "What? Is her older sister really that strong?" Sage asked, taken aback. It was the first time he had seen Greor so visibly anxious since Greyvale registered him as an adventurer. "Yeah, her older sister is strong," Greor replied, taking a deep breath. "And I don't just mean strong. I mean really strong. She's one of the top powerhouses in Greyvale City." Sage's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, her older sister is that formidable?" "Yes," Greor confirmed with a serious nod. "Apart from the Baron and the other high-ranking noble houses in this city, her sister ranks just below them. In fact, she's one of the strongest individuals in the entire region, not just Greyvale City." He paused for a moment before continuing in a grave tone. "This area is known as the Evergreen region, named for its proximity to the Evergreen mountain range. It comprises one major city, Greyvale, and four minor cities, along with 15 towns and around 100 villages scattered throughout. The Baron rules this region, supported by several noble houses whose power pales in comparison to his." Sage's lazy demeanor shifted as he leaned forward, listening intently to Greor's words. Since arriving in this world, he had spent all his time within Greyvale City and hadn't even explored half of it yet. Now that Greor was sharing valuable information, he knew he needed to pay attention. Noticing Sage's serious expression, Greor raised an eyebrow but pressed on. "Besides the Baron and those noble houses at the top of the hierarchy in Evergreen region, there are others who hold considerable power and influence just below them. Taking another deep breath and locking eyes with Sage, he added gravely, "And that little girl's elder sister is among those powerful individuals." Sage listened carefully as thoughts raced through his mind while rubbing his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, he looked back at Greor and asked again, "Is her sister truly that strong?" Greor chuckled bitterly before responding, "Let me put it this way so your ignorance doesn't land you in trouble." Sage rolled his eyes at Greor's remark, but muttered under his breath defensively, "What do you mean ignorance? I'm just too lazy to gather information." Gregory tapped his fingers on the desk as he continued. "Let's say that aside from the baron and noble houses, nobody, absolutely nobody, can challenge her elder sister without facing dire consequences. Even if those nobles or even the baron himself wanted to take action against her, well, they'd be risking heavy casualties." "Wow!" Sage exclaimed, taken aback by what he had just heard. He was genuinely shocked. He hadn't expected the flatboard princess's background to be so impressive. What surprised him even more was the strength of her elder sister. She was formidable enough that even the arrogant nobles would think twice before crossing her. So if the baron is the king, and the noble houses are his dukes, then her sister is like a legendary wandering knight, unbound by their rules, but with a reputation and personal army that makes even the dukes think twice before offending her. Sage glanced at Greor and said. Greor chuckled softly and nodded. "You can put it that way." Sage fell silent as various thoughts raced in his mind. Since arriving in this place, Sage had learned that the nobles were the ones in charge, and no one held more power than they did. However, discovering that the flatboard princess's elder sister was strong enough to challenge them put her in a league of her own. Taking a deep breath, Sage turned to Greor and said, "So that's why you looked like you were sitting on pins and needles when you saw the flatboard princess." Greor rubbed his temples. "Of course I was nervous. I don't want to upset that little girl and risk bringing her crazy elder sister into the mix. If that happens, I'm as good as dead." Sage chuckled at Greor's expression. "I didn't expect you, Greor Winsoul, the first adventurer in history, to be this scared. But why do you call the flatboard princess's elder sister crazy?" Sage asked, puzzled. Greor glanced around cautiously before leaning in closer. "She is crazy. Do you know why she's so strong?" Sage shook his head and encouraged Greor to continue. "The thing is," Greor explained quietly, "the little girl's elder sister is a mercenary who leads one of the biggest and strongest all-female mercenary groups in the Evergreen region. And here's the kicker. She hates men." "Hates men? Why?" Sage asked, bewildered. "Well, nobody really knows for sure. There are countless theories about it. But let's just say she has an intense loathing, no, not just hate. It's a bone-chilling hatred to the point where she wishes all men were dead." "What the hell?" Sage whispered incredulously upon hearing this. "Did I just run into some toxic internet feminist in another world?" He thought, then mentally face-bombed. Right. No internet. Just a potentially homicidal super warrior with a grudge against his entire gender. Great. Sage was utterly speechless upon hearing all of this. He never expected to encounter someone like Mina in this world, and now things had become quite complicated not just for him but for the entire guild as well. Mina was like a ticking time bomb. One wrong move could land him in serious trouble. Although the system granted him invincibility within 100 meters of the guild, he wasn't keen on testing his luck. If even the top powerhouses in the region thought twice before crossing her, what chance did he, a mere weakling, have if she decided to come after him? To make matters worse, she harbored a strong dislike for men, and being a straight man only added to his predicament. "Looks like I need to be careful about how I talk to Flatboard Princess from now on," Sage mused. "But honestly, I consider myself lucky that I've been petty towards her without any real consequences. Otherwise, I might not be here right now." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated the situation. Turning back to Greor, he asked, "Let me ask you something." "Go ahead," Greor replied with a wave of his hand. "How strong is she? And aside from her personal strength, how powerful is her mercenary group?" Sage inquired with focused intensity. Greor took a deep breath before responding. It's been a while since I've heard anything about her. But last I knew, she was already at the early stage of 5-star high-level knight. He paused for effect before continuing. As for the overall strength of her mercenary group, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not involved in that industry and usually keep my nose out of others' business. But one thing's certain, they're incredibly strong. Sage nodded thoughtfully as an unusual glimmer flickered in his eyes. Seeing Sage's expression change, Greor quickly waved his hands. Hey, Guildmaster. Don't even think about doing anything reckless with them. You might end up dead without a proper burial. Besides, I just found out that my job as an adventurer isn't too bad. I'd prefer not to die. Sage rolled his eyes at Greor's dramatic response. What makes you think I'm going to do something crazy? Do I look like someone who plays with fire? Yes, you do. Greor replied without hesitation. Once again left speechless by Greor's bluntness, Sage shook his head as various thoughts raced through his mind. But seriously, this toxic feminist and her mercenary group are so powerful that even nobles hesitate before crossing them. And with her little sister being an adventurer, what if? Greor, sitting across from Sage, wore a defeated expression. The moment he caught sight of Sage's current demeanor, he realized that the shameless guildmaster was concocting thoughts that should never have crossed his mind. It's over. My precious job as an adventurer is about to slip away, Greor lamented. Hey, come on. What do you mean your job is about to vanish? I'm not planning anything crazy, okay? Sage snapped back to reality and rolled his eyes dramatically at Greor. Are you sure? Greor asked suspiciously, still unconvinced. Of course. I'm not going to do anything foolish. I value my fragile little life. All right? Sage's lips twitched as he spoke. That's good to hear. Really good? Greor said, patting his chest with a heavy sigh of relief. Sage was momentarily speechless at Greor's dramatic reaction. He hadn't expected this guy to be so terrified. Come on. You're a man. Can't you show some strength? Are you really that scared of a woman? Sage chuckled softly. Please, Guildmaster. I have a family to take care of. I'm not ready to die yet. I'm still a virgin. Just leave me out of it if you're going to do something reckless. Greor clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture. What a coward! Sage snorted disdainfully at him. Yes, I admit it. I'm a coward and proud of it. Greor nodded vigorously. Sage rubbed his face in disbelief. This green-haired guy was truly something else. A slight smile crept onto his face as he regarded Greor. Well then, it's too late now. You've already offended that man-hating woman. What do you mean? When did I offend her? Greor asked in confusion. Aren't you competing with her little sister to be the first adventurer to advance to copper rank? Sage leaned back lazily. Just imagine if you upset that little girl. She might bring her elder sister along for justice. Now that would be entertaining. I'll need popcorn when that happens. Greor felt chills run down his spine at Sage's words and quickly shook his head in panic. No way. I don't want to compete anymore. She can have all the first places. They're not worth it. I'm afraid that can't happen, Sage replied with a mischievous glint in his eye. What do you mean it can't happen? Is participation mandatory or something? Greor asked, bewildered. Sage leaned forward and explained, while it's not technically mandatory for everyone else, for you it kind of is. What? Greor exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Yeah, you have to participate. You're the first person to register as an adventurer, and according to the Adventurer Guild's rulebook, the first registered adventurer must compete in all internal competitions. You need to win 10 times in a row, otherwise your adventurer license will be revoked. And you'll no longer be considered an adventurer. Sage shrugged nonchalantly. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? Greor nearly toppled off his chair, completely flabbergasted. His face turned red as he pointed a trembling finger at Sage and exclaimed, You're making this up! Sage spread his arms with an infuriating smirk. I'm not making anything up. It's part of the rules of the Adventurer Guild. He glanced deeply at Greor and continued. According to Article 7, Section 3 of the Provisional Guild Charter, the Pioneer's Burden, the first registered adventurer shall serve as the benchmark for all internal initiatives, including but not limited to competitive rankings. Failure to participate constitutes dereliction of pioneering duty. He let out a creepy laugh. Greor's face paled slightly as he slumped back into his chair, despair clouding his eyes as if the world had turned against him. Come on. It's just a little internal competition. Nothing bad will happen. Besides, I doubt that Flatboard Princess would tell her sister if she loses. After everything I've done for her, do you really think I'd still be sitting here talking to you? Sage rolled his eyes. Hearing this seemed to spark something in Greor. He sat up and pondered Sage's words. You might be right, but I'll do everything I can to avoid her until the competition is over. That's the spirit. That's how an adventurer should act, not like some spineless coward. Sage clapped his hands enthusiastically. Greor didn't respond but merely rolled his eyes at him. Hey Green, how did you recognize Mina? Isn't this your first time meeting her? Sage asked after a moment of thought. Of course I know her. In fact, every warrior in Greyvale City, and even throughout the entire region, knows who she is. The moment she walked in here, nobody dared approach with their missions from the mission board. And why do you think she was the first one to bring in a mission when others were already here? Greor replied with an eye roll. What? Now it was Sage's turn to be shocked. He looked toward the mission board and noticed that all the adventurers were standing there with conflicted expressions on their faces. Seeing Sage's reaction made Greor feel quite pleased inside. Now you're shocked, right? Sage took a deep breath and said, But why are they still standing there? She's already gone. Greor shook his head. You still don't get it? They all saw how she interacted with you, the way she bantered and expressed herself. So most of them think you've upset her and that trouble might come for the guild. What the heck? This Flatboard Princess is something else entirely. She has so much aura that even when she's not around, people seem to fear her. Sage was left speechless and utterly amazed. After a moment, he took a deep breath, waved at the adventurers, and called out in a loud voice, It's all right, everyone. You can proceed with your missions. As for the little girl, she's already gone. And just so you know, I'm her uncle. She calls me that, so there's really nothing to worry about. Wow, what a shameless guy. When did she become your niece? Greor exclaimed as he face-bombed in disbelief. The adventurers let out a collective sigh before slowly making their way toward the desk. Sage exhaled softly and settled back into his chair. That Flatboard Princess truly has an incredible aura. Man, I'm really envious. Sage sighed softly and glanced at the adventurers forming a line in front of the desk to have their missions processed. He nodded at the first person and began stamping their mission dockets. It wasn't tiring work. He simply had to apply his stamp, and that was it. Hey, what missions did you all decide to tackle? Greor asked Brutus and the others standing beside him. I took on 2 beast subjugation missions, Brutus replied with a hearty laugh, his face lighting up with excitement. They're both 2-star missions, and the rewards are quite substantial. Greor thought for a moment before nodding. That sounds great. With your strength, you'll complete them in no time. Callista playfully waved her mission dockets, giggling softly as she chimed in. I only took 2 retrieval missions. One is to find some rare herbs, and the other is to extract blood essence from a 3rd-order common beast. The reward is hefty. It amounts to my salary for 3 months. Greor raised an eyebrow in surprise but nodded approvingly. That's impressive. Just be careful with that 3rd-order common beast. It's dangerous. Callista covered her mouth and giggled again, giving him a teasing glance. Are you worried about me? Greor rolled his eyes dismissively. Who's worried about you? I'm just looking out for your well-being. Without waiting for her response, he turned his attention to Kalis and Leona. What about you two? What missions did you accept? Kalis exchanged a glance with Leona before responding calmly. We both took an escort mission to protect a small merchant group traveling to Riverdale City and back. We also accepted 2 additional missions that can be completed along the way. Leona smiled as she added, the reward for the escort mission is over 1,000 gold coins. We'll split it among ourselves once we finish our tasks. Fantastic! That's really good news, Greor said with a smile, pleased that all of his friends had taken on missions with such promising rewards. He then adopted a serious expression. Since you've all accepted these missions, take them seriously. Complete them as quickly as possible without clashing with the commissioners. If anything goes wrong, report it directly to the guildmaster. Brutus and the others nodded solemnly in agreement. Time passed quickly, and within 5 minutes Sage finished processing all the missions. The newly registered adventurers tucked away their dockets and exited the guild hall while chatting animatedly. You guys go ahead and complete your missions, Greor told Brutus and the others. I have my own tasks to tackle. Let's meet back here when we're done. Okay, they replied in unison. Just be careful out there, Greor added with concern etched on his face. If you sense danger, don't hesitate, just run. Okay, we hear you. Don't worry, this isn't our first dangerous journey, Brutus said, giving Greor a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Yeah, we'll be careful. Just make sure you take care of yourself too, Kalis added with a soft chuckle. Greor smiled faintly and rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, I guess I'm worrying too much. They can handle themselves. All right then, we're off. Brutus and the others waved goodbye to Greor as they exited the guild hall. Greor snapped back to reality and returned their wave with a gentle smile. Looks like someone is quite concerned about his friends. Sage's voice drifted into Greor's ears, instantly dampening his mood. He turned to glare at Sage. What do you mean, children? They're my best friends. Greor crossed his arms in annoyance. Sage chuckled softly and relaxed his shoulders before speaking in a gentler tone. You seem pretty worried about them. Greor fell silent for a moment, glancing toward the entrance before shaking his head with a warm smile. Yeah, aside from my sister, those 4 are my family now. I can't help but worry about them. Sage raised an eyebrow at Greor's expression and tapped lightly on the table. What happened to your parents? At that question, pain flickered across Greor's face as he fell silent and stared blankly ahead. Seeing the change in Greor's demeanor, Sage facepalmed internally. Great job opening old wounds. He looked at Greor and quickly added, Forget what I just asked. Greor shook himself out of his daze and met Sage's gaze with gratitude shining in his eyes. Guildmaster Sage, I'm back. Just then, an excited voice burst through the entrance as a figure rushed toward them. Both Sage and Greor turned to see who it was. Confusion clouded Greor's face while Sage smiled upon recognizing him. The newcomer wore simple yet worn clothes with bushy hair that seemed unkempt but had eyes sparkling with excitement. This was naturally Pax. Hey Pax, long time no see. How have you been? Sage greeted him warmly with a wave. Ha ha. Pax laughed loudly as he waved back at Sage. I've been great. In fact, these past 3 days have been the best of my life. That's wonderful to hear, Sage replied with a nod. Ahem. A soft voice interrupted their conversation. Pax turned toward the source of the cough and was puzzled to find a green-haired guy sitting there with arms crossed, studying him intently. Oh right, Pax, this is Greor, the very first adventurer registered here, Sage said while pointing at Greor. Then he turned to Greor. And green hair, this is his Pax, a very good buddy of mine. Nice to meet you. Pax extended his hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you too. Greor extended his hand, and they exchanged a firm handshake. I'm sure you've heard the buzz around town about Cashion Thomas being here, Sage said, leaning back in his chair. Yeah, I've caught wind of that, Greor replied with a calm nod. Well, that's all thanks to Pax. He's the one spreading the news. He is quite the talent for rumors, Sage chuckled softly. Greor looked at Pax with curiosity, surprised by this revelation. Haha, I was just doing my job, that's all, Pax said, waving his hand dismissively. Sage shook his head as he opened a drawer. Well, Guildmaster, since you have important matters to attend to, I better get going. I need to wrap up my missions and fulfill my end of our deal, Greor said as he stood up. He flexed his fingers slightly, the soft clank of his armor echoing as he made his way toward the entrance. Without looking up, Sage waved him off nonchalantly. Yeah. I never wanted you here anyway. Greor's lips twitched at this remark. He rubbed his nose and waved back before finally stepping out. Pax watched Greor leave with wide-eyed curiosity before taking a seat himself. Sage closed the drawer and placed 10 gold coins on the table, sliding them toward Pax. Pax's eyes lit up at the sight of the shiny coins in front of him. Trembling with excitement and gratitude, he looked at Sage. Thank you. You really helped me a lot, Pax said after a moment, his voice slightly shaky. No need to thank me. This is just payment for your hard work, Sage replied with a soft chuckle. Pax laughed lightly, but his eyes were suspiciously bright. He carefully stacked the coins, his calloused fingers, marked by years of hauling crates and scrubbing floors, tracing their smooth edges with something like reverence. He carefully tucked the 10 gold coins into his pocket, clutching it tightly as if afraid they might vanish. Watching him, Sage couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. Pax truly knew how to excel at what he did. If he were back on Earth, he'd make an excellent salesman or marketing professional. A thought crossed Sage's mind as he looked at Pax. A smile crept onto his lips. Hey Pax, do you want to take this to the next level? Pax looked up at Sage with a puzzled expression. What do you mean? The question hung in the air for a moment after Sage's last words, heavy with unspoken implications. Pax blinked, furrowing his brows as he leaned forward in his chair. What do you mean? Take it to the next level? He asked cautiously, curiosity threading through his tone. He had spent most of his life reacting to circumstances rather than steering them, and vague promises had taught him to proceed with caution. Sage observed him for a heartbeat longer than necessary. His gaze wasn't sharp or intimidating, but there was a quiet weight that made Pax feel as if he were being assessed. Then Sage leaned back in his chair, propping one elbow on the desk, adopting an almost lazy posture. Pax, Sage said casually, do you have a proper job right now? The question caught Pax off guard. A proper job? He echoed, scratching the back of his head. His eyes drifted toward the cracked marble floor before he shook his head after a brief pause. No, not really. I do whatever work I can find. 1 week it's carrying crates, another it's serving tables. Sometimes I help merchants set up stalls. Other times I just run errands. Nothing steady. Sage nodded slowly, as if that response was precisely what he expected. Good. Pax stiffened at the unexpected affirmation. Good. Sage straightened slightly and met Pax's gaze directly. What if I told you that I want to hire you full-time? He asked. Would you accept? For a split second, Pax's mind went blank. His eyes widened as words threatened to spill out but struggled to find their way. The idea struck him harder than anticipated. A proper job, a steady position. No more waking up each morning wondering if he'd earn enough to eat that day. Then reality rushed back in. Yes, Pax blurted out, nodding so vigorously it seemed like his head might fall off. Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I accept? I don't have anything tying me down. A proper job, especially one that pays, is more than I could ask for. He paused and added quickly, I mean, what kind of job is it? Sage chuckled softly at Pax's enthusiasm and leaned forward again, clasping his hands atop the desk while lowering his voice slightly. I want you to build something for me. Pax leaned in closer, intrigued. I want you, Sage continued, to establish an intelligence organization. The words landed like a hammer. Pax froze. An intelligence organization? He repeated slowly, as if saying it aloud would help him grasp its meaning better. Disbelief flickered across his face as he added incredulously, Wait, what? Did I hear that right? An intelligence organization? What on earth do you need something like that for? Sage took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I'm often stuck inside this guild, he said calmly. I don't wander the streets. I don't sit in taverns. and I miss out on the whispers that circulate from person to person. This guild, like it or not, depends on information. He gestured vaguely toward the hall beyond his desk. Missions don't just appear out of thin air. People come because they've heard something, they talk, gossip, and sometimes exaggerate. That's how momentum is built. If I'm unaware of what's happening in the city, what people desire, what they fear, what issues are brewing, I'll always be reacting instead of planning. Pax listened quietly as Sage continued. I don't want rumors drifting in randomly, Sage said. I want to hear them early on. I need to know where people gather, what their complaints are, and which names are being mentioned frequently. And when it comes to promoting the guild, I refuse to rely on luck. I want control. The room fell silent. After a moment, Pax let out a bitter chuckle and leaned back in his chair. You're giving me too much credit, he replied. I'm just an ordinary commoner. Building an intelligence organization? I wouldn't even know where to begin. Sage smiled faintly. It doesn't have to be complicated. Pax frowned slightly. Even if I wanted to do something like that, where would I find suitable people? He asked. People willing to work and capable of gathering information? Sage's smile widened a bit more. They're everywhere, he said confidently. So many that they're practically cheap. Pax stared at him in confusion. Cheap? Instead of answering directly, Sage tilted his head and asked, Tell me something, Pax. Who do you think makes the best intelligence gatherers? Pax paused for a moment, rubbing his chin thoughtfully before responding slowly. People who don't stand out, he said finally. Plain-looking individuals, ordinary folks. The kind you'd forget as soon as you looked away. Those who can blend into crowds so seamlessly that they might as well not exist. Sage clapped his hands together once. The sound echoed lightly through the hall. Exactly. He leaned forward again with enthusiasm. And those people are all around this city, Sage explained further. There are so many that society doesn't even bother acknowledging them anymore. Pax hesitated for a moment before asking tentatively, You mean beggars? Sage stated simply. Pax blinked in surprise. Beggars? Sage nodded thoughtfully. They're everywhere, hanging around taverns, lurking near markets, outside stalls, and in alleyways. People walk past them every day without a second thought. They hear everything. They see everything. And because no one pays them any mind, no one guards their words around them either. Pax felt his breathing steady as the implications began to settle in. If they were organized, Sage continued, if we gave them a reason to listen and a reason to speak, information could travel across the city faster than any messenger. Collected quietly, spread subtly. No banners or announcements, just whispers. A chill ran down Pax's spine. The most overlooked segment of society, people everyone ignored, could become the city's eyes and ears. It was both shocking and terrifyingly effective. But, can they really pull it off? Pax asked after a moment, doubt creeping into his voice. They're beggars. Some are uneducated. Others might be unreliable. What if they can't handle it? Sage chuckled softly. Never underestimate what I like to call the beggar sect. Pax frowned at the term. Beggar. Sect. Sage waved his hand dismissively. Just a figure of speech. What matters is this. Desperation sharpens people's instincts. Give them purpose, structure, and something to lose, and they'll surprise you. He straightened up and spoke with renewed conviction. I'll give you 10 gold coins to start. Pax's eyes widened in disbelief. Find a small courtyard, nothing too fancy, and use it as your base of operations. Select a handful of beggars who seem alert and observant. Train them for a few days. Teach them what to listen for, where to linger, what information to share, and what to keep quiet about. Pay them a copper coin each day. A salary? Pax murmured in surprise. Yes, Sage replied firmly. People who are paid tend to work harder. Pax swallowed hard. And you really trust me with this? He asked quietly, anxiety creeping into his tone. 10 gold coins isn't chump change. Aren't you worried I might just run off? Sage smiled knowingly. If you do that, it just means I made a bad investment. Those simple words hit Pax harder than any threat ever could. He stood abruptly, placing a hand over his heart as he spoke with determination. I won't. I swear it. I'll do my best. I'll build the best intelligence network this city has ever seen. Sage nodded in satisfaction before opening the drawer and retrieving 10 gold coins, placing them gently on the desk. Pax accepted them with both hands, his expression serious as he declared, I won't fail you. Just then, an old yet refined voice drifted in from the entrance. Excuse me, Guildmaster, I'm here to collect my items. The refined voice pierced the stillness of the guild hall like a finely honed blade. Excuse me, Guildmaster, I'm here to collect my items. Sage and Pax both turned towards the entrance, their movements synchronized. When Sage's gaze fell on the man standing there, he felt a flicker of surprise that caused his pupils to contract, though he quickly masked it with a composed smile. The man, illuminated by the dying light of day, was middle-aged, draped in a deep emerald robe with intricate golden threads weaving alchemical designs along the sleeves and hem. His posture was upright yet relaxed, exuding a calm authority. Despite lacking any visible weapons, he carried an air of confidence, underscored by the faint scent of medicinal herbs and refined mana that surrounded him. This was, of course, Cashion Thomas. While Sage managed to contain his surprise, Pax looked as though he had seen a ghost. The color drained from his face in an instant, and he stiffened, anxiety racing through his mind as he envisioned 100 possible calamities. Had the rumors spiraled out of control? Was Cashion here to confront them? To seek answers or worse, revenge? Sage, however, quickly regained his composure. He rose from his chair and gracefully stepped out from behind the desk, his expression warm and respectful. Sir Cashion, he said with a slight bow. Welcome back to the Adventurer Guild. Pax, reacting just a heartbeat later, nearly toppled his chair as he scrambled to stand and vacate the space nearest the desk. He moved so quickly it was as if he were trying to disappear, retreating to the side of the hall and bowing his head to make himself as small and unobtrusive as possible. Cashion's gaze brushed over Pax for a fleeting second, long enough to make the young man's heart race. Yet Cashion showed no indication of recognizing or disapproving of him. Instead, he turned back to Sage with a gentle nod. Guildmaster Sage, he said mildly, it appears your establishment is more animated than the last time I visited. Sage smiled. We've been fortunate. He gestured towards the table. Please take a seat. Without hesitation, Cashion accepted the invitation, settling into the chair with a relaxed grace. Pax lingered awkwardly for a moment before gradually pulling out another chair and positioning himself at a distance. His posture tense and his hands clenched tightly on his knees. They exchanged a few courteous words, formal greetings and light pleasantries, before Cashion leaned back slightly and folded his hands on the table. Tell me, he said calmly, have the ingredients been found? Yes, Sage replied promptly. He walked towards the cabinets lining the wall behind his desk, opening one to retrieve a wooden box reinforced with metal bands and sealed with a simple wax sigil. As he opened the lid, a soft glow emanated, accompanied by a fresh scent that filled the room. Sage returned to the table and set the box gently in front of Cashion. Leaning forward, Cashion's eyes sharpened with interest as he inspected the contents. Inside were 3 flawless ingredients. A moondew pear still shimmering with droplets of condensed mana, a windwhisper apricot whose pale skin gleamed like air in motion, and a silverlace bloom, its delicate petals interwoven with soft, glowing veins. All 3 were perfectly preserved, radiating vitality. Cashion examined them closely, even lifting the bloom to inspect its stem, before nodding once in approval. These are accurate, he said, then looked up at Sage and inclined his head slightly. You have my gratitude. Sage waved it off. That's what the Adventurer Guild is for. And for what it's worth, the mission was completed on the same day it was posted. Cashion's brows raised slightly, genuine surprise flickering across his face. The same day. Yes, Sage confirmed. Cashion leaned back, his expression turning thoughtful as he narrowed his eyes. Impressive. He paused, letting the silence hang for a moment before adding in a casual tone. You know, I've been hearing a lot of buzz around the city lately. The Adventurer Guild seems to be a hot topic. As he spoke, Cashion's gaze shifted toward Sage, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips. Pax felt his heart drop. His complexion paled, and his fists tightened so hard that his nails pressed into his palms. Cold sweat broke out along his back as panic washed over him. Had Cashion figured out the source of the rumors? On the other hand, Sage appeared unfazed. With a soft sigh, his voice steady and almost resigned, he said, "Yes, I'm responsible for that." Cashion tilted his head just a bit, encouraging him to elaborate. The guild was in dire straits, Sage explained calmly. Very few people knew about it. Missions were rare, and adventurers were essentially absent. So I decided to leverage what I had. He met Cashion's gaze directly, including your reputation. If that has caused you any inconvenience, I am prepared to take the blame. The atmosphere in the room grew denser. Cashion's smile remained intact. Alchemists put a lot of stock in their reputation, he said in a measured tone. If anything were to happen, if my name were tarnished, what would you do about that? Sage hesitated and said, I judged the risk of lasting damage to a man of your stature to be low, compared to the existential risk to my guild. But I am prepared to offer any compensation. Cashion raised an eyebrow. Compensation? If it's money, Cashion went on lightly, I could purchase this guild over and over again. Sage smiled. It's not about money. He leaned in slightly. Any 3 missions you post here in the future, whatever they may be, I'll ensure they're completed at no cost to you. Furthermore, when adventurers from this guild gather rare herbs or valuable blood essence, I'll direct them to your shop. You'll become their go-to point of sale. Cashion's interest was piqued. Sage continued, his voice steady and convincing. He spoke about consistent supply, access to rare items without endangering his own people, the goodwill he'd foster with adventurers, and the influence that outweighed mere coin. By the time he finished, Cashion was chuckling softly. You're quite daring, Cashion said, waving a hand dismissively. But it's unnecessary. I don't mind my reputation being used for something worthwhile. Sage felt a sense of relief. I had a feeling you'd respond that way. Oh really? Cashion replied, intrigued. What makes you say that? If you were the type to take offense, Sage explained, you would have confronted me the moment those rumors started. The fact that you didn't told me everything I needed to know. Cashion burst into genuine laughter, the sound warm and carefree. Kid, he said fondly, I like you. You're sharp. They continued chatting for a few more minutes, light-hearted exchanges and mutual curiosity, until Cashion finally stood up, carefully lifting a wooden box into his arms. Thanks again, he said. Until next time. Sage offered a slight bow. Safe travels. With that, Cashion turned and left the guild hall, his figure fading into the orange glow of the sunset. As soon as he was gone, Pax slumped into a chair, feeling like a rag doll. A long, shaky breath escaped him, his back drenched in sweat. By the gods, he murmured. I thought I was going to pass out. Sage rolled his eyes. He's not going to hurt you. Easy for you to say, Pax retorted weakly. A man like Cashion Thomas could squash someone like me without even noticing. Sage shook his head. He holds no grudge. We're in the clear. Pax took a slow breath, nodding. Good. Really good. After a moment, he straightened up. I'll start working on the intelligence network. It's going to take some time. Take your time. Start small rather than going big right away. Just enough to lay the groundwork, Sage advised. And remember, don't draw too much attention to yourself. Staying under the radar is key to building the intelligence operation. Pax gave a determined nod. All right, I get it. I'll follow your instructions. Sage let out a light chuckle and added, and remember, If you need anything else or run into a problem you can't handle, come see me. Okay? Pax nodded quickly, his face serious and focused. Sage relaxed in his chair, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk, a look of contentment on his face. Good. They continued their conversation for a while, outlining different plans and strategies. Well, it's getting late. You should head out and start getting things ready, Sage said with a gentle sigh. Pax nodded in agreement, stood up, and waved goodbye to Sage as he left the guild hall. The noise that had once filled the hall faded away, restoring its quiet atmosphere. By now, the sun was setting, casting long shadows on the marble floor. As the light dimmed, Sage reclined in his chair, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Finally, he murmured. Time to relax. I don't have to work anymore. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed your first side quest. Rewards have been issued. You've received a mid-grade talent package. You have also received 10 lottery chances and a high-grade mana veins expansion potion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have met the requirements for the guild upgrade. Ding. The guild upgrade will begin at midnight. Sage abruptly sat up straight, his eyes wide and mouth agape as the system notifications echoed in his mind. He was both shocked and exhilarated at the same time. After a few moments, he took a deep breath to calm his racing heart, a wide grin spreading across his face. Finally, after days of hard work, I've completed all my missions. With that thought in mind, he quickly pulled up the Adventurer Guild status panel without hesitation. Adventurer Guild Interface. Guild Master, Sage Alistair. Guild Rank, F and proven to be upgraded. Guild Funds, 187 gold coins. Reputation, 270/1000 unknown. Active members, 28. Guild Territory, none. Guild Facilities, none. Guild Objectives. Main Quest. Establish the first guild in the world of Eldoria. As Sage examined the guild interface, excitement sparkled in his eyes. There were noticeable changes to the guild status since he last checked. First off, the guild funds had jumped to 187 gold coins, a significant amount considering the current size of the guild. Since he was currently its only staff member, that money essentially went into his pocket. Rubbing his palms together in anticipation, he turned his gaze to the guild reputation, which had risen to 270. The number of active members had also increased to 28. Apart from those updates, everything else remained unchanged. His eyes flickered back to the guild rank panel. He couldn't help but smile. He had now met all requirements for an upgrade, and according to the system, it would happen at midnight. Midnight, huh? Sage mused as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It seemed reasonable. Perhaps upgrading during that time would minimize attention or avoid disruption from others witnessing it. Whatever reasoning lay behind it didn't matter much. He just wanted that upgrade. Coming back to reality, Sage shifted focus to the rewards he'd earned for completing his first side quest, registering 10 adventurers. Let's see. I got a mid-grade talent package, 10 lottery chances, and a high-grade mana veins expansion potion. His eyes narrowed with intrigue as a smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Well, these aren't bad. System, what's the mid-grade talent package all about? Sage's thoughts flickered as he directed his question inward. Host, the mid-grade talent package allows you to upgrade your talent, enabling you to become a warrior. Since your current talent is trash, this package grants you a mana talent equivalent to that of a mid-level warrior. The system's cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Sage nodded in understanding. He didn't take offense at being called trash. After all, he knew his talent was lacking compared to an ordinary warrior's. System, retrieve the high-grade mana veins expansion potion for me, Sage commanded after a moment of thought. As soon as he finished speaking, a small swirling blue portal materialized above his desk. The blue light illuminated Sage's face as curiosity and fascination danced in his eyes. Suddenly, a small crystal vial dropped from the portal before it closed instantly. Snapping back to reality, Sage picked up the vial and leaned in closer for inspection. Inside was a mesmerizing azure liquid that shimmered like ocean waves. Mana Veins Expansion Potion. High grade. Item description. The Mana Veins Expansion Potion is a rare alchemical enhancement designed to permanently expand and reinforce a warrior's mana veins, increasing mana throughput, stability, and long-term cultivation potential. Upon consumption, condensed mana stimulates dormant and underdeveloped mana pathways for controlled expansion of the mana vein network. Sage's eyes lit up as he read the holographic screen detailing the potion. He hadn't expected such an extraordinary item. It felt almost divine. A strange glow flickered in his eyes as he muttered under his breath. Does this mean I can take this potion multiple times? If so, I could expand my veins repeatedly. Host. This potion can only be consumed once per rank. You cannot consume 2 potions of the same rank. To gain further benefits, one must consume a higher grade Mana Veins Expansion Potion. Consuming a lower rank potion after using a higher rank one will have no effect. Attempting to forcibly consume duplicate ranks will trigger mana rejection. The system explained coldly. The information hit him like a bucket of cold water, snapping him back to reality. Rubbing his nose with a bitter smile, he muttered, "Looks like I was getting ahead of myself thinking something so good could happen. If that were true, wouldn't all warriors be overpowered?" Host, with the high-grade Mana Veins Expansion Potion, your mana veins can be expanded up to 3 times. Note: the expansion does not grant mana talent or affinity. It only improves your capacity and flow efficiency. Sage couldn't help but twitch his lips at the screens popping up before him explaining all these rules about the potion. Seriously? How can one potion have so many rules? He shook his head and muttered under his breath, "Well, no need to complain. At least I got a treasure." With that thought, he finally glanced at the 10 lottery chances he had received. Clasping his hands together, he narrowed his eyes and frowned. Another lottery, huh? This stupid system might just give me more useless rewards. I won't draw it right now. I need to be in top condition to increase my luck before I make a choice. Raising his head, he surveyed the hall. It was as quiet and empty as usual. The only reminder of its previous bustle was the dozens of mission dockets pinned to the mission board. With a faint smile, he stood up from the chair, stretched his limbs for a moment, and walked toward the entrance. The sun had already set, and darkness began to envelop everything as the 3 moons took their places in the sky. Sage smiled as he closed his eyes, savoring the evening breeze. He exhaled softly before shutting the gates of the guild behind him. Without hesitation, he made his way up to the 2nd floor and indulged in a long, comfortable bath that left him feeling invigorated. Once in his bedroom, Sage took a moment to look around before sitting cross-legged on the floor. Taking a deep breath with a serious expression, he said aloud, "System, I want to use the talent package. Host must select your warrior path before using the talent package." The system replied. Sage raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What do you mean? You must choose between becoming a knight or a mage." "Wait, what?" Sage exclaimed in surprise. "Can't I have both? You're supposed to be this omnipotent system. Surely that's easy for you. Why can't I just be badass and overpowered?" "Negative, host. This system doesn't work like that. You can only choose one." The system responded coldly. Sage was left speechless for a moment before grumbling under his breath. "What kind of system are you? In all those novels I've read about people transmigrating into other worlds with systems, they get all sorts of talents. Why can't I have that too? Host should stop complaining like a child. This is reality, not some novel. Now pick one." Rolling his eyes at this response, Sage sighed heavily. "Looks like my dream of being an overpowered dual warrior is out of reach. What a loss." Propping up his chin with one hand, he fell into deep thought as various considerations raced through his mind regarding both paths. Knight or mage? 2 choices lay before him, simple yet heavy with consequence. Knight path or mage path? He stared at the options for a long moment, his expression blank, as if he were hoping one would simply vanish. "Why do systems always do this?" he muttered to himself. Can't I just tick both boxes and call it a day? As usual, the system remained silent. Sage sighed and straightened up, rubbing his chin as he began to think things through seriously. A knight. That option was straightforward. Knights formed the backbone of this world's combat forces. They absorbed mana into their bodies, fortifying their muscles, bones, and organs until they became living weapons. Strong, durable, reliable, knights could charge headfirst into battle, shrug off wounds that would incapacitate ordinary people, and keep fighting until their enemies fell. The advantages were clear: high survivability, explosive close-range power, and a simple combat style: hit harder and endure longer. But then Sage's gaze drifted downward. That was also the problem. Too much effort, he said flatly. Being a knight meant relentless physical training. Endless conditioning involving running, striking, breaking down, and rebuilding the body over and over again. It meant bleeding, sweating, and willingly putting himself in harm's way. He imagined charging at a magical beast twice his size with sword raised, bones creaking under impact, and then envisioned getting hit. Nope, he said immediately. Absolutely not. Knights fought up close. They got punched, stabbed, and yes, they even got bitten. Sage valued his life. More specifically, he valued not feeling pain. Shaking his head, he turned his thoughts to the last option: a mage. Now that was different. Mages cultivated mana in its purest form through incantations and control. Instead of reinforcing their bodies like knights did, they bent the world around them: fire, wind, lightning. Destruction delivered from a distance. The image that came to Sage's mind was crystal clear. Enemies rushing toward him while he stood far away casting spells. That, he said with satisfaction, is how you fight. The advantages piled up quickly: long-range combat capabilities, battlefield control, high burst damage, all requiring less physical strain on the body. And then there was the part that truly mattered: status. Mages were rare, far rarer than knights. Mana affinity, mental capacity, elemental resonance. Most people failed at least one of these requirements. As a result, mages naturally commanded more respect. Nobles sought them out. Organizations valued them. Even warriors thought twice before offending a mage. Influence followed power, and mages wielded both effectively. Sage nodded slowly. Higher pay, more respect, less manual labor. It sounded almost too good to be true. Of course, there were downsides. Mages were inherently fragile. Their physical bodies were weaker than those of warriors, and if an enemy managed to close the distance, things could escalate quickly. Casting spells demanded intense focus, time, and mental stamina. If a mage ran low on mana, they could find themselves utterly defenseless. Learning magic was no simple task either. It involved formulas, control, and precision. One mispronounced incantation could lead to disastrous consequences. Sage frowned slightly at the thought. That part's annoying. But then he leaned back and smiled. Still better than getting punched in the face. He weighed the two paths one last time. Knights trained their bodies until they broke down. They stood on the front lines and took hits often. Mages, on the other hand, honed their minds. They hung back and cast spells while letting others take the brunt of the damage. The choice felt less like a decision and more like common sense. Besides, Sage added quietly, I'm lazy, but I'm not stupid. If the system was going to push him to become stronger whether he wanted it or not, he might as well choose a path that suited his lifestyle: minimal movement for maximum effect. And if being a mage meant gaining more influence, leverage, and protection from others, even better. Sage glanced at the system interface one last time, his expression settling into calm certainty. All right, he said firmly. I choose mage. Sage sat cross-legged on the wooden floor of his bedroom, his back straight and palms resting lightly on his knees. The room was enveloped in that peculiar quiet that often precedes something significant. Outside, the sounds of the guild had faded away. Inside, even the air seemed to hold its breath. The moment his decision finalized. Path selection confirmed. Mage. The system's cold chime rang out again, this time sharper, carrying weight with it. Talent upgrade in progress. Elemental affinities detected. Fire affinity, acquired. Wind affinity, acquired. Lightning affinity, acquired. Sage froze in place immediately. His eyes widened as disbelief washed over him. 3 affinities? 3? He whispered in shock. For a fleeting moment, his mind went blank before filling with disbelief and something dangerously close to emotion. His lips trembled slightly as he spoke again. System, he said softly, mist gathering in his eyes. Is this because you didn't let me choose both paths? Is this your way of compensating me? The room fell silent for half a heartbeat before responding. Host, please do not flatter yourself. This outcome is within standard upgrade parameters. Sage stared ahead in stunned silence. Wow, he muttered flatly. You really know how to kill a moment. Yet, despite the system's harsh wording, a smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth. He rolled his eyes and exhaled through his nose. Yeah. Standard parameters. Sure. He chose not to press the issue further. Whether the system wanted to acknowledge it or not, he knew this was anything but ordinary. 3 affinities, fire, wind, and lightning, weren't typically granted so casually, especially not to someone like him whose talent was considered lackluster. Before he could dwell on it for too long, the system chimed in again. Recommendation detected. For maximum efficiency, host may consume Mana Veins Expansion Potion concurrently with talent upgrade. Synchronized activation will allow optimal mana intake. Outcome: direct advancement to 1-star beginner mage. Sage's brows lifted slightly in surprise. Straight to 1 star? He murmured. His gaze drifted to the small crystal vial resting beside him on the floor. Inside was a translucent liquid that shimmered faintly, threads of light weaving through it like liquid starlight. The Mana Veins Expansion Potion. He picked it up and turned it slowly between his fingers. So basically, he said thoughtfully, you're telling me I can suffer once instead of twice? Correct, host. The system replied. Sage uncorked the vial and drank its contents in one smooth motion. The effect was immediate. As soon as the liquid slid down his throat, it exploded into pressure. Not heat, but an overwhelming force surging through his body along invisible paths he'd never been aware of before. His mana veins, thin and fragile channels, were suddenly flooded and stretched, torn open and reforged in an instant. Sage clenched his teeth as pain blossomed through his limbs. Ha! It wasn't sharp agony, but a deep grinding sensation akin to muscles tearing themselves apart just to grow stronger. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Talent upgrade commencing. The air in the room shifted dramatically. Mana from the surrounding space stirred around him. Faint streams of energy began to materialize from all directions. Wisps at first, barely visible, but rapidly growing more defined with each passing second. A flicker of crimson light ignited near his chest, pulsing like a heartbeat. Fire mana flowed toward him in slow spirals, warm and fierce, carrying raw destructive intent with it. Emerald currents followed from the edges of the room. Wind mana moved softly yet sharply, whispering as it brushed against his skin like invisible blades. Then came lightning. Thin strands of violet-blue light snapped into existence with sharp crackles, dancing wildly through the air before being drawn towards Sage's body, obedient yet volatile with energy ready to unleash chaos. Sage's breath grew shallow as these 3 forces converged upon him. They didn't clash. They flowed seamlessly into him. Fire surged through his chest, wind coiled around his limbs, and lightning coursed along his spine. His body transformed into a conduit, mana flooding in as his newly expanded veins eagerly absorbed every drop. Within him, something stirred. Sage's consciousness dove inward, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as if he stood at the heart of an immense storm. Flames roaring, winds howling, thunder ripping apart the sky, yet none of it touched him. Mana Veins Expansion. Complete. Talent upgrade. Complete.
Mana Absorption Stabilizing.
Then, just like that, the pressure lifted. Sage gasped for air as if he'd just resurfaced from underwater. Sweat soaked his back. His hair clung to his forehead while his body trembled with residual energy. Advancement achieved. Rank updated. 1-star beginner mage. Silence enveloped the room. Slowly opening his eyes, Sage noticed that while the world appeared unchanged, it felt entirely different. He could sense it now, Mina, not as something distant or abstract but as a vibrant presence surrounding him, flowing and alive. He raised one hand slightly. Without thinking about it, a tiny spark of lightning flickered between his fingers before vanishing. "Oh," he murmured softly. A lazy grin spread across his face as he leaned back and let himself fall onto the floor. Worth it. For the first time since arriving in this world, Sage truly felt alive. He might not be strong yet, but he had potential. And for someone like him, that was far more dangerous. Sitting up again, Sage had an overwhelming sensation. No, this was deeper than the vague excitement he had felt before. It was not just a fleeting thrill of something new. It was something substantial, almost tangible. A sense of strength flowed through him like a steady river, not wild or chaotic, but solid and reassuring. The strength settled in every part of him, his limbs, his chest, even his breath. His muscles felt taut, his bones sturdier, and his mind clearer, as if the world had been recalibrated to reveal sharper details. He tightened his fist, a simple motion that surprised him with its intensity. There was power there. It wasn't the raw force of a seasoned warrior or the overwhelming might of an experienced mage, but it was definitely more than what he had yesterday. A laugh bubbled up before he could stop it. "Now this," Sage said, looking at his fist with genuine satisfaction. "This is real strength." A broad, boyish grin spread across his face, so infectious it reflected a pure sense of triumph. For once, the universe had not shortchanged him. He had taken a step forward that felt wholly his. Almost immediately, his thoughts organized themselves as habit kicked in. He lifted his hand slightly and summoned the familiar translucent panel he had grown accustomed to. The status panel appeared before him. Name, Sage Alistair. Race, human. Identity, guild rookie. Class/path, mage path. Warrior rank, 1-star beginner mage. Elemental affinity, fire, wind, lightning. Talent, mid-grade. Level 1. Experience, 50/100. Core attributes, strength, 10. Intelligence, 19. Speed, 11. Vitality, 17. Sage leaned in closer, his eyes darting over each line and number as if blinking too long might make it all disappear. 19 intelligence, he murmured, instinctively comparing it to his previous self. Weak, unremarkable, painfully average. The changes were striking. Every attribute had seen improvement. His strength was no longer dismal, his vitality felt sturdier, and even his speed, though modest, suggested a newfound agility. And intelligence. Sage pressed his tongue against his cheek, both amused and impressed. "So this is what it's like to have the mind of a real mage," he said softly. "No wonder they look down on everyone else." His eyes were drawn to his talent grade, mid-grade. Not extraordinary, but also not terrible. Just average, he thought. Yet, instead of feeling let down, a sense of calm washed over him. Mid-grade implied potential for growth. It meant he wasn't at a dead end and that effort could still make a difference. For someone like him, who usually preferred to do the bare minimum, that was oddly reassuring. Content, Sage let the panel fade and only then did fatigue catch up to him. The adrenaline faded, leaving behind the dull ache from his expanded mana veins. His shoulders slumped, and a long yawn stretched his jaw. Yeah, that's enough heroics for one night. Unsteadily, he rose and crossed the room, collapsing onto his bed without bothering to change out of his clothes. The mattress sank comfortably under him, like an old friend welcoming him home. The moment his head hit the pillow, the world around him blurred, and sleep enveloped him almost instantly. Morning arrived softly. The sun peeked over the horizon, its golden rays pouring over Greyvale City like warm paint from above. Rooftops glimmered first, followed by the streets and the narrow alleys that wound between sturdy stone buildings, each one a witness to countless generations. Vendors began setting up their stalls, creaking wooden shutters were lifted, and the gentle hum of life stirred awake. Somewhere, the rhythmic ringing of a blacksmith's hammer echoed, and laughter floated through open windows. The city came alive. In the bedroom of the Adventurer Guild, Sage was in a deep sleep, completely oblivious to the world around him. He lay awkwardly on the bed, one leg dangling off the side and an arm draped over his face. His chest rose and fell in a steady rhythm, but what was even more unsettling was the faint, content smile on his lips, as if he was lost in a sweet dream of endless relaxation or a life free from obligations. But just then, ding, 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 the sound reverberated through his skull like a gong. Sage shot up in bed with a startled cry, his body jerking as though jolted by electricity. Gah! His heart raced wildly as he clutched his head, his eyes bloodshot and unfocused. Not again, he groaned, his voice rough. Seriously, system? He looked downright dangerous, his hair a wild mess and his dignity nowhere to be found. Can't I catch a break for just a few days? He snapped, frustration thick in his tone. I've been working my ass off, negotiating, strategizing, and nearly being driven to madness by stress. Can't I just rest? The system wasted no time in responding, its voice as emotionless as usual. Host has awakened as a warrior. From now on, host must commit to a minimum of 5 hours of daily cultivation. Sage froze in disbelief. 5 hours. His eye twitched in annoyance. That's not cultivation. That's just labor abuse. Host, I'm aware of your personality. You are extremely lazy. If I don't enforce this, you won't bother to train. The system replied, a hint of exasperation in its tone. Sage opened his mouth in protest but then stopped short. Okay, that's a bit rude. I'm not being rude. That's simply the truth. He gaped at the empty air in front of him, momentarily lost for words. The system pressed on, relentless. You seem to believe that the guild's invincibility buff means you can let your guard down. But that's a mistake. Both external and internal threats exist. You aren't shielded from consequences. Sage rubbed his face slowly, dread creeping in as he realized where this was heading. System, he said cautiously. How about we approach this like civilized individuals? Failing to meet daily training requirements will lead to penalties. A chill ran down his spine. What kind of penalties? There was a brief pause. Penalty. Castration. Additional penalty. Removal of guild invincibility buff. The color drained from Sage's face faster than he thought possible. Wait! He sprang upright, all remnants of sleep evaporating in an instant. Okay, all right, 5 hours. I'll train, he blurted out, hands raised in surrender and a worried, awkward smile plastered on his face. Let's avoid anything. Irreversible. Inside he was screaming. This is outrageous. How can the system treat me this way? It's pure abuse. Compliance acknowledged. Sage slumped forward, shoulders heavy with resignation as he muttered curses to himself. So this is my life now, he mumbled. A system instructor who won't let me be lazy in peace. It was as if the system could read his thoughts. Your first lesson is mana control. The objective is to sense mana, draw it, and circulate it. Your second lesson, introduction to magic circles. Before Sage could even ask what that entailed, the air in front of him began to shimmer. A small portal appeared and from the portal books started to tumble out. One by one, hefty volumes landed on the floor with loud thuds, piling up into a chaotic mountain of books in front of his bed. Sage gaped at the stack. Seriously? This is a joke, right? He reached for the top book. Foundations of Mana Perception, Volume 1. He then started grabbing the books one after the other. Introduction to Mana Circulation and Internal Flow. Basic Magic Circles and Their Structural Logic. Theoretical Principles of Elemental Affinity. Mana Density, compression, and control for beginner mages. Sage felt a violent twitch in his eye. Why do these titles sound like I'm staring at advanced physics textbooks? His head was already pounding just from looking at them. Time allocation confirmed. 3 hours, reading. 2 hours, practical application. Sage let the book drop back onto the pile and fell back onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Even in a different world, he sighed, his voice filled with frustration. I can't escape school. Deep down, the system remained silent, and Sage couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that it was secretly relishing in his plight. Time slipped by relentlessly, paying no heed to Sage's grumbling, moans, or half-hearted curses. By the time he finally made his way down the narrow staircase from the upper floor, a solid 5 hours had disappeared without a trace. He rubbed his temples as he descended, his fingers digging into the sides of his head as if he could physically knead the pain out of his brain. Each step dragged him down, slow and heavy, resembling the gait of someone who had just emerged from an intense intellectual battlefield rather than a simple morning lesson. His eyes were half-closed and unfocused, carrying that unmistakable emptiness typically seen in students who had pulled an all-nighter or researchers lost in a maze of complex equations for too long. I swear, he muttered, his voice raspy from fatigue. If I lay eyes on one more magic circle, I'm reporting this whole thing for cult activities. As he continued down, he couldn't help but replay the last 5 hours in painful detail. Endless dense pages, diagrams piled upon diagrams, mana flow charts that resembled ritual patterns, and magic circles that looked suspiciously like summoning symbols from a forbidden book. The system had demanded he read, memorize, and grasp the material, no skimming, no shortcuts allowed. At one point, Sage had genuinely started to wonder whether he was learning magic or unwittingly becoming part of a secret cult.
Mana perception, mana circulation, mana compression, mana resonance, he grumbled.
Why does everything sound like it's about to explode if I get it wrong? He shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the memories, his disheveled hair flying about. The headache throbbed again, but he ignored it, straightening up as his focus shifted. The guild. The system had mentioned an upgrade to the guild. That thought sparked a flicker of excitement in his weary frame. His steps quickened unconsciously, his fatigue momentarily set aside by curiosity and anticipation. Whatever grievances he had with the system, a tyrant, a sadist, a joy-killing tutor, it rarely outright lied. If it said the guild had been upgraded, then something must have changed. By the time he reached the bottom of the stairs, he was practically jogging. Just a few more steps. He stepped into the guild hall, and he immediately froze in place. The enthusiasm on his face froze mid-motion. Silence stretched around him. Sage blinked slowly as he surveyed the scene. The guild hall looked unchanged, same layout, same overall feel. The familiar empty space where chaos usually reigned remained just as it was. No glowing runes traced the walls, no monumental transformation had occurred. No beams of light illuminated the space, no divine statues stood proudly, and no floating platforms had appeared. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Ha! Sage murmured to himself. He turned his head left, then right before spinning slowly in place, his eyes darting around the hall with growing incredulity. System, he called carefully. No immediate answer came. Sage's brow twitched. System, he raised his voice, annoyance seeping in. Did you pull a fast one on me? He spread his arms wide, as if presenting the hall to an unseen jury. You said the guild was upgraded. After 5 hours of academic torture, this is what I get. His voice rose with each complaint. It looks exactly the same. Where's the upgrade? Where's the grand reveal? Did you waste the upgrade points on something trivial? A moment passed. Ding. The familiar chime echoed in his mind, calm and utterly unconcerned. Guild upgrade completed. New features unlocked. Expanded mission board. Reinforced receptionist desk. Installed guild archive wall. Sage squinted. That's it. The system continued undeterred. Additional details available. Sage released a deep sigh and rubbed the bridge of his nose. All right, he muttered. Let's hear it. He raised his head, determined to take a closer look. At first, the guild hall seemed unchanged, but as he shifted his focus, the differences began to surface, subtle yet unmistakable. His attention darted to the mission board. Wait a minute. He moved closer, his eyes widening in surprise. The mission board had grown. Not just a little, it was significantly larger. What used to be a simple wooden board had transformed into a grand display that nearly doubled in size, stretching widely across the wall. The rough, plain wood was gone, replaced by a polished dark surface adorned with delicate, intricate patterns that drew the eye in a sophisticated manner. It looked sturdier, more refined, less like a mere notice board and more like the focal point of an important establishment. Okay, Sage mumbled softly. That's nice. He approached it and tapped the surface gently with his knuckles. The sound was deep and resonant, suggesting that even if Brutus slammed his fist against it, it would hold firm. Feeling pleased, Sage turned his attention toward the receptionist's desk. Oh, the desk had undergone a transformation. The old, slightly battered piece that had barely survived Mina's energetic handling was no more. In its place was a larger, elegantly crafted desk made from polished wood that gleamed with a natural luster. The smooth grain of the wood stretched across the surface, complemented by subtle metallic accents along the edges that hinted at durability without looking ostentatious. 3 additional chairs were neatly arranged in front of it, spaced out perfectly to accommodate several adventurers at once. Sage reached out, placing his palm on the desk. Felt solid. Very solid. Good, he commented with a sense of relief. I was one desk slam away from being broke. Then his gaze shifted upward. Behind the desk, taking up the entire wall, stood something completely new. The old cabinets, crooked, mismatched, and on the verge of collapse, had been replaced with a grand, tastefully designed shelving unit that seemed to be integrated into the walls themselves. The craftsmanship was immaculate, both functional and elegant, with a grid of clean shelves and compartments. Sage stared, astonished. Wow! The system chimed in almost as if it were proud. Guild archive wall. Main purpose: centralized storage and organization of guild records. Secondary purpose: secure storage of mission items. Sage stepped closer. The upper shelves of the guild archive wall were designed to hold documents, ledgers, and records. Neatly lined within were adventurer ledgers, dozens of them, carefully arranged. His eyebrows furrowed as he noticed something. The shelves were organized into sections. Clear dividers separated each category, subtly labeled along the edges. Iron rank, copper rank, silver rank, gold rank. Ranked storage, Sage murmured. He leaned in, inspecting the iron rank section, where all the current adventurer ledgers were lined up in tidy rows. So this is how you're organizing it, he remarked, surprisingly impressed. No more digging through chaotic stacks. Below the shelves, integrated into the lower part of the wall, were multiple storage compartments resembling sturdy cabinets. Each one was sealed, clearly labeled, and equipped with simple locking mechanisms. The system explained in a calm voice. Mission item storage compartments. Function: temporary storage for retrieved mission items awaiting commissioner collection. Sage opened one cautiously. Inside was a clean, dry space, cool and clearly protected from external elements. Very convenient, he commented. Extremely convenient. Then his attention was drawn to something else. A smaller compartment, slightly isolated from the rest, piqued Sage's curiosity. He decided to open it, and his breath hitched in surprise. Inside, he found a compact, reinforced vault, nothing extravagant but clearly designed for security. The walls were lined with a thick material meant to safeguard whatever was held within, with soft, pulsing runic carvings tracing the edges. Guild funds, Sage whispered in realization. The system confirmed his assumption. Guild treasury vault. Purpose: secure storage of guild currency and assets. As he slowly closed the compartment, he stood there for a moment, taking everything in. The changes were subtle, not loud or showy, but they were essential. Efficient, organized, and institutional. This wasn't just the flashy upgrade of a hero's base. It was the solidification of a lasting system. Sage exhaled a breath he didn't know he was holding. "All right," he said softly, a small smile appearing on his face. "I take it back. You didn't trick me after all." He looked around the hall once more, seeing it with fresh eyes. Everything felt cleaner, more structured, and undeniably real. The guild was evolving from a mere location into a genuine organization. Leaning back into the elegant, taller chair positioned behind the desk, Sage tested its sturdiness. It supported him comfortably, the backrest finally providing the proper support he'd missed since stepping into this new world. Finally, he sighed. Something that doesn't crumble with a single breath. A soft chuckle escaped him, exhaustion mingling with a sense of relief. "And yet," he muttered, rubbing his temples again, "even in this new world, I can't escape school. Books, lessons, homework, mandatory training." The scenery had shifted, but the struggle remained unchanged. Sage closed his eyes for a moment, allowing the calm of the guild hall to envelop him as the early morning light streamed through the windows. Then he smiled, tired but content, and braced himself for whatever challenges the system might throw his way next. Sage reclined in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping against the sleek surface of his upgraded desk, as his eyes wandered toward the newly expanded mission board. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly asked himself, "System, what do I need to do to upgrade the Adventurer Guild to D rank?" Almost instantly, the familiar mechanical voice answered in his mind. Ding. D rank guild upgrade requirements. Reputation points, 1,000. Guild treasury funds, 1,000 gold coins. Registered adventurers, 100 active adventurers. Mission activity, 100 posted missions, with at least a 60% completion rate. Guildmaster identity. Level 2, established guildmaster. Sage's gaze sharpened as he focused on the last requirement. The first conditions were straightforward and quantifiable, but the identity level 2 aspect left him feeling somewhat perplexed. He fell quiet, resting his elbows on the desk and interlocking his fingers as his mind raced to make sense of it all. The system hadn't clarified how to climb the identity levels, but he had a knack for recognizing patterns. Since he began his job as a guildmaster, he had noticed that any significant boost in his identity experience had come during times when he actively played his role as guildmaster, whether it was registering new adventurers, managing missions, overseeing finances, planning for the future, or taking on responsibilities instead of passing them off. It clearly wasn't about combat skills or raw power. It was about function. Thinking up to this point, a slow, knowing smile spread across his face. "So that's how this works," he whispered to himself. "My identity isn't upgraded through sheer strength. It's about how well I perform my duties." The more he embraced the responsibilities of being a true guildmaster rather than merely holding the title, the more the system recognized his efforts. It was a brilliant, unforgiving, and logical approach, yet also remarkably fair. Sage leaned back, his eyes sparkling with quiet confidence. If that were indeed the case, then leveling up his identity was no mystery at all. It was simply a question of excelling in his role better than anyone had done before. Time slipped away like a river, quiet, relentless, and unconcerned with those who tried to seize it. Even when one reached out with both hands, all that could be felt was a brief chill, a gentle reminder that moments do not wait for anyone. In a flash, for uninterrupted days had gone by, free from disaster and the chaos that often comes with significant change. Greyvale City continued its usual rhythm. Merchants opened their shops at dawn, carriages clattered down cobblestone streets, children weaved through alleys, guards swapped shifts atop the walls, and life in the Evergreen region carried on as it always did. Yet beneath this veneer of normalcy, something subtle but unmistakable had occurred. A new name had begun to echo through everyday conversations, muttered in taverns, discussed in markets, and debated in workshops. The Adventurer Guild. It was mentioned with a mix of curiosity, skepticism, excitement, and disbelief. People endlessly repeated the name, almost as if doing so would make it more tangible. Whispers circulated about how missions posted there were completed with an uncanny efficiency, while requests that might otherwise linger for weeks or be entirely overlooked were fulfilled within days, sometimes even hours. A merchant boasted that his escort mission was finished before he had even completed packing his goods. A herbalist claimed that rare ingredients he had searched for over the years were delivered to him in perfect condition. Though some dismissed these tales as exaggerations, they kept pouring in, stacking up until even the staunchest skeptics found themselves listening with increased interest. While rumors and speculations swirled through the city, the man at the heart of it all hadn't experienced a single leisurely morning since the guild's rise began. Sage found himself caught in a relentless routine that left no room for his usual inclination to take it easy. Each morning, even before the sun fully peaked over the rooftops of Greyvale, he was already awake, often against his will, sitting cross-legged on his bedroom floor, dark circles under his eyes, surrounded by piles of magical tomes and hastily scribbled notes. The system he was bound to was harsh and demanded hours of studying magical theories, practicing mana circulation, refining spell structures, and attempting spellcasting drills that swung from mildly frustrating to outright humiliating. Fire spells fizzled out, wind gusts spiraled chaotically, and lightning mana crackled dangerously close to his furniture. By the time he wrapped up his morning training, his head throbbed, his shoulders drooped, and his patience was wearing thin. Yet even that didn't grant him a moment to breathe. Once the guild doors swung open, Sage effortlessly shifted from a weary mage in training to the composed guildmaster behind his desk, exuding calm as if he hadn't just spent hours battling unruly magical forces. With the gossip surrounding the Adventurer Guild spreading, a trickle of visitors had rapidly become a steady stream. Every single day, without exception, at least 1 to 5 new commissioners showed up to post missions, each bearing expectations fueled by the buzz they had heard. Some approached cautiously, testing the waters with small requests, while others arrived with boldness, slamming mission details onto his desk with the confidence of those who believed they had stumbled upon a miraculous solution. Sage managed them all with a smile, stamping mission documents, explaining the terms, and marveling silently at how swiftly the guild's reputation was taking root. Greor emerged as an unstoppable force driving momentum within the guild. Nearly every day, he showed up with a fresh group of warriors, welcoming them to the guild, assuring them of its credibility, and urging them to sign up as adventurers. His mere presence seemed to instill confidence in many. After all, if the very first adventurer ever had faith in this place, it made sense for others to give it a shot. Moreover, the guild's reputation started to spread organically within the warrior community. Veterans, mercenaries, and solo fighters came to investigate for themselves, lured by the promise of fair rewards and clear guidelines. In just those 4 days, dozens signed up, rapidly increasing the membership of Iron Rank adventurers beyond what Sage had initially anticipated. The real turning point, the factor that transformed steady growth into a rapid surge, was the internal competition Sage had mentioned almost casually. The first adventurer to achieve copper rank would earn a mysterious prize. No specifics were provided, no further details, just a tantalizing promise of something valuable enough to ignite interest. The impact was both swift and profound. Missions disappeared from the board at an incredible pace, snatched up by eager hands before the ink had even dried. Adventurers became increasingly driven, coordinating their efforts better than ever and approaching tasks with a fervor that verged on obsession. Watching the chaos unfold, Sage couldn't help but smile. What had started as a spontaneous idea rather than a meticulously crafted plan had produced remarkable results. In a single stroke, he had achieved multiple objectives. Missions were being finished at record speeds, leaving commissioners not just satisfied, but often amazed and eager to share their experiences. This wave of happiness spread, encouraging more people to post missions, which, in turn, attracted even more adventurers. It created a self-reinforcing cycle. The guild's dependability became its most powerful advertisement, far more effective than any flyers or rumors could ever be. All of this stemmed from a simple incentive tapped into human ambition, and Sage took a moment to congratulate himself for how seamlessly everything had come together. At the heart of this competition were two key players, engaged in an escalating silent rivalry, Greor and Mina. For Greor, the stakes were intensely personal. As the first registered adventurer, he felt the weight of what he called the pioneer's burden, the silent expectation to lead by example for newcomers. His failure wouldn't just be embarrassing, it would jeopardize his very identity as an adventurer. The thought of losing his license, effectively erasing his nascent legacy, propelled him to take on mission after mission, often returning to the guild battered yet victorious, with his records growing faster than anyone else's. Mina, however, was fueled by a different intensity. As the second adventurer in history, she was determined not to play a secondary role. Being labeled second was a label she refused to bear, especially given her strength and determination to claim the top position for herself. Each mission she undertook was executed with impressive precision. Her petite figure carrying an oversized shield became a common sight around Greyvale. Her fierce competitive spirit was both inspiring and intimidating to those witnessing her in action. She wasn't just looking to win. She wanted to prove her worth and claim her rightful place at the forefront. Meanwhile, others were also emerging within the ranks. Greor's four companions were excelling, tackling missions with a spirit of teamwork and discipline that set them apart. A few other adventurers began to surprise everyone, quietly accumulating completed missions and steadily inching closer to copper rank with every achievement. The guild was alive with tension and excitement, almost like a living scoreboard that changed daily as ledgers filled and rankings shifted. Discussions buzzed with numbers, progress, and theories about the mysterious reward. Some speculated it might be gold, while said that it might be a rare gear or secret techniques. No one had any definitive answers, and that uncertainty only heightened their eagerness. Amid it all, Sage sat behind his desk, an amused bystander to the whirlwind he had created. More often than not, he lounged in his chair with a stash of Lay's chips at his side, crunching contentedly while glancing between the mission board and the lively hall. To anyone watching, he appeared completely at ease, almost lazy, as if the frenzy unfolding didn't require any effort from him. Yet, in reality, his mind was constantly at work, analyzing trends, recognizing patterns, and subtly adjusting his expectations. With each mission he completed, every happy client, and every new registration, he added to his mental tally of achievements. A warm sense of satisfaction washed over him, almost a touch of smugness. This was exactly what he had imagined, perhaps even better. The Adventurer Guild was no longer just a trial run or a risky venture. It was evolving into a respected institution, one that people relied on, discussed, and truly believed in. The most rewarding part? It seemed to operate seamlessly on its own, propelled by human ambition and straightforward incentives. Sage reclined in his chair, the crunch of chips echoing softly as he indulged, while he watched yet another mission vanish from the board almost instantly after being posted. His grin widened. Just 4 days had passed, and already the groundwork was firmly established. If this was just the beginning, the future held exciting possibilities. The guild hall buzzed with its own unique rhythm, filled with a steady stream of voices layered over the sound of boots scraping against the polished marble floor. Sage sat at the reception desk, as he usually did, adopting a relaxed posture but keeping his eyes keenly observant, taking in the organized chaos he had a hand in creating. Before the extended mission board, a group of adventurers gathered, some with arms crossed and brows furrowed as they weighed the risks and benefits, while others gestured animatedly at the postings, debating who among them was best suited for various tasks. Scattered throughout the hall, a handful of adventurers occupied tables and chairs, reclining as they chatted, laughed, or shared stories about their latest missions, their weapons resting casually within reach. The air was tinged with the sense of metal, leather, and a palpable sense of excitement. Sage exhaled slowly, rubbing his temples as he felt the tide of fatigue begin to wash over him during a rare pause in the bustle around him. "I'm so tired," he muttered quietly, just loud enough for himself, his voice barely breaking through the ambient noise of the hall. It wasn't just the physical weariness from countless sleepless nights and arduous training sessions. It was the kind of mental drain that came from juggling people, systems, expectations, and outcomes. He had come to realize that being a guildmaster was less about wielding authority and more about never completely switching off. Even in moments that seemed idle, there was always part of his mind running. Yet, as his fingers dropped back onto the desk, a small smile began to form on his lips. Today felt different, perhaps a bit lighter. The guild was running smoothly, the adventurers were energized, missions were being filled, and for once, nothing seemed on the verge of blowing up in his face. Leaning back in his chair, he chuckled softly to himself. Now that I finally have a moment to breathe, and luck seems to be on my side today, he whispered with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Why not try my 10 lottery chances? With a thought, he summoned the familiar translucent interface, and the lottery wheel appeared before him, floating just above the desk, its segments glowing gently as they spun with a soft, almost ritualistic hum. Sage adjusted his stance in the chair, unconcerned by the curious looks some nearby adventurers were casting his way. By this point, most had come to accept that their guildmaster had his quirky moments that were best left unexamined. "All right," he said, rubbing his hands together with anticipation. "Let's see what fortune has waiting for me." The wheel spun for the first time, light blending into a ring before gradually slowing down. Ding! Reward acquired. A Song of Ice and Fire, First Book, Game of Thrones. Sage blinked in disbelief. "You've got to be kidding me," he breathed, gazing at the hefty book that appeared under his desk. The weight of it, the texture of the cover, even the faint scent of fresh paper, it felt undeniably real. He picked it up slowly, flipping it over as if expecting it to disappear. Game of Thrones? Seriously? Even in this world, I can't escape it. A mixture of disbelief and reluctant amusement crept onto his face. "Well," he sighed, setting it down gingerly, "at least it's a good read." The wheel spun again. Ding! Reward acquired. Golden-rimmed reading glasses. A pair of elegant glasses appeared in his hand, their rims finely crafted from what appeared to be polished gold, sleek and refined, with clear, pristine lenses. Sage lifted them, tilting them slightly as they shimmered in the light. They were undeniably classy. Experimentally, he slid them onto his nose. "Ha!" he remarked. "I look smarter already." Almost immediately, the third spin followed. Ding! Reward acquired. Elegant casual attire. A neatly arranged set of clothes appeared, well-fitted, simple yet elegant, striking a perfect balance between comfort and authority. Sage looked over it with approval. "All right, I have to admit," he nodded appreciatively. "This is actually helpful." The wheel spun again. Ding! Reward acquired. Box of Lay's chips. Sage froze in place. Slowly and reverently, he reached out for the recognizable red and yellow box that has appeared on the floor behind the desk. "System," he said with a gravity that made his words feel weighty. "You've really outdone yourself this time." He set the box aside, protecting it as he envisioned the pleasure it would bring him later. The fifth spin came and went without any fanfare. No reward acquired. "Of course," Sage said, unimpressed. The sixth spin yielded nothing. The seventh spin did not reward him either. Sage gazed at the wheel with a flat expression. "You know," he remarked dryly, "this is starting to feel personal." Taking a deep breath, he spun again. As the eighth spin wound down, the lights flickered. Ding! Reward acquired. Comfortable pajamas. Sage's demeanor softened immediately. He lifted the pajamas with a hint of affection. "You know what? I'll accept this. A good night's sleep is worth its weight in gold." The ninth spin followed. Ding! Reward acquired. Boxers. "Wow," Sage said after a brief pause, his tone deadpan. "The system really took a good look at my life and decided to focus on the essentials." The 10th and final spin word slowed and came to a halt. No reward acquired. Sage leaned back in his chair, letting out a slow breath as the lottery interface faded away. He glanced at the collection of items scattered across his desk: fantasy novel, stylish glasses, elegant clothing, snacks, sleepwear, and underwear, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Incredible, he murmured. In a world filled with magic, monsters, and epic battles, I'm still accumulating everyday items like some overworked office employee. He shook his head, adjusting his glasses as he looked back at the lively guild hall. Adventurers were bustling about, arguing, laughing, planning, and dreaming, completely unaware that their guild master had just gambled on comfort and nostalgia instead of power. Sage smiled. Yeah, he thought, gathering up his prizes and putting them away. This feels just right. Pax wandered the tangled streets of Greyvale City without a clear destination, as if the very pathways were guiding him along their course. The 10 gold coins he held felt surprisingly weighty in his palm, light in terms of bulk, yet heavier than any load of grain or goods he had ever carried. The coins clinked softly against one another, smooth and cool to the touch, their edges softened by the grasp of countless hands before his. Occasionally, he found himself instinctively tightening his grip, as if he were afraid they might slip away if he relaxed his hold. As if this entire venture, this job, this newfound trust, this strange twist of fate, might vanish the moment he looked away. For days had gone by since Sage had placed those coins in his hand and casually mentioned an intelligence organization. At the time, Pax had nearly laughed at the ridiculousness of the idea. The phrase still lingered in his mind, a mix of fantasy and ambition, like a child dreaming of constructing a grand castle from just sticks and mud. Yet, every time he tried to shake off the notion as mere folly, his memory shot back to Sage's face, not the usual confident smirk, but a steady assurance that silently conveyed his belief in Pax's ability to succeed. That unwavering faith was what truly unsettled him. In those 4 days, Pax hadn't done anything significant. He had simply drifted through the city, observing and listening as life unfolded around him. From the bustling marketplace filled with merchants to the quiet murmur of taverns, from the animated discussions near caravan depots to the hushed talks behind gambling dens, he moved like a ghost, without purpose or direction. He told himself he was gathering vital information and deciphering the city's rhythms. Yet deep down, he recognized the truth. He was stalling. He hesitated to take the first real step, aware that once he did, there would be no pretending this was just another fleeting chance that would escape him like so many before. Responsibility was a heavy thing, far heavier than even poverty. Most of his life had been spent mastering the art of survival without wealth or expectations. He'd picked up small jobs, traded bits of gossip, and ran simple errands, moving on whenever something didn't work out. No one held him to account. After all, few expected much from him. But this was a different matter entirely. Sage hadn't offered a task that could be forgotten once completed. Instead, he had given Pax the groundwork for an endeavor that could flourish or collapse spectacularly, one that would ultimately reflect on Sage's judgment. And that terrified Pax more than the gnawing pangs of hunger. As he walked beneath a stone archway, the noise of the city hushed momentarily, bringing forth memories he hadn't sought to recall. He saw himself years ago, standing tall for the first time in ages, dressed in clean clothes and radiating a borrowed sense of dignity while serving a minor noble house. While the position had been modest, it felt like the first rung of a ladder he was actually capable of climbing. He had listened intently, observed keenly, and learned how power operated behind polished smiles and locked doors. He was good at it, skillful in picking up on nuances, remembering faces and details, knowing precisely when to speak and when to hold his tongue. But then he became expendable. The noble he served lost his standing, and with him fell everyone under his regime. Pax could still recall the moment of dismissal. A few clipped words, a small pouch of coins slid across a table, and eyes that no longer saw him. He hadn't done anything wrong, nor had he been commended for his loyalty. He had simply lost his importance. From that experience, Pax learned a lesson that he never forgot. Value was conditional, and when it disappears, so did the people who claimed to see it in you. That memory hung in the air as Pax continued his journey, his footsteps slower and more intentional now. He couldn't shake the thought, would Sage ever see him the same way? Was this just another temporary measure, a handy tool that would be tossed aside when it no longer served its purpose? The thought stung, not because he thought Sage would treat him that way on purpose, but because Pax understood how easily life could push someone to make hard choices. If he stumbled, there would be no justification, no second chances. 10 gold coins wasn't a small amount, especially when placed in the hands of someone like him. He paused at a crossroads, where the atmosphere of the city shifted subtly. The buildings seemed to age before his eyes, their stone facades rough and neglected, while the scents surrounding him grew sharper and more genuine. Laughter rang out more loudly here, laced with a hint of desperation, and the arguments carried the raw weight of those who had little left to lose. Pax had traversed these streets countless times before, but today they felt different, as if they were waiting for him to make a significant choice. For the first time in 4 days, Pax faced the truth he had been avoiding. This was the first moment someone had expressed faith in him without asking for proof first. Sage hadn't demanded guarantees or collateral, nor had he surrounded the task with threats or vigilant oversight. He had simply trusted Pax to find a way. That kind of trust unnerved him far more than suspicion ever could. Suspicion was familiar. Trust was dangerous. Pax breathed out slowly, feeling the exhale like a quiet confession. If he turned his back now, nobody would pursue him. 10 gold coins could offer him months of peace, a chance to fade away into another city and another life of wandering. But the thought left a sour taste in his mouth as soon as it crossed his mind. He was exhausted from running away from responsibility simply because it frightened him. Tired of affirming every day that he was exactly as insignificant as others believed him to be. "If I'm going to fail," he whispered under his breath, his voice barely rising above the street noise, "I'll fail while trying to build something that lasts." The words felt foreign, heavy yet grounding. Speaking them aloud gave them life, and with that life came a fragile sense of determination. Pax glanced down at the coins one last time before tucking them carefully into a pouch at his waist. They had transformed into something more than mere currency. They represented trust and perhaps the final opportunity to prove to himself, more than to anyone else, that he was capable of achieving more. He turned confidently toward Greyvale's poorest quarter, where the streets narrowed and the city's forgotten souls congregated. This was the domain of beggars, where neglected lives intersected silently in their struggle for survival. If Sage's vision was madness, then this was where it would take root. And if it flourished, Pax understood it would be because he chose, in this moment, not to flee. As the sun dipped lower behind the rooftops, casting long shadows over the cracked cobblestones ahead, Pax moved forward without doubt. The fear still coiled within him, but for the first time in a long time, it no longer dictated his steps. Greyvale City was a place of many contrasts, and most people only caught sight of one version. As Pax wandered through the cracked stone streets, he left behind the parts of the city that pretended to be elegant. Venturing further away from the main thoroughfares, those polished daily by ambitious merchants, Greyvale slowly unveiled its harsher reality. In this area, the buildings leaned inwards as though sharing whispered secrets. Their sagging upper stories and patched walls told stories of neglect. Laundry dangled from iron rods like weary banners, dripping water onto the uneven ground below. The air was thick with the mingled aromas of damp earth, sweat, inexpensive ale, and discarded food, an unmistakable scent that clung to everything. This wasn't the Greyvale celebrated by bards or praised in the ledgers of traders. This was the everyday Greyvale, the one that toiled and struggled. Pax reduced his speed, not out of fear, but from long-standing habit. He'd learned early on that rushing through places like this marked you as an outsider, and outsiders often drew unwanted attention. Instead, he adopted the leisurely stroll of someone who belonged, who had no urgent destination. His eyes were in constant motion, discreetly observing everything without fixating on anything in particular. He studied hands more than faces, noticed lingering gazes that felt too long, and listened for the conversations that abruptly fell silent. These were lessons not learned from books, but crafted from years of being overlooked and underestimated. The slums were anything but quiet. They buzzed with life. Children sprinted barefoot down the tight lanes, their joyful shrieks cutting through the gloom as they chased one another with sticks. Old men perched on upturned crates, engaging in noisy games of chance with stones and scraps of bone, their bickering rising above the din. Women bargained fiercely over fruits and vegetables that seemed to have seen better days, their weary voices sharp with determination. Life here was tough, but it bore a raw honesty. As Pax strolled through an intersection where four alleys met, he found himself in a small, open square, nothing more than a widening of the street. This informal gathering spot was a hub for beggars, not because it offered any comfort, but for its strategic importance. Anyone entering or exiting this area had to pass through here, and those who did invariably slowed their pace. Pax made a mental note of the place without stopping. Information didn't just appear, it flowed along pathways of friction, where movement slackened and people conversed. Further in, the streets tightened even more, twisting into back alleys that merchants seldom ventured into and guards only patrolled as a display of power. It was here that underground markets thrived in the shadows of legality. Wobbly stalls made from old planks and fabric leaned against walls, offering a range of goods from broken tools to dubious herbs, stolen trinkets to food cooked over makeshift fires. There were no signs advertising these markets, no permits to legitimize them, but they operated with a smoothness that would put many official markets to shame. Pax paused by one such stall, feigning interest in a collection of scuffed boots while tuning into the conversations surrounding him. A porter vented about rising dock tariffs. A dockworker grumbled about a fight that had erupted by the river the night before. A woman selling dried fish whispered about a caravan delayed on the western road. Individually, none of these snippets held much significance, but to Pax they were interconnected. Delays hinted at shortages. Shortages led to price changes. Price changes brought unrest. And unrest always drew the gaze of those in power. Greyvale's order was visible only from a distance. From up close, it was chaos held together by habit and necessity. Pax continued on his way, his thoughts becoming clearer with each step. As he walked, he passed various spots where beggars gathered, doorways where the elderly huddled for warmth, corners where the disabled positioned themselves for maximum visibility, and stairwells filled with the unseen, exchanging quiet words. While most people regarded beggars as mere background noise in the city, Pax understood their truth. These individuals were always on the move. They followed the crowds, instinctively stay away dangers, and knew the city's rhythms with a depth that few could rival. They were always listening. Once, a noble's carriage had traversed the slums, and every beggar could tell you its origin and destination. A merchant had a shouting match with his guards in a back alley, and within hours, the story had morphed into something bigger, embellished, and refined. Rumors thrived here, growing legs as they spread, shedding their original truths and acquiring drama until they became more compelling than the facts themselves. A faint smile crept onto Pax's face as this realization sank deeper into his chest, solidifying into something sharp and undeniable. Nobles controlled land. They possessed titles, estates, and soldiers, using these to impose order on the world. Merchants controlled wealth, determining who thrived and who went hungry, who engaged in trade and who failed. Yet, commoners, dockworkers, porters, prostitutes, and beggars held sway over something much more fluid and perilous. They controlled stories. Information didn't trickle down from the elite. It seeped upward, carried by whispers and shared grievances, by communal meals and common suffering. Pax had always sensed this truth, but Sage's proposal gave it a fresh perspective. An intelligence network didn't require scholars or spies trained in clandestine practices. It needed ears in unexpected places, voices that could speak freely without raising suspicion, and minds keen enough to grasp what they heard. As he strolled, Pax started crafting a mental map of the city, not by formal districts or outlined boundaries, but by the currents that flowed through it. The docks buzzed with foreign gossip and local tensions. Taverns in the guild quarter operated as rumor mills, fueled by libations and bravado. Brothels, often dismissed as mere pleasure houses, were actually some of the city's most dependable sources of information, with patrons careless in their conversations when they thought they were unobserved. Even temples had their own discreet networks, where confessions could reveal patterns if one listened closely enough. Pax paused beneath the shadow of a leaning watchtower, long forgotten and redefined by time. From this vantage point, he spotted three main paths intersecting. One toward the merchant district, another leading to the docks, and a third delving deeper into the slums. People flowed through this hub continuously, slowing momentarily to acknowledge each other. It was the ideal spot, not significant enough to attract attention, yet not so obscure as to be deserted. This, Pax mused, feeling a rush of excitement, is how you create something real. For the first time in days, the fear that had haunted him began to fade. In its place emerged a quiet confidence, not arrogance, but a certainty rooted in understanding. This world made sense to him. It wasn't about the polished corridors of power or the grand games of the elite. It was about the movement of people, the sharing of words, and the invisible connections weaving the city together beneath the surface. Pax straightened slightly, squaring his shoulders in a way he rarely did. He was neither a noble strategist nor a wealthy merchant, but he didn't need to be. His strength lay in knowing the right moment to stand still and listen, in recognizing that the unseen city was the one that truly mattered. As the sun began to lower deeper, casting the slums in shades of gold and rust, Pax proceeded forward, now filled with purpose. He walked deeper into the poorest quarter of Greor, heading toward the places where honesty blossomed in desperation and awareness was essential for survival. Pax quickly discovered that the truth wasn't something you could simply buy. Money twisted words. It always had. Once cash changed hands, people started tailoring their narratives to please those with the coins. They embellished, exaggerated, and refined their experiences until reality became obscured by theatrics. Having lived among the common folk for some time, Pax understood this fundamental truth. Desperation made people vocal, but the need to survive made them cautious. So, his approach did not involve gold at first. Instead, he opted for food. In the poorest area of Greor, food held a significance that money could never replicate. A copper coin might be stolen, lost in a gamble, or squandered on drink. But food was immediate. Food created trust. It conveyed the message, I'm not asking you to entertain me. I'm asking you to live. Pax chose a narrow street by the old drainage canals, a spot where beggars gathered as daylight faded and hunger intensified. He didn't stand out or draw attention. Instead, he sat on a low stone ledge, unwrapped a bundle containing bread, dried meat, and cheap fruit, and ate slowly and intentionally, as if he had all the time in the world. The people immediately took notice. At first, they watched from afar. A one-eyed man leaned against a wall, feigning disinterest. A woman in ragged clothing nudged the boy beside her. Two elderly men paused mid-argument, lowering their voices. Pax chose to ignore them. He continued eating quietly, tearing the bread into uniform pieces and chewing leisurely. Once he was finished, he placed the leftover food beside him on the stone. Anyone hungry, he said calmly, ensuring his voice carried just enough, is welcome to eat. No promises. No demands. No further explanations. The first to approach was a man known to everyone as Old Rask. Rask was so thin he appeared almost frail. His beard yellowed with age, but his eyes remained sharp despite the tremors in his hands. He moved at a slow pace, not out of weakness, but because he had learned that haste often breeds suspicion. He paused a few steps from Pax and tilted his head. You new around here? Rask asked. Pax shrugged slightly. New to sitting here. Rask snorted, unable to suppress a chuckle. He shuffled closer and reached for a piece of bread, stopping just long enough to gauge Pax's reaction. Pax didn't say anything. Rask took his time, chewing as if each bite held great significance. Food without a sermon, Rask muttered. Now that's a rarity. Pax offered a faint smile but chose to stay silent. The quiet was intentional. Once Rask didn't faint or get reprimanded, others walked forward. A woman with calloused hands took a piece of fruit. A hunched man with a limp snatched some meat and quickly retreated. Pax observed them all, his gaze gentle yet keen, listening to their interactions, noting their positions, who hesitated, and who disappeared swiftly. When the food was gone, Pax finally spoke again. "I'm not here to buy stories," he stated. "I simply want to understand how Greyor functions." That prompted laughter. A loud, hearty laugh erupted from a man perched on a crate, his head shaved and voice booming. "Greyor runs on coin and piss," he declared. "Just like any other city." A few beggars chuckled in response. Pax shifted his attention slightly toward the speaker and studied him. "What's your name?" Pax asked. "It doesn't matter," the man replied with a grin. "But if you're looking for answers, I'm overflowing with them." Pax nodded once. "I believe you." Then he redirected his gaze. The brash man blinked, clearly taken aback. "Hey!" But Pax had already turned to someone else. Near the wall sat a girl, no more than 16, her patched clothes neatly sewn despite their age. She hadn't rushed for food, waiting patiently until the end to take what was left without pushing. When Pax met her gaze, she held it steadily. "How long have you been here?" Pax inquired. 3 winters, she replied. "Do you know the dock schedules?" "Yes." "Are you aware of which guards accept bribes?" She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "And which ones don't?" "Yes." Pax smiled. "Good." The man with the shaved head scoffed. "Are you really brushing me off because of that? I've got so much more to say." Pax finally glanced back at him, his face neutral. "You've got a way with words," Pax replied. "But I'm looking for people who know when silence is more valuable." The man opened his mouth but then shut it, his grin fading. That was when Pax made his choice. He didn't try to win them over with a single grand speech. Instead, over the next 2 days, he lingered for hours, showing up at different times and bringing food with him. He asked seemingly trivial questions and listened to answers that felt ordinary. But more than that, he paid attention to how they reacted. He discovered who was quick to lie, who exaggerated without thinking, and who twisted events to put themselves at the center. Those qualities could be handy for spreading gossip, but they wouldn't help in building a reliable foundation. What Pax needed were the quiet ones, like old Rask, who spoke only when asked. But when he did, his words were always sharp and to the point. Rask had the inside scoop on which taverns changed owners overnight, which dock captains could be counted on to cut corners, and which nights the city watch sent out their least experienced recruits. Then there was Mira, the woman with the scarred hands, who worked near the brothels and knew which merchants visited which rooms, and could tell you which ones left angry and which ones left looking shaken. And the girl, Lenny, who memorized patrol routes, not out of ambition, but out of necessity, since knowing where danger prowled was her way of staying safe. On the 4th evening, Pax gathered them together. Not a crowd of beggars, but 20 individuals. They stood beneath the crumbling arch of an old warehouse, the flickering lantern light casting shadows on weary faces. No one was dressed similarly. No one looked exceptional. That was intentional. Pax faced them, hands clasped behind his back, exuding a relaxed but purposeful air. "I'm not here to hand out coins," he began. "At least not yet." A murmur stirred among the group. "I'm offering stability," Pax went on. "Food every day. Copper coin for your efforts. Shelter when I can manage it. Nothing more than that." Nervous laughter followed. Someone frowned. "What's the deal then?" Old Rask asked. Pax held his gaze steady. "You live. You walk. You listen." A younger man frowned. "So you want us to spy?" Pax slowly shook his head. "No." The weight of that word lingered. "You won't spy," he clarified more assertively. "You won't sneak into places where you don't belong. You won't fabricate stories. You won't provoke anyone." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You just listen." A hush fell over them. "You catch the dockworkers' grievances. You hear drunk merchants boast. You pay attention to guards grumbling. You take note when no one important thinks they're being watched. Pax scanned their faces closely. If something feels off, walk away. If something sounds valuable, remember it. Report back to me. That's all there is to it. Mira crossed her arms. And if someone lies to us? They will, Pax replied calmly. That's why you don't repeat what you hear. You track trends. Lenny raised her hand slightly. What if someone catches on? Pax smiled, genuinely this time. Nobody pays attention to beggars. That earned a few quiet, bitter chuckles. Pax let the moment breathe before continuing. This isn't about power, he explained. Not yet. This is about setting a foundation. He turned to old Rask. You can help organize the older ones. To Mira, he said, you'll keep tabs on the merchants. And to Lenny, you'll monitor the streets. Their eyes widened, not from the weight of the responsibility but from recognition. For the first time, Pax said softly, your knowledge matters. He straightened up. You're not serving me, Pax stated. You're serving information, and if that information is handled correctly, it benefits everyone. There were no grand cheers or dramatic declarations. But as they went their separate ways that night, they walked with a different air about them. Pax lingered beneath the archway long after they had left, absorbing the sounds of the city around him. The unease he felt since accepting Sage's offer was still present, but now it was accompanied by something else. Determination. He wasn't building an empire. Not yet. But he was cultivating ears. Pax discovered something crucial in the early days after his recruitment. People, no matter how intelligent or eager, tend to drift without structure. This wasn't due to a lack of wisdom, but rather because uncertainty breeds hesitation. If he wanted what he was building to last beyond mere rumors or a fleeting week, it needed an anchor, something tangible, something repeatable, something that transformed the idea into reality. That anchor manifested as a small, nondescript courtyard. Nestled between two half-abandoned buildings on the outskirts of the poorer quarter, its stone walls were cracked and its wooden gate sagged slightly on rusted hinges. At its center stood a shallow well, long dry and surrounded by weeds that had claimed the cracks in the stone. To anyone with wealth or ambition, this place was worthless. But for Pax, it was perfect. He rented it under a name that held both significance and ambiguity, Greyvale Community Soup Relief. The paperwork was straightforward. The landlord barely glanced at him twice. Soup kitchens were common enough to avoid scrutiny and dull enough not to attract attention. No noble would waste time inspecting a place where beggars lined up for broth, and no merchant would see profit in it. Pax paid up front for a short lease, kept his head down, and made no promises about longevity. On the first morning, smoke rose from the courtyard for the first time in years. Large iron pots simmered over crude fire pits filled with thin broth and root vegetables. The aroma wasn't rich but steady, a comforting familiarity. Pax stood at the gate with his sleeves rolled up, ladling soup himself. He didn't delegate that task just yet. He understood that trust is built through action before command. People came, not just beggars this time but porters between jobs, weary washerwomen, dockhands on break, and children sent by exhausted parents. Pax didn't ask names or questions. He simply served soup while nodding and listening. But those who truly mattered, the 20, arrived differently. They didn't line up like everyone else. They lingered and observed. By the third day, Pax gathered them in the courtyard after the fires died down and the gate closed behind them. The air had cooled by then. There was a quietness that followed temporary relief from hunger. Lantern light cast long shadows on the walls, making the space feel larger than it really was. Standing near the dry well with his hands clasped behind his back, Pax spoke seriously but not harshly. This place, he began steadily, isn't what it appears to be. To the city, he continued, it's just soup. He paused before adding meaningfully, to us, it's cover. Old Rask nodded slowly as if he had already suspected as much. This courtyard is neutral ground, Pax declared firmly. No fighting, no intimidation, and no settling scores. Anyone who breaks this rule will be asked to leave. A murmur of agreement rippled through the group, but no one voiced any objections. "These are our first rules," Pax continued, raising a finger for emphasis. "Remember them." He lifted a second finger. "No stealing, whether from the city, from each other, or from those who come here." His gaze sharpened slightly. "The moment we become thieves, we lose what makes us invisible." With a third finger raised, he added, "No extortion, no pressure, no using information to harm others unless it's a matter of survival." Mira frowned slightly at that. "Isn't that limiting?" "Yes," Pax replied without hesitation. "That's precisely the point." He stepped closer, the lantern light catching his eyes in a way that drew attention. "And the most important rule," he said quietly, "is no unnecessary lies." This statement caused visible confusion among the group. Lenny tilted her head in thought. "Isn't lying part of listening?" Pax shook his head firmly. "Listening doesn't require lies. It requires silence." He let that idea settle in. "We don't create rumors," Pax continued. "We don't exaggerate or twist the truth unless survival demands it. The city lies enough on its own. Our value lies in accuracy." For a long moment, silence enveloped them. Finally, Old Rask cleared his throat and asked, "And if someone asks who we are?" Pax smiled faintly at that question. "We're no one." That answer resonated more deeply than any rule he had laid down. In the days that followed, the courtyard began to find its rhythm. Soup was served twice daily as people came and went freely. The 20 members rotated shifts naturally. Some helped with food preparation, while others kept watch over the streets or took time to rest. Pax didn't impose rigid schedules. Instead, he observed who gravitated toward specific roles and who noticed patterns around them. But structure wasn't just about rules and space, it was about identity. And identity needed a symbol. Pax chose not to introduce the symbol immediately. Like trust itself, symbols could lose their power if revealed too soon. He waited until the third night after opening when the group had settled into something resembling cohesion. That evening, Pax brought chalk, ordinary white chalk like children used for drawing games on stone streets. He broke it cleanly in half and held up the shorter piece for everyone to see. "This," he announced solemnly, "is the only banner we'll ever raise." Confused expressions spread across faces in response. Pax knelt near the courtyard wall and drew a small mark, 2 short diagonal lines crossing a longer vertical stroke, a design simple enough to be dismissed as mere scribbling. "This mark means nothing," Pax said. "And because it means nothing, it means everything." He stood up and brushed the chalk dust from his hands. "You don't carve it deep. You don't draw it where everyone can see. You place it where only someone looking for it would notice." Lenny leaned in closer. "What does it say?" Pax paused to think. "It says, 'Someone was here,'" he replied. "Not who, not when, just here." Mira crossed her arms, pondering this. "And if someone copies it? They won't know when they've got it wrong," Pax said calmly. "They won't know where it belongs." He gestured around the courtyard. "This mark is permission," he explained. "If you see it, you can speak freely. If you don't, you listen." Old Rask smiled slowly, approvingly. "An invisible banner." Pax nodded in agreement. "That's exactly what it is." He didn't voice its name aloud. Names had a way of making things real in dangerous ways. But in his mind, he shaped the idea. The Gray Veil. Not a faction or a guild, certainly not an organization anyone could point to. Just a thin layer separating what was said from what was heard. By the end of the week, the mark began appearing in places Pax hadn't directly instructed. Near a dockside pillar, behind a tavern bench, inside an alley shrine where beggars prayed for warmth. It was small and easily overlooked. Perfect. Pax found himself walking through the city more often now, not as a drifter but as a node of information. News started coming to him instead of him chasing after it. He learned which merchants were hoarding grain, which guards were drinking on duty, and which dock captains seemed suddenly anxious. Nothing explosive or dramatic, but Pax grasped something fundamental. Power rarely announces itself. It builds quietly like water pooling behind a dam. One evening, standing alone in the courtyard after the fires had died down, Pax looked at the chalk mark he had drawn days before. Rain had blurred its edges slightly, but it remained visible. The weight of responsibility settled more firmly on his shoulders. Pax quickly realized that hunger was the simplest problem to solve. Feed a person and they would listen. Feed them consistently and they would stay. But transforming mere survival into competence? That was a different challenge altogether. Each morning, the 20 he had selected gathered in the courtyard after their soup, sitting on overturned crates, broken stools, or simply on the stone floor. They were people whom the city had long dismissed as useless. Beggars with missing teeth, porters with damaged backs, women whose beauty had faded too soon, men whose hands trembled from old injuries or too many cold nights. To Greyor, they were background noise. To Pax, they were raw material. He didn't start with grand speeches. On the first day of training, Pax spoke just one sentence. "Watch." He led them outside the courtyard and down a narrow street where a fishmonger was loudly arguing with a customer over spoiled stock. Standing at the corner with his arms folded and eyes calm, he repeated his command. "Watch." They stood there for nearly an hour. People came and went. Voices rose and fell. A city guard passed by twice. A cart wheel broke but was quickly repaired amid curses. Someone laughed too loudly while another cried softly near a doorway. When Pax finally turned back to them, he posed no dramatic questions. "How many guards passed?" he asked. The answers came unevenly. 2, 3, only 1. Pax nodded thoughtfully, his expression unreadable. What color was the fishmonger's apron? Silence filled the air. What was the woman arguing with him carrying? Pax pressed further. Mira frowned. "A basket." "What kind?" he probed again. Her mouth opened but then closed without an answer. Pax didn't scold them, he didn't praise them either. "Worthless," he said calmly but firmly. "All of you." Several flinched at his words. "Not because you're stupid," Pax continued, "but because you don't look when you think you're looking." And so began their training. Every day followed a similar pattern. Pax took them to various parts of the district, markets, docks, alleys, shrines, and made them stand still or walk through spaces without explanation. Afterward, he asked seemingly trivial questions that held deeper significance. How many steps between 2 doorways? Which hand did a merchant use to gesture when lying? Who spoke first in a group argument? In which direction did the afternoon wind carry smells? At first, frustration brewed among them. Some complained while others laughed nervously or considered quitting altogether. Pax let them feel that frustration. Those who remained learned something subtle. Pax never corrected immediately. Instead, he allowed mistakes to linger heavily in their minds until they replayed moments in their thoughts and recognized gaps in their attention span. Observation, Pax told them one evening, isn't just about staring. It's about noticing what your brain wants to ignore. Then came the lesson on memory. Pax would set a sentence to one person who would then pass it along to another and so on until it reached the end of the chain. The first attempts were chaotic, names changed, numbers distorted, tones exaggerated. Pax listened intently without interruption. Then he tried again and again. "Repeat exactly," he instructed. "Not better, not clearer. Exactly." One day, Lenny frowned and said, "But if it sounds wrong." "Then it is wrong," Pax interrupted firmly. "Your opinion doesn't matter. Information doesn't care about your feelings." That lesson proved tougher than hunger itself. They learned to suppress their reactions, to nod without agreeing, to endure insults without flinching, and to listen to secrets with no glimmer of desire in their eyes. During lessons, Pax would intentionally share half-truths and observe who reacted too eagerly or tried to guess the rest. Those eager participants were corrected first. Meanwhile, those who remained quiet with sharp eyes and closed mouths advanced more quickly. One by one, Pax began to compartmentalize knowledge. No one received full explanations anymore. Old Rask was informed which docks mattered, but not why they mattered. Mira learned which taverns overheard merchant gossip, but not what that gossip entailed. Lenny mapped out guard shift changes but never discovered how they could be used. When someone requested more information, Pax simply smiled and replied, "You don't need it." Initially, resentment bubbled up among them. But soon came understanding. No one could betray what they didn't possess. By the end of the second week, Pax decided it was time for a test. He chose a harmless rumor, small and precise enough to be forgettable. The fishmonger on South Street plans to close early tomorrow. He shared this tidbit with Old Rask. Nothing more. Old Rask passed it on to Lenny exactly as he had heard it. Lenny then relayed it to Mira. Mira whispered it at a dockside shrine. Pax remained silent throughout this process. By late afternoon, as Pax walked through the district, he heard it circulating. Not exaggerated or twisted, but repeated word for word from lips that didn't know its origin. Pax paused mid-step as a slow breath escaped his chest. They had done it, the seemingly worthless had transformed into assets, not because of power but due to precision in communication. That night, Pax returned alone to the courtyard and glanced at the faint chalk mark on the wall. It was still there, unnoticed and unchanged. For the first time, a small yet dangerous thought crept into his mind. This will work. Not loudly or quickly, but inevitably. Pax had always understood that Greyvale City wasn't governed by those who shouted the loudest. But it was only when he began piecing together information, quietly, patiently, and without bias, that he truly grasped who held the city in a stranglehold. In Greyvale, power didn't rest on thrones or don fine silks adorned with family crests. It moved on wheels and hooves, flowed through cups of cheap ale, sat quietly in dim taverns, and exchanged hands beneath tables where coins changed ownership without witnesses. The subtlety was what made it so perilous. Late one night, Pax stood alone in a small courtyard with chalk in hand, gazing at a rough map etched onto a slate board. This wasn't a typical map of streets or buildings. It was a map of influence. Lines connected names. Symbols marked intersections. Circles indicated convergence points where information pooled before radiating outward. This was the true essence of Greyvale, that he hadn't drawn this map from books or official records. It had been crafted from overheard conversations, recurring patterns, and inconsistencies that emerged after listening to countless small but significant details. His beggars, his network, had performed admirably. They hadn't exaggerated or speculated. They simply delivered fragments that Pax meticulously assembled into a whole. The first truth he confirmed was straightforward. Merchants ruled coin. Not all merchants, of course. Most were small fry stall owners, shopkeepers, traders barely scraping by under tariffs and guild fees. But above them layered merchant alliances, informal coalitions sharing warehouses, caravans, guards, and crucially, credit. Three names kept surfacing: House Velryn Trading Consortium, Amber Road Caravans, and North Hook Exchange Circle. None were noble houses or held official titles, yet Pax quickly realized that if even one of them suspended operations for just a week, half the city would feel the impact. Amber Road controlled grain imports from the southern plains. Their caravans fed not only Greyvale but also surrounding towns. North Hook handled salt and dried fish, essentials for armies and travelers alike. Velryn specialized in luxury goods and rare imports, the very embodiment of aspiration itself. Coin flowed through these entities like blood through arteries, and Pax noted how coin could bend even the proudest backs. The second truth was more nuanced. Caravan routes were power corridors. While most people viewed caravans as mere moving warehouses, Pax recognized them as vital highways for information flow. Caravan guards heard rumors in 3 cities before nobles caught wind of them in their own halls. Caravan leaders knew which roads were unsafe long before patrols were assigned. Merchants learned about market crashes days ahead of official announcements. Even bandit activity followed predictable cycles tied to caravan movements. One of Pax's recruits, Lenny, noted something curious. Whenever Amber Road adjusted its departure schedule, 3 taverns in Griffin District filled unusually fast that evening. At first, Pax thought it was just coincidence. Then it happened again, and again. Caravans were more than just transporters of goods. They carried anticipation. Merchants raised their glasses to celebrate successes or drown their losses, while guards spent their coins before embarking on long journeys. Runners whispered deals in taverns long before contracts were signed. Caravans dictated where attention converged, and wherever attention gathered, influence followed. The third truth surprised even Pax. Some taverns held more sway than city offices. Greyvale boasted hundreds of drinking establishments, but only a select few truly shaped public opinion. The Fourfold Haven was one of them. The Bent Tankard was another, and the Rusted Crown, despite its shabby appearance, was perhaps the most dangerous of all. These weren't the haunts of nobles. They were the gathering spots for those who spoke on behalf of others. Caravan masters, mercenary lieutenants, guild foremen, independent contractors, middlemen who connected disparate worlds without belonging to any single one. Pax came to understand that news didn't spread evenly throughout the city. It spread selectively. A rumor whispered in the wrong tavern would fade into silence, while spoken in the right one, it could become accepted truth by dawn. Take the Bent Tankard, for instance. Located near the eastern docks, it attracted not just sailors but also ship accountants and customs scribes. Conversations there shaped expectations about tariffs, inspections, and port delays. A single overheard sentence could decide whether a merchant delayed a shipment or rushed it out. Meanwhile, the Rusted Crown drew mercenaries. Not the loud and reckless kind, but seasoned veterans who knew how to listen and assess risk. When discussions shifted there, sword-for-hire prices often followed suit. Pax traced these taverns on his map, not with crowns, but with keen observation. The fourth truth emerged from the shadows. Black markets served as stabilizers rather than sources of chaos. This realization took time to accept. Pax had expected the black market to be erratic and unpredictable. Instead, he found it methodical. Smugglers operated on schedules. Fence prices mirrored trends. Illegal goods moved along routes as structured as legal trade channels. In fact, Pax noted with a grim smile that sometimes the black market proved more reliable than official systems, because reputation there equated to survival. One bad deal could spell disaster for a smuggler. One broken promise meant no one would work with you again. The black market existed beneath Greyvale like an unseen skeleton, propping up the city when official systems faltered. When taxes rose too quickly, illegal grain flowed freely. When permits stalled, forged documents appeared. When demand surged unexpectedly, contraband filled gaps before legal suppliers could react. Pax marked these channels carefully, not to control them but to avoid collision with them. Only fools tried to dominate every layer of a city at once. As Pax stepped back from the map, clarity washed over him. Greyvale wasn't a hierarchy. It was a web. Coins pulled in information. Information drew on labor. Labor relied on goods. Goods influenced opinions. And opinions circled back to coins. In this intricate web, Pax realized he didn't need nobles to make sense of it all. That insight brought with it an unexpected calm. Sage didn't require power at this moment. Power would come in time. What Sage truly needed was foresight, the ability to anticipate pressure before it escalated, to detect shifts before they turned into crises, and to understand which merchant alliances would rise or fall, which caravan routes might become bottlenecks, and which taverns would spark public sentiment. Pax leaned against the courtyard wall, arms crossed and eyes half closed. Sage believed he had hired Pax to establish an intelligence network. But what Pax was really creating was a warning system, a means to hear the city's pulse, a way to sense the tremors before disaster struck. For the first time since losing his status as a noble retainer, since being cast aside like a broken tool, Pax felt something new settle deep within him. By the end of the third day, Pax no longer needed to count faces to know how many eyes now belonged to him. He had recruited 30 more beggars, bringing the total up to 50, not 50 followers, not 50 soldiers, and certainly not 50 mouths shouting loyalty or demanding purpose. Just 50 presences. They were scattered across Greyvale like dust, unremarkable and easily ignored, dismissed by instinct before conscious thought could even register them. Beggars leaned against walls. Old men sat near wells. Women hunched beneath threadbare cloaks at alley corners, and children pretended to sleep beside bakery doors. Figures so common that no one truly saw them. And that was precisely why Pax trusted them. The courtyard that served as the quiet heart of Grey Vale remained unchanged. No banners, no guards, no visible signs of importance. Soup simmered every morning. Bread was handed out without questions asked. The chalk mark appeared only where it needed to, faint and temporary, wiped away by rain or footsteps. But beneath that simplicity, something had begun to take shape. One afternoon, Pax stood near the back wall of the courtyard, listening to nothing and everything at once. His eyes were unfocused, his posture relaxed, his breathing steady. Anyone passing by would have assumed he was just another tired man leaning against stone and lost in thought. In truth, his mind raced faster than it ever had in his life. This was the day he decided to test the city and see how rumors are shaped and travel fast. The idea had struck him the night before as he stared at the chalk-marked slate board and realized something crucial. Information didn't spread because it was true. It spread because it felt right, because it confirmed fear, desire, or expectation, and because it fit into the shapes people already carried inside them. If he wanted to understand Grey Vale's pulse better than ever before, he couldn't just listen anymore. He had to poke at it. So Pax designed an experiment. One rumor with 5 versions released simultaneously. Each version crafted carefully, not louder or more sensational, but subtly different in tone and emotional hook. Each assigned to a specific group within those 50 beggars, seated in various districts at different times of day through different voices. No recruit knew the full picture or purpose. They were simply told one thing: say this once and then listen. The first version was simple and dry. I heard the Adventurer Guild failed a mission yesterday. Something about a delayed escort. This was planted among dockworkers near the eastern piers, people who dealt with schedules and delays daily. Pax suspected they would either dismiss it or let it die quietly. The second version sparked curiosity. Apparently, someone important tested the Adventurer Guild, and the results weren't what they expected. This version spread among low-ranking merchants, shop clerks, ledger keepers, and assistants who thrived on half-truths and speculation. Pax anticipated this would spark questions. The third version carried an undercurrent of fear. I heard the Adventurer Guild angered someone powerful. That's why things have been so quiet. This was spread near taverns where mercenaries and guards gathered. Pax suspected this one would evolve quickly. The fourth version hinted at opportunity. They say the Adventurer Guild accomplished something no one else could. Too quickly, almost suspiciously. This narrative circulated among caravan guards and runners, individuals who prioritized efficiency above all else. The fifth version blended a lie with a grain of truth. The Adventurer Guild is being watched. That's why missions are suddenly finishing faster. This rumor found its way to beggars stationed near administrative buildings, places where paranoia thrived comfortably. Pax released them all before noon, and then he waited. By evening, patterns began to emerge from the chaos. The first version fizzled out exactly as Pax had predicted. Dockworkers shrugged it off. Delays were commonplace. Failure was dull. By sunset, it had vanished entirely. The second version spread slowly but steadily. It didn't grow louder but lingered persistently, attaching questions like barnacles. Who tested them? Why? What happened? It morphed into a rumor that hung in the air without resolution. The third version exploded with intensity. Fear always did that. By nightfall, angered someone powerful transformed into angered multiple factions, which then shifted to the guildmaster insulted a noble, eventually escalating to someone is going to make an example of them. It spread rapidly and inaccurately. The fourth version traveled smoothly and cleanly without much distortion at all. Efficiency resonated with caravan folk. They repeated it accurately because accuracy mattered to them, a detail Pax noted carefully. The fifth version proved most intriguing as it split in 2 directions. Half saw it as validation, of course someone important was watching. The other half twisted it into suspicion. If they're being watched, maybe they're dangerous? Though this rumor didn't travel far, where it did circulate, behavior changed noticeably. People lingered near the guild longer. They observed who entered and exited. They paid attention more than before. Packs stood in the courtyard long after sunset, absorbing reports as they trickled in, not all at once or in neat order but as fragments quietly delivered by individuals who knew better than to draw attention to themselves. He didn't offer praise. He didn't give corrections. He simply nodded and asked for precise wording, exact timing, and specific locations. By midnight, Pax had absorbed more about Greor than he had in the last 10 years combined. He pinpointed the natural amplifiers of rumor. Some taverns fueled fear but twisted the truth. Certain markets heightened opportunity while downplaying risk. Specific districts leaned toward narratives driven by authority. Trust naturally gravitated toward certain voices, older men with calm tones and women who spoke rarely but with precision. And some individuals, no matter how loud their voices, were simply ignored. Afterward, Pax sat alone, the flickering lantern light casting shadows as he retrieved a thick ledger bound in plain brown leather. This wasn't Sage's ledger. This one would remain hidden from view. He dipped his brush into ink and carefully wrote the title, Intelligence Ledger Volume 1. Inside, he didn't start with names. Instead, he documented patterns. Which types of rumors spread most rapidly, where distortions took place, which social classes resisted fear and which ones embraced it. He sketched symbols instead of words. Arrows, circles, breakpoints. This ledger wasn't about secrets. It was about predictability. As he closed the book, Pax leaned back and let out a slow breath. Just a few days ago, he had been a man clutching 10 gold coins, burdened by fear of responsibility. Now he held something far weightier, understanding. And understanding, Pax realized, was the most dangerous currency of all. No one in Greor had noticed him these past few days. No one questioned the beggars any more than usual. No one traced whispers back to their origins. That was the final confirmation he needed. The most dangerous man in Greor right now was the man no one was searching for. I'm doing really good. The guildmaster will be really proud. Pax smiled faintly as the lantern light caught his eyes while he slid the ledger into a hidden compartment beneath a stone in the courtyard. In a few days, he would report only what Sage needed to know. Not the noise or chaos, but merely the shape of the storm ahead. Trust was never something Pax learned to value lightly. In his experience, trust wasn't freely given. It was spent, and once squandered, it rarely returned at full value. The morning unfolded like any other in the small courtyard that quietly served as the heart of the Grey Vale. To the outside world, it appeared to be a modest soup charity funded by sympathetic donors. A place where thin bowls of broth were handed out to hollow hands without too many questions asked. Steam rose from iron pots, wooden benches creaked under weary bodies, and voices murmured softly, blending into a dull hum that would hardly catch the attention of any passerby. Yet beneath this calm facade, something had shifted. Pax sensed it long before any tangible evidence reached him. It wasn't panic or fear. It was a subtle imbalance, like a missing note in a familiar melody or silence where there should have been sound. Information that should have arrived by mid-morning had not. A word that should have traveled through their network had stopped midway, as if someone had cupped their hand around it and stifled it before it could spread. Pax didn't react immediately, he never did. Instead, he carried on as usual. He walked the perimeter of the courtyard, nodding at familiar faces and exchanging brief pleasantries, while offering nothing more than he always had. His expression remained calm and unhurried, almost dull. To an observer, he appeared simply as another organizer overseeing the distribution of charity. Only when the soup pots were empty and the benches cleared did he retreat into the narrow back room, closing the door behind him with deliberate care. Inside was sparse, a single table, a stool, and a small wooden ledger known as the Intelligence Ledger. Pax placed his hand flat on its surface and exhaled slowly. Something had broken, and broken things left unattended always cut deeper later. He began reviewing information flow from the past 2 days, not by reading names but by tracing patterns. Pax had never believed in overloading one individual with importance. Everyone within the Grey Vale held only fragments, routes, faces, habits, places. No one knew the entire picture, not even those who joined early on. It wasn't paranoia, it was design. Yet even fragments formed paths, and one path had gone quiet. By midday, Pax identified where things went wrong. Joran. A thin man with a crooked spine and eyes that rarely met another's gaze. Joran was among 20 recruits from their earliest days. He wasn't loud or bold. He seemed ideal, quietly observant and careful with his words. He knew well the western alleys bordering dockside markets where information changed hands faster than coins. And now something from that quarter had leaked, not major secrets yet, but enough for Pax to know someone had betrayed them. Joran stepped into the courtyard just before dusk, just as usual. There was a stiffness in his movements, and his steps were more deliberate than usual. His eyes flickered around, betraying a hint of anxiety. Pax observed all of this without acknowledging any details outwardly. As Joran approached, Pax greeted him in the same manner he greeted everyone else. "Sit," he said calmly, gesturing toward the stool in the back room. Joran hesitated for barely a second before complying. The room felt smaller now that another person occupied it. Pax kept his voice steady and did not raise accusations or threats. Instead, he opened the ledger and turned it so Joran couldn't see its contents. "Tell me," Pax asked quietly, "how much is peace of mind worth to you?" Joran swallowed hard. I don't know what you mean." Pax nodded as if this response had been anticipated. "That's fine," he replied smoothly. "Then answer this instead. Who spoke to you yesterday near the salt warehouses?" The color drained from Joran's face. Silence enveloped them, thick and suffocating. Finally, Joran let out a weak laugh. "Lots of people talk there. You know that." "Yes," Pax agreed evenly. "But only one of them offered coin." Joran's shoulders sagged in defeat. When he confessed, it wasn't dramatic, no raised voices or desperate pleas, but rather a resignation to his fate as he explained how an agent for a minor merchant had offered him a handful of silvers, barely enough to last a week, in exchange for rumors about the Adventurer Guild's internal workings and mission reliability. He had convinced himself it was harmless, just rumors, just words. When he finished speaking, silence fell once more between them. Pax listened intently without interruption. His expression remained unreadable. When Joran finally looked up, his eyes red-rimmed and hollow with dread, he braced himself for anger or punishment, consequences that loomed large in his imagination. Instead, Pax closed the ledger and simply said, "That will be all." Joran blinked in disbelief. That's it." Pax nodded calmly. "Yes." No threats or lectures followed. No retribution awaited him. Dazed, Joran left the room uncertain whether he had been forgiven or condemned. Only after the door clicked shut did Pax's mask slip. He placed his palms on the ledger and bowed. If he claims he isn't disappointed by Joran's betrayal, he's not being honest. The truth is, he's deeply hurt by it. It's not like he hasn't faced betrayal before or even betrayed someone himself. This time feels different. He was entrusted with something significant, a responsibility that meant a lot to him, and it was the first time in his life he had been given such an important role. Yet, despite this opportunity for growth, betrayal struck early on. This realization made his heart race with fear and left him questioning whether he could continue moving forward. It didn't take long for him to move through the courtyard to speak quietly with 3 individuals, not issuing orders but making simple adjustments. Changing routes, closing access points, removing names from circulation without ceremony. By nightfall, Joran still roamed the city as before, still begging and listening, but valuable information no longer reached him. It simply stopped flowing his way. The gray veil didn't collapse. It adapted instead. The next morning, Pax gathered the core recruits, those who had demonstrated consistency, patience, and restraint. They stood beneath the shadowy archway of the courtyard, their expressions a mix of wariness and curiosity as they watched him. "There was a breach," Pax stated plainly. A wave of tension swept through the group. "I won't name anyone involved," he continued. "Not because it doesn't matter, but because fear isn't the foundation we're building upon. He paused to let his words sink in. Fear breeds traitors, Pax said steadily. Stability fosters loyalty. Some shifted uncomfortably while others nodded in agreement. We're not an organization that thrives on punishment, he explained quietly. We endure because we are predictable to one another. We don't turn against our own. If you betray the veil, you won't be hunted down. You'll simply be excluded. He allowed that thought to settle in. The world is already cruel enough, Pax concluded. We don't need to add cruelty to prove our strength. That night, the Grey Veil remained united. Whispers continued to circulate through Grey Veil, unbroken, rerouted, refined. Pax understood that trust was rarer than gold and far more fragile. Yet for the first time, he felt he was creating something capable of withstanding betrayal without falling apart. As he closed the ledger for the night, a single thought crossed his mind, quiet yet resolute and heavy with significance. If this is to survive, it must be better than the world that created us. The Adventurer Guild of Greyvale was buzzing with energy that day. Not chaotic, just alive. Voices mingled near the mission board as a group of adventurers debated a newly posted beast subjugation mission. At one table, two warriors compared their bruises like trophies, while another leaned back in his chair, laughing loudly enough to draw a few annoyed glances. Near the entrance, a merchant waited patiently, clutching a sealed scroll and scanning the room as if still trying to convince himself that this place truly operated as advertised. Behind the receptionist's desk, Sage lounged comfortably in his chair, one elbow propped up as he rested his cheek against his palm, observing the lively scene with lazy satisfaction. This really did turn into something, he muttered, his eyes half-lidded. Just days ago, this hall had often felt empty, quiet and almost forgotten. Now it hummed with movement and purpose. Missions poured in steadily. Adventurers came and went. The guild had transformed from an experiment into an institution. Sage stretched and yawned softly. Just as he was about to lean back further and savor the moment, something on his desk caught his eye. A thin stack of papers. Neatly arranged with clean edges, they were weighted just enough not to be disturbed by passing air. Sage blinked in surprise. Ha! He was fairly certain those hadn't been there moments ago. Leaning forward, he narrowed his eyes slightly as he picked up the papers. There was no flashy cover or dramatic seal, just a simple header written in clear, confident handwriting. Pax. He stared at the name for a moment before chuckling softly. That guy really took this job seriously, didn't he? He flipped open the first page, only for his smile to freeze mid-guffaw. Slowly but surely, his brows lifted in surprise. Wait! He sat up straighter and scanned the page, not hurriedly but not leisurely either, taking note of lines detailing how information flowed through the city, which districts responded fastest to rumors, where mission discussions naturally gathered, and how long it took for word about the guild to reach both the docks and artisan quarter. Sage's fingers tightened around the paper as confusion set in. What? He flipped to the next page. It wasn't boasting or exaggeration. It was written plainly, almost modestly, as if these insights were obvious truths anyone could uncover with enough patience. Except they weren't. As Sage read on, a vivid picture began forming in his mind, not of numbers or reports but of movement. Rumors sliding through alleyways, dockworkers trading gossip at dawn, beggars listening quietly while life passed them by unnoticed and underestimated. Sage inhaled sharply. Damn! Leaning back in his chair with papers still in hand, he stared at the ceiling in disbelief. I told him to build something small, he muttered incredulously. Just gather information, keep an ear to the ground. He glanced back at the report in front of him. This wasn't just a minor find. It was a whole system at play. Pax hadn't merely discovered people who listened. He had pinpointed where information naturally flowed. He understood which rumors ignited quickly and which ones simmered quietly, spreading gradually. He had recognized patterns that Sage himself hadn't had time to contemplate, all while remaining completely off the radar. As Sage flipped through another page, A crooked grin began to form on his lips. Fast mission completions spread better than official promotions. Personal success stories outperform announcements. He chuckled softly. Of course they do. But as he continued reading, his amusement shifted into something deeper. Respect. The report indicated that certain districts were starting to keep an eye on the guild. Not openly, but with careful observation. Merchants who hadn't yet posted missions were clearly paying attention, while taverns buzzed with discussions about the guild, especially after a few drinks loosened tongues. Then came the part that silenced him once more. Pax hadn't just gathered information. He had filtered it meticulously. The structure of the report made it clear, no single person within the Grey Veil possessed all the knowledge. Information was compartmentalized and organized in such a way that it remained useful without becoming dangerous. Sage let out a low whistle. This guy. Just days ago, Pax had stood before him, barely able to mask his nerves, shoulders tense and eyes filled with uncertainty, as if he expected to be cast aside at any moment for making a mistake. Now he was delivering reports like this, clear, insightful, and well-considered. Sage rubbed his face slowly and chuckled softly to himself. I really found myself a treasure, didn't I? He looked around the guild hall again. Greor was laughing heartily near the mission board, drawing others toward him like a magnet. Mina stood nearby with her arms crossed and sharp eyes focused on strategizing how she could outpace him in rank. Adventurers moved purposefully about their tasks while commissioners came and went. And beneath all of this, unseen and unacknowledged, Pax had created a network that reached every corner of the city. Sage shook his head in disbelief, still half amused and half stunned by what he'd discovered. This isn't luck anymore, he murmured thoughtfully. Not even close. He carefully gathered the papers and slid them into a secure compartment beneath his desk, tapping it twice as if sealing away those thoughts along with them. Leaning back in his chair with arms stretched behind his head, a broad grin spread across his face. Guess I'd better be careful, he said lightly. If I keep picking people like this, someone might start thinking I actually know what I'm doing. Sage leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting to the wooden beams of the ceiling as the gentle hum of the guild hall enveloped him like a familiar background melody. His fingers tapped idly against the armrest. Character growth, he murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. In just a few days. He couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. When he first handed Pax those 10 gold coins, he had expected a bit of hesitation and slow progress. Maybe even a request for guidance every other day. That would have been normal, that would have made sense. Instead, Pax had taken the concept, stripped it down to the bones, and rebuilt it into something efficient, quiet, and surprisingly practical. Sage exhaled softly. This guy didn't just grow, he thought. He adapted. A grin spread across Sage's face, amusement and satisfaction dancing in his eyes. Good thing you work for me, he mused lightly. If you were on someone else's team, I'd probably lose sleep over this. He straightened slightly in his chair, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off the lingering surprise. Nope, this is definitely not luck, Sage concluded. At this rate, he chuckled under his breath. I might actually end up building something ridiculous. And for the first time in ages, that thought didn't feel daunting at all, it felt exciting. The morning sun streamed through the tall, arched windows of the Adventurer Guild Hall, casting a warm glow on the polished wood and golden-rimmed furniture. Excitement hung thick in the air. The lively murmurs and the scent of metal and leather filled every corner, creating an atmosphere that felt electric with anticipation. Adventurers and commissioners packed the hall, buzzing with energy. At the far end stood the enormous mission board, now twice its original size, adorned with mission dockets that showcased how far the guild had come. Weapons clinked against each other, boots scuffed on the floor, and laughter echoed as adventurers made friendly wagers about the outcomes of last week's competition that had taken Grey Veil by storm. In the midst of it all sat Sage, slouched in his chair with one leg crossed over the other, idly spinning a silver pen between his fingers. His long coat draped casually over his seat while his eyes scanned the crowd with an air of boredom that suggested he was already weary before things even began. He also looked worn out. Dark circles faintly shadowed his eyes from days spent juggling registrations, missions, disputes, system notifications, and forcex mage training. Yet beneath that fatigue lay an unmistakable glimmer of satisfaction, as if he were watching a trap close just as he had planned. Finally, he sighed deeply, leaned forward, and reached for a small brass bell resting beside his desk. With a flick of his wrist, ding, 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 the clear chime sliced through the chatter like a knife. Conversations halted abruptly. All eyes turned to their guildmaster, who now straightened up, wearing an expression caught somewhere between reluctant duty and quiet amusement. Clearing his throat dramatically, Sage said, "All right, everyone. Let's wrap this up before someone starts a fight in my guild. I had plans to sleep in today, but apparently destiny had other ideas." A ripple of laughter swept through the room. Greor leaned against the wall near the entrance with arms crossed and chuckled at Sage's quip. Mina stood a few paces ahead of him, puffing out her cheeks like an annoyed cat as she shot him an irritated glare for no apparent reason. Brutus stood nearby alongside Kalis, Callista, and Leona, all grinning from ear to ear. Sage tapped on a sheet of parchment laid out on his desk. "As you all know," he began with feigned seriousness, "our first ever internal competition has officially concluded. I must say." He paused dramatically while narrowing his eyes at them with a faint smirk. "Watching you lot bicker and nearly burn down half the forest has been mildly entertaining." Laughter erupted from some corners while others scratched their heads awkwardly. "But jokes aside," Sage continued as his tone became more earnest, "each one of you who participated has helped make this guild's name resonate throughout Greyvale. People are talking, and right now they're talking about you." He picked up another parchment, thicker and sealed, and unrolled it. "Now onto what you've all been waiting for, the results." He let the silence linger just long enough to make everyone lean forward in anticipation. Then, with deliberate calmness, he announced, in first place with a total of 5 completed 2-star missions and 7 1-star missions, Greor Winsoul. Cheers erupted throughout the hall, accompanied by thunderous applause. Greor blinked in disbelief for a moment before breaking into a wide grin. Mina crossed her arms and muttered something under her breath that sounded suspiciously like green-haired show-off. Sage waited for the noise to subside before continuing. "Second place goes to our fiery little flatboard princess, Mina Oakshield. And in third place we have the one and only Brutus Ironfist." Brutus raised his arm and let out a triumphant roar as he flexed one bicep. The hall erupted in laughter and cheers once more. "Fourth through 6th place," Sage continued, "goes to Gregor's loyal party of maniacs, Callista, Kalis, and Leona. 7th through 10th are Alden, Mira, Corin, and Faye for their outstanding consistency in mission completions." He rolled up the parchment and set it aside before retrieving a small wooden chest from beneath his desk. When he opened it, the flickering light from the lanterns danced off stacks of coins that gleamed like captured sunlight. "Now for the rewards," Sage announced. "First place, Greor, receives 50 gold coins." Gasps and murmurs filled the air. 50 gold coins was no small prize. Greor stepped forward, trying to maintain his composure as Sage handed him a small pouch heavy with coin. Second place, Mina, gets 30 gold coins. Though still pouting slightly, Mina accepted hers with both hands along with a reluctant smile. And third, Brutus Ironfist, earns 10 gold coins. Brutus grinned so widely it seemed his face might split in half. "The rest of our top 10, Sage continued, will each receive certificates officially recognizing them as part of history's first generation of copper rank adventurers. These aren't just pieces of paper. They're proof that you've helped build this guild's legacy." As the certificates were distributed, pride and awe filled the room. For many present, this was their first official acknowledgement of their hard work. But Sage wasn't finished yet. With a faint smirk on his lips, he reached into his drawer and pulled out a small black box, long and elegant with a bronze clasp locking it shut. He opened it slowly. Soft golden light spilled out. Inside the hall lay 10 gleaming copper adventurer badges, each meticulously engraved with the guild's insignia, all framed in polished copper. A hush fell over the room. "These," Sage began, his voice steady yet unusually solemn, "are your new adventurer badges. Each one signifies not just your status but also your reliability and growth. Carry this badge, and you carry the name of this guild." He stepped away from his desk, distributing the badges one by one, starting with Greor, then Mina, Brutus, and continuing down the line. Once he returned to his seat, he leaned back and clasped his hands behind his head. "All right, ceremony's done. I expect all of you to work hard. Copper rank doesn't mean an early retirement. It means the real grind is just beginning." He yawned and stretched his arms. "Now that I'm feeling generous, and because I'd rather not explain this 10 times, let me clarify how ranking up works." Leaning forward slightly, he continued, "To achieve copper rank, you need to complete either 10 1-star missions or 5 2-star missions. Simple enough?" For a moment, everyone nodded in agreement, until a single voice pierced through the air. "Wait, what?" The guild hall buzzed with the residual excitement of the recent ceremony when Greor suddenly grasped what had just transpired. Moments earlier, he had stood proudly at the center of attention. First place in copper rank, 50 gold coins jingling reassuringly in his pouch, and a brand new copper adventurer badge still warm in his hand. The applause lingered, with murmurs of admiration drifting through the air like a sweet fragrance. Commissioners spoke among themselves. Adventurers exchanged envious glances, and for a fleeting moment, Greor felt as if the world had finally tilted in his favor. Then it struck him, not like a sword blow or a crushing defeat, but as a chilling realization creeping up his spine. "Wait." His smile faltered. Greor replayed Sage's earlier explanation, the lazy, almost casual way the guildmaster had outlined the requirements for achieving copper rank. 10 1-star missions or 5 2-star missions. His brow furrowed. He had completed 5 2-star missions and 7 1-star missions. That wasn't just enough. It was more than sufficient. His gaze snapped to the receptionist's desk where Sage sat again, leaning back comfortably in his chair as if the ceremony had been nothing more than an interruption to his day. One elbow rested casually on the polished surface of the upgraded desk while he propped his chin against his palm, eyes half-lidded in that infuriatingly relaxed manner Greor associated with trouble. The smile on Sage's face, soft and unconcerned, was the final straw. Greor turned sharply on his heel. The sound of his boots striking the marble floor echoed as he marched toward the desk, each step causing his copper badge to glint defiantly. Conversations hushed as people noticed his expression. Whispers faded away. A few adventurers instinctively leaned back, sensing an approaching storm. Brutus stood nearby with a frown. Greor." Too late now. Greor stopped before the desk and slammed his hand down hard enough to rattle its surface. "Guild Master Sage." The way he uttered that title, tight and controlled, made several people draw in quiet breaths. Sage slowly lifted his gaze. "Yes?" he replied mildly, as though Greor were merely asking for directions. Greor clenched his jaw. "I have a question." "Oh." Sage tilted his head slightly. "Make it quick. I was just about to enjoy some silence." Greor's fingers curled into fists. "You said that to advance to copper rank, an adventurer needs to complete 10 1-star missions or 5 2-star missions. That does sound like something I'd say," Sage replied thoughtfully. "I completed 5 2-star missions," Greor continued, raising his voice slightly, "and 7 1-star missions." A ripple of surprise swept through the hall as several adventurers exchanged glances. A few calculated quietly in their heads, while someone at the back let out a soft, impressed whistle. Greor leaned forward, his eyes blazing with intensity. "So tell me, how exactly did I barely qualify?" Silence enveloped the room, and all eyes turned to Sage. He blinked once before offering a simple shrug, as if Greor's grievance held no weight whatsoever. "That's the burden of being the pioneer. His words landed like a hammer strike. For a brief moment, Greor thought he hadn't heard correctly. What? Sage straightened slightly, folding his hands on the desk in front of him. His tone remained casual, almost indifferent, but his sharp gaze never left Gregor's face. You're the first registered adventurer in history, he explained. The benchmark, the example, the standard against which everyone else measures themselves. He leaned back again. Standards for pioneers are higher. You could say you're doing a public service for future generations. Gregor's jaw dropped in disbelief. So I basically did extra work for free? Exactly, Sage replied with an unapologetic nod. The entire hall erupted into laughter. Greor stared at him in disbelief before his face flushed with anger. You're saying you changed the rules? I didn't change them, Sage replied calmly. I interpreted them. A low murmur spread through the hall. Some adventurers bit their lips to suppress smiles while others turned away, shoulders shaking with laughter. Gregor's eye twitched in frustration. That's deception, he shouted. Sage raised an eyebrow. Strong word. You tricked me. Incorrect, Sage said, raising one finger for emphasis. I motivated you. Greor opened his mouth to protest but then closed it again before trying once more. You can't do this. Sage nodded thoughtfully. I can. You shouldn't. I should. This isn't fair. Sage smiled faintly, his expression unyielding. Being first rarely is. At that moment, laughter erupted throughout the hall. Not mocking laughter, but rather shared relief that came from witnessing authority assert itself without cruelty. The guild hall buzzed with renewed energy as conversations overlapped and adventurers processed what had just unfolded. Greor felt like he was boiling over with rage now. You said 10 or 5, he insisted desperately. I did more than required. And you succeeded, Sage replied coolly. Congratulations. That's not the point. Greor shot back. It is exactly the point. Leaning so far forward that Brutus finally intervened by grabbing him by the shoulder, Brutus muttered urgently, All right, enough. Greor shook him off angrily and retorted, No, he can't just. Sage's voice cut through the noise with calm authority. Green hair. Something about that tone made him pause as Sage met his gaze with cool determination. If you genuinely feel wronged, Sage said, we can always revoke your adventurer license and allow you to reapply under the standard rules. The hall fell into a heavy silence. Gregor's face went pale. Revoke? He croaked. Sage nodded. Article 7, subsection B. The first registered adventurer shall serve as the qualitative benchmark, their performance metrics subject to contextual evaluation by the guildmaster to ensure foundational rigor. He gestured vaguely with one hand. I can process the paperwork right now if you'd like. Greor swallowed hard. Brutus tightened his grip and physically pulled him backward. Nope, we're done here. This time Greor didn't resist. That's not fair, he muttered weakly as Brutus dragged him away. Sage waved dismissively. Life rarely is. As Greor was pulled into the crowd, the tension broke. Laughter erupted, not mocking laughter, but a shared relief that came when authority proved itself to be real yet not cruel. The guild hall buzzed again, louder than before, with conversations overlapping as adventurers processed what they had just witnessed. Sage observed it all with a neutral expression. Inside, however, his thoughts were more deliberate. Of course I bent the rules. A pioneer couldn't be measured by the same yardstick as everyone else. If Greor, strong, capable, driven, found the standard difficult, then everyone who followed would strive harder just to keep up with him. Impossible standards didn't break people. They filtered them. And Greor won't break, Sage thought calmly. He'll curse me, hate me, and then work twice as hard. That was exactly what the guild needed. His gaze drifted across the hall, scanning faces and reactions until he noticed something unusual. Near the edge of the room, partially hidden by a pillar, sat a small figure alone, Mina. She wasn't glaring or fuming or shouting at anyone. She sat quietly in one of the chairs, her legs dangling above the floor and hands clenched tightly in her lap. Her head was bowed low, twin ponytails hanging forward like wilted banners. A faint tremble ran through her shoulders. Sage's smile faded as laughter in the hall suddenly felt distant. "Ah," he murmured under his breath. So that's what's off. The copper bell had rung. The pioneer had been burdened, but someone else had been hurt too. And for all his schemes and calculations, Sage knew one thing for certain as he watched Mina fight back tears she refused to let fall. This next problem wouldn't be solved with regulations. It would require something far more troublesome. Comfort. Sage exhaled slowly. Why does everything always escalate? After the bell rang and the applause faded, the hall buzzed with excitement. Adventurers congregated in lively clusters, sharing tales of their rewards, while commissioners eagerly discussed upcoming missions. Spectators whispered about the guild's rapid rise to prominence. The air still held a warm glow from the celebration, like embers that refused to cool completely. Yet, amidst all this noise and movement, one corner of the hall remained oddly still. Mina sat there, having chosen a chair far from the mission board and away from the center of attention. The copper badge rested in her small palm, glinting in the light as she moved it absent-mindedly. Her legs barely touched the floor. Her oversized shield leaned against the wall beside her. Usually lively twin ponytails hung motionless at her shoulders. Though her back was straight and posture composed, her shoulders trembled slightly as if something within her was struggling to surface. She wasn't angry. That was what unsettled Sage most. Anger he could understand. Tantrums and shouting were issues that could be managed with rules or authority. But this quiet disappointment weighed heavily without making a sound. It was dangerous territory. This was emotional turmoil, and Sage, guild master of the Adventurer Guild and master manipulator of systems and people alike, felt utterly unprepared to handle a little girl grappling silently with second place. He noticed Mina only after most of the hall had emptied. Initially lost in his own thoughts, basking in success, tallying reputation points, dreaming about future upgrades, he leaned back in his chair with fingers drumming lazily against his desk. Everything had gone better than planned. 10 copper rank adventurers recruited in one go. The guild's legitimacy had solidified in just one afternoon. But then he saw Mina's state and panic set in. His gaze lingered on her small figure sitting alone. Excitement drained from his face as concern took over. Leaning forward slightly with his chin resting on his knuckles, he watched her in silence. "Ah," he muttered under his breath. His mind raced into crisis mode. This was bad, really bad. He envisioned worst-case scenarios. Tears morphing into resentment, resentment spiraling into bitterness. A deeply traumatized girl with an absurdly powerful mercenary sister who might decide that Sage needed to be erased for emotional crimes against a minor. "I can't fight this," Sage thought grimly. "I can't bribe this away either." He glanced around half hoping someone would come to rescue him from this situation. But Greor had already been whisked away by friends. Tragically, this left it all up to him. "Why is it always me?" he groaned inwardly. He considered pretending not to notice or letting time heal things on its own. After all, she was strong, ridiculously strong, and second place wasn't disgraceful by any means. But the trembling of her shoulders didn't stop. Sage sighed, a sigh that spoke volumes, the kind a man lets out when he knows he's about to step far outside his comfort zone. "Looks like I'm about to turn into a therapist," he muttered as he pushed himself up from his chair. "What a hassle." He approached her slowly, deliberately, as if she were a wild animal that might bolt at any sudden movement. The sound of his footsteps echoed softly against the polished floor, but Mina didn't look up or acknowledge him at all. That hurt more than he expected. Sage hesitated for a moment before pulling out a chair beside her and sitting down. He remained silent, and for what felt like an eternity, neither of them spoke. The silence hung in the air, not awkward or tense, but heavy with unspoken truths. It was the kind of silence that demanded honesty, even if neither knew how to express it. Leaning back slightly with his arms crossed and eyes fixed on the far wall, Sage searched for words that wouldn't make things worse. "All right," he finally said in a casual tone that belied the seriousness of the moment. I'm not great at this, so I'll just be straightforward. Mina's fingers tightened around the copper badge. Sage glanced sideways at her before looking away again, scratching the back of his head. You're disappointed. She didn't respond. Yeah. He nodded anyway. Thought so. Another pause followed. You know, he continued lightly, when I was younger, back in another life, I used to think losing meant you weren't good enough, that coming in second meant you failed. Mina's shoulders shook once. Sage leaned forward now, elbows resting on his knees as his voice dropped slightly. Turns out that's nonsense. Finally meeting his gaze was difficult for her. Her eyes were red, not filled with rage or hatred, but tired and confused. I lost, she said quietly, just stating a fact without accusation. No, Sage replied firmly without flinching. You didn't. Mina frowned at him. I came second. And, Sage shrugged nonchalantly, second isn't failure. She looked away again, jaw tightening as if grappling with something deep within herself. Greor won. Yes, he did. And I didn't. Sage offered a faint smile. You know what that means? She remained silent. It means you were close enough to matter, he said simply. His words landed heavily between them like stones sinking into water. Simple yet profound. Failure isn't falling behind, Sage continued steadily and unhurriedly. Failure is stopping because you didn't win first. It's deciding that being second erases everything you accomplished along the way. He tapped the copper badge lightly with one finger. You didn't get this because I felt sorry for you. You earned it. Mina's grip relaxed a bit. Being second doesn't mean you're weak, Sage continued. It just means someone else edged you out this time. That's all there is to it. There will be other opportunities, other days, and other battles. Leaning back, he stretched his arms. If you give up every time you don't come in first, you'll never grow strong enough to stay there. Her shoulders stopped shaking. Tears filled her eyes, not the angry kind, but something softer and closer to relief. Sage noticed and internally panicked. Oh no, not crying. This is definitely worse. But on the outside, he kept his cool, almost indifferent demeanor. Look, he said, glancing at the ceiling for a moment. You're already formidable. Coming in second today doesn't change that. It just gives you something to strive for. A tear rolled down Mina's cheek. Then another. She didn't wipe them away. I wanted to win, she whispered. Sage nodded. Good. She blinked at him in surprise. Wanting to win isn't wrong, he explained gently. It shows that you care. Just remember, not winning doesn't mean you're not enough. Mina was silent for a long time. Finally, she took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Her shoulders relaxed. Wiping her face with the back of her sleeve, she sniffled once before sitting up straighter in her chair. The disappointment didn't disappear entirely, but it settled into something more manageable. Something she could carry forward instead of letting it weigh her down. Next time, she said softly as she gripped the copper badge again. I'll win. Sage smiled. Not his usual smug grin or teasing smirk, but a quiet smile of approval. That's the spirit, he replied warmly. That's the spirit, Sage replied warmly. The words hung between them, unceremonious yet profound. Neither triumphant nor patronizing, just acknowledged. Mina nodded once, her grip tightening on the copper badge before she slid it into the small pouch at her waist, as if sealing away not just a symbol of her rank but also the weight of that moment. The hall around them continued its gradual descent into quiet. The echoes of celebration faded into distant murmurs and the occasional scrape of furniture as the adventurers roamed about in the guild hall. The sunlight flickered lazily against the stone walls, its glow steady now, no longer competing with the earlier excitement that had filled the space. For the first time since their conversation began, Sage allowed himself to breathe normally. He leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms in an exaggerated motion as if dismissing the emotional exchange as merely an inconvenience. Inside, however, his mind remained alert, turning over the subtle shifts he'd observed in Mina's demeanor. The disappointment hadn't vanished. It never truly did. But it had transformed. Where there had been fragile uncertainty, there was now direction. That realization was far more valuable than confidence born from easy victory. "You handled that well," he said casually, tilting his head toward her. "Most people sulk longer." Mina shrugged, her shield clinking softly as it shifted against the chair beside her. "Sulking doesn't make me stronger." "No," Sage agreed. "It just wastes time." She glanced at him, then looked away, studying her surroundings as if searching for answers in the nearly empty guild hall. "It feels strange," she said after a moment. "Strange how?" Sage asked with raised eyebrows. "Like everything just keeps moving," Mina replied slowly. "Even when something important happens." Sage followed her gaze to where the mission board stood tall and orderly, half cleared of notices. A pair of copper-ranked adventurers spoke in low voices near the exit, their laughter subdued but present. Nothing about this hall suggested anything monumental had occurred beyond routine success. "That's because it did," Sage said thoughtfully. "Life rarely pauses for milestones. It simply builds over them." Mina frowned slightly as she absorbed this idea. A look of contemplation crossed her chubby face. They sat together for a while longer in silence. A silence that felt less heavy and more contemplative now. Sage didn't rush to fill it. He'd learned long ago that people revealed more when given room to breathe. When he finally spoke again, his tone was deliberately light and almost absent-minded. "So," he said while resting an elbow against his chair's armrest, "what do you usually do after events like this?" Mina returned to herself and blinked up at him before asking, "After competitions? After things end." Sage clarified gently. Victories or losses or moments people expect you to remember." She pondered for a moment. "I train," she said. "Or I wait." "Wait for what?" Sage asked, curious. "For the next thing," she replied simply, crossing her arms. Sage chuckled softly, clearly amused. "You don't celebrate." "I don't see the point," Mina stated. "Celebration doesn't change what comes next." "No," Sage conceded. "But it does change how people face it." Mina shrugged again, unconvinced. Sage was taken aback by how mature this young girl seemed. She appeared to be an adult trapped in a child's body. But he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, he couldn't compare the mindset of a 10-year-old who had grown up fighting and surviving to that of children back on Earth. Shifting topics effortlessly, as if the idea had just struck him, he asked, "Is Greyor treating you well so far?" "It's quiet," Mina pouted as she glanced at him. "Cleaner than most places." "That wasn't quite my question," Sage noted mildly. She hesitated briefly before nodding. "Yes," she affirmed. "It treats me well." "Did you grow up in Greyor City or have you traveled before?" Sage leaned back in his chair casually. Mina's expression tightened slightly as she shook her head. "No, I wasn't born here. I come from a small village in this region." Sage offered her a brief glance and smiled faintly but didn't press further. Instead, he opted for something more mundane. "Do you prefer cities or roads?" "Roads," Mina answered without hesitation. "Why is that?" "Cities feel temporary," she explained after a pause. "Like they're always pretending nothing can touch them." "Interesting." Sage rubbed his chin and chuckled softly. "And what about roads?" "Roads don't pretend," she replied confidently. "They know things will pass through them." Sage leaned back thoughtfully, surprised by her insight but intrigued nonetheless. "So where is your elder sister? Is she alive?" he asked suddenly. Mina rolled her eyes and snorted. "What do you mean, is she alive?" "Of course she's still alive." "That's good to hear," Sage said with relief. "That narrows things down." Mina frowned at him with confusion in her eyes. "Narrows what?" "The kind of world you grew up in," he replied calmly. A silence settled between them for a few moments, broken only by the murmurs of other adventurers in the guild hall. "She's not here right now," Mina said as her gaze drifted toward the entrance of the guild. "She's fighting. In a war." Her voice dropped lower as she spoke those last words. That word landed heavily between them. War? Sage nearly toppled off his chair, genuinely surprised. No, shocked, that Mina's elder sister could be so badass. After a moment to collect himself, he asked, "A border conflict?" Mina shook her head. "It's a kingdom-level war." Sage's eyes widened as he processed the implications. He hadn't expected the kingdom to be embroiled in such chaos. A war at this scale meant mobilization of troops, resources diverted from trade to warfare, an influx of mercenaries, desperate deals among nobles, and entire regions destabilized by ongoing violence. It meant refugees fleeing their homes, shortages becoming commonplace, opportunists seizing chances for profit, and a quiet reshaping of power dynamics. How long has this war been going on? Sage managed to ask after regaining his composure. Let me think. It's been almost a year, Mina replied. But it's nearing its end now. Sage's gaze sharpened as he looked at Mina. And your sister? Is she an army commander or was she conscripted? Mina stifled a laugh before answering. She leads a mercenary group, she said. They were contracted early on. The fighting has been intense. It's dangerous work. Sage stared ahead, his mind racing with thoughts. A year-long war, and yet Greyvale felt untouched by its effects. There had been no surge of mercenaries passing through town, no panic buying in the markets, no rumors circulating in taverns. Trade routes showed no significant strain that would reach this far inward. The disconnect was unsettling. The war is almost over, Mina continued softly. The kingdom is close to winning. What will happen if your sister finds out you're working as an adventurer? Sage seemed to think of something and then suddenly asked with a knowing smile. When Greor mentioned Mina's sister and how much she despised men, Sage couldn't help but wonder what her reaction would be upon learning that her little sister was working under one. Mina sighed at his question and rubbed her chubby cheeks thoughtfully. Worry flickered in her big sparkling eyes. That's exactly what I'm worried about, she admitted. My elder sister hates men. She wouldn't even want to breathe the same air as them. When she comes back and discovers I'm technically working for a man, well, she might go ballistic. She could tear this place down or even kill you in the process. Sage swallowed hard as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Wow. This internet toxic feminist is something else. But you don't have to worry, Mina reassured him with a sweet smile. As long as I don't tell her about any of this, she won't find out. The guild will be safe and you won't get ripped apart. Sage felt a wave of relief wash over him. But then he noticed something in Mina's expression that made him uneasy. Hey, why do you look like you're about to spill the beans to her? No way I won't. Come on, you totally look like a snitch. Listen here, you petty uncle. I'm trying to save your life and this pathetic guild of yours. So show some gratitude instead of slandering me. Mina raised her tiny fist and glared at him with a fierce expression. All right, I hear you, Sage said, raising his hands in surrender. That's what I thought. Mina huffed, a proud smile spreading across her face. Sage couldn't help but smile back at her. Looks like her mood has finally lifted. He thought to himself as he ran his fingers through his hair. You know, he continued, you don't have to keep it a secret from your sister. You can tell her that you're an adventurer. There's no need to hide it. What? What? Mina's voice shot up an octave, incredulous and sharp, her eyes widening to the point of nearly swallowing her face. She half stood from her chair, her shield clattering loudly as it shifted, drawing curious glances from nearby adventurers. The outburst echoed faintly through the guild hall before fading into the surrounding murmur. Sage winced and leaned forward, lowering his voice. Keep it down, he hissed. You're going to summon her with that volume. That's not funny. Mina snapped, pointing an accusing finger at him. Do you have any idea what you're suggesting? She'd turn the entire city upside down before even considering a word. I'm not saying you should announce it in the town square, Sage replied calmly, waving a hand dismissively at the mental image. I'm saying you shouldn't fear it. Mina stared at him as if he just proposed something absurdly reckless. like poking a sleeping dragon with a stick to test its temperament. "It seems like you don't know my sister," she said slowly. "She hates men, the kind of hate that goes beyond even your worst enemy. Trust doesn't come easily for her. Especially not toward those in charge," she added bitterly. "Especially not men who give orders." "That's reasonable," Sage replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. Her surprise was evident as she blinked at him. "It is. Of course," he said. "People who survive wars tend to distrust authority that hasn't earned its place, especially someone like your sister, who is both a mercenary and deeply resentful of men." Mina hesitated and gradually lowered herself back into her seat, confusion replacing her earlier indignation. "She's seen things," she murmured softly. "Terrible things. Whole villages destroyed. People treating lives like mere numbers. Promises broken when they became inconvenient." Sage listened intently without interrupting or correcting. Every word sharpened the mental picture he was forming. A mercenary leader, hardened by prolonged conflict, distrustful of centralized authority, and fiercely protective to the point of aggression. Dangerous but predictable. "And yet," Sage said quietly, "she still fights under contracts." Mina frowned slightly. "That's different." "Is it?" Sage asked gently. "A contract is still a form of authority, just written instead of shouted." She opened her mouth to argue but paused instead. "I guess you have a point there," she admitted reluctantly. Sage leaned back in his chair, folding his arms comfortably. "The difference lies in contracts promising mutual benefit. Obedience in exchange for compensation with clear terms and limits." Mina regarded him warily. "And what does that have to do with me telling her about the guild?" "Everything," Sage replied earnestly. He shifted slightly, angling his body toward her, his tone steady yet focused. "Right now, you're thinking she'd see this place as just another structure trying to control you. Another hierarchy waiting to exploit strength, especially since it's run by me, a man." Mina paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. "But what if she didn't view it as a hierarchy?" Sage continued. "What if she saw a system that rewards merit, respects autonomy, and doesn't enforce loyalty through fear or blood?" "That sounds too good to be true," Mina replied. "So does surviving a kingdom-level war," Sage countered evenly. "Yet she did." Mina fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Sage let the silence linger, knowing better than to push too hard. When he spoke again, his voice held a quieter weight. "You don't work for me," he said. "You work with the guild. There's a difference." Mina glanced down at the copper badge pouch at her waist. "You weren't conscripted," Sage continued. "You weren't coerced or dragged here out of necessity. You chose this path." "I did," she admitted. "And that choice matters," Sage emphasized. "To those who understand what choice costs." Mina's fingers curled slightly. "She'll still be very angry," Mina muttered. "Probably," Sage agreed. "She wouldn't be much of a mercenary leader if she wasn't." That earned Mina a reluctant laugh. "But anger doesn't always mean rejection," Sage added thoughtfully. "Sometimes it just means someone is testing whether the ground beneath them is solid." Mina studied him for a long moment, searching his face for any hint of deception. Finding none, she exhaled slowly. "You're really not scared of her, are you?" she asked. Sage smiled faintly. "I respect threats. I don't fear them." Although he maintained his composure outwardly, internally he was screaming, "Of course I'm afraid. Who wouldn't be scared of a man-hating and murdering demon?" "That sounds like something that gets people killed," Mina replied with a soft giggle. "It also sounds like something that keeps them alive," Sage countered. The guild hall buzzed with murmurs as golden sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting long bands of light across the stone floor. Outside, Greyvale continued its peaceful rhythm, vendors tending their stalls, guards changing shifts, while citizens remained blissfully unaware of how close danger lurked in the wider world. Sage glanced toward the doors and mused aloud. "When the war ends, people will come home changed. They'll bring truths others haven't had to confront yet." Mina followed his gaze and asked, "You think that will reach here?" "It always does," Sage replied thoughtfully. "Just not all at once." He glanced back at her. "That's why the guild is important," he continued. "Not as a shelter from the world, but as a means to confront it without falling apart." Mina swallowed hard. "My sister won't trust you, and you'll end up dead," she warned. "I wouldn't expect anything less from her," Sage replied, a hint of amusement flickering across his lips before he smiled gently. "But," Mina added quietly, "she pays attention when something proves itself." Sage's smile grew just a bit wider. "Then I suppose," he said, rising and stretching as if their conversation had been nothing more than casual banter, "we'll have to give her something worth listening to." Mina stood beside him, lifting her shield with practiced ease. The copper badge at her waist no longer felt burdensome. It felt like an achievement earned through effort and determination. She glanced back at Sage, paused for a moment, and then murmured to herself, "Petty Uncle Sage is really brave. He doesn't seem afraid of elder sister at all." A smile spread across her face as she thought about the unfolding drama. "I can't wait to see what happens between them. I'll definitely need to add some spice when I tell elder sister about this." With that, she skipped joyfully toward the mission board, her twin golden pigtails bouncing behind her. Meanwhile, Sage was walking toward his desk when he felt an unexpected chill run down his spine. He looked around briefly and muttered under his breath, "It seems like someone is thinking something not so nice about me." Sage returned to his desk, sinking into his chair with his usual relaxed demeanor. One arm draped casually over the armrest. He appeared as if the weight of responsibility had never touched him. His gaze wandered around the guild hall, moving slowly and thoughtfully. He took in the clusters of adventurers gathered near the mission board and the soft murmur of conversation that filled the space like a living heartbeat. Everything seemed ordinary, almost serene, but Sage knew better. Growth often disguised itself as calm before it became evident. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips as he raised a hand, summoning a familiar translucent screen before him. Adventurer Guild Interface. Guild Master, Sage Alistair. Guild Rank, A. Guild Funds, 367 gold coins. Reputation, 598/1000 unknown. Active members, 68. Guild territory, none. Guild facilities, none. Guild objectives. Main quest, establish the first guild in the world of Eldoria. The interface hovered silently in front of him, numbers glowing softly, indifferent to the ambition behind them. Sage's eyes lingered on the display, pride swelling within him as he reflected on how far they had come. Just half a month ago, the guild had been desolate, not even a cockroach in sight, silent like a graveyard. Now, however, it was bustling with activity. 68 registered adventurers filled its ranks. 367 gold coins sat securely in their coffers. Reputation steadily climbed toward a threshold that Sage suspected would unlock something much more significant than mere recognition. Everything was progressing smoothly according to plan. Most of their funds came from two sources: posting fees collected from commissioners and a 5% cut from completed mission rewards. Individually, neither source was impressive. Together, they formed a stable foundation that would only strengthen as their influence expanded. Sage understood why this system kept cuts low, just enough to sustain growth without breeding resentment among adventurers who tolerated small losses when they felt protected in return. The reputation points had nearly doubled in just days, from 270 to 598. Such growth didn't stem from grand gestures but rather from consistency and visible fairness, a structure where chaos once reigned. Sage leaned back slightly and closed his eyes for a moment. "Good. This is really good," he mused, though he acknowledged that progress still felt slow. With another thought, the interface dissolved into nothingness, leaving Sage alone with his reflections. His fingers drummed lightly against his desk as his mind shifted into calculation mode, ideas flowing seamlessly from one to another. While 68 adventurers were respectable for Greor, it fell short of what he envisioned. Numbers created momentum. Momentum bred inevitability. And inevitability, well, that was power. How do I accelerate this? His eyes narrowed as an unusual glow flickered within them. The first thought that crossed Sage's mind was PAX. The intelligence network PAX had established beneath the surface of Greyvale City could be a valuable asset for accelerating the guild's growth. However, it was still quite small, functional enough to keep Sage informed about minor happenings in the city, but barely capable of anticipating major disturbances. It lacked the strength to influence larger-scale behavior. Using it now would likely yield scattered results at best and risk exposure at worst. Sage opened his eyes and clicked his tongue softly. No, he murmured. Too early. The network simply didn't have the reach or credibility it needed. Most importantly, it lacked narrative force. Intelligence alone didn't move people, stories did, and right now, Sage didn't have enough compelling stories to share. His thoughts then turned to Greor. The deal he had made with him contributed significantly to increasing membership in the guild. Initially, things were going well after Greor brought in Brutus and others, who then attracted more warriors. But recently, progress had slowed down. Sage wasn't angry or blaming Greor. After all, the slowdown stemmed from him putting too much pressure on Greor. The guy had been busy completing various missions left and right just to maintain his license. Now that the competition was over, Sage believed it wouldn't be long before progress picked up again. After all, the reward for fulfilling their deal was substantial enough that no one would want to pass it up. Sage had a lot of trust in Greor regarding this matter. He believed this green-haired guy could potentially bring in more than 100 warriors. From what he'd observed about Greor, he honored deals instinctively. Once he got started, results would snowball. Warriors followed warriors, strength attracted strength, and 100 would quickly become more as word spread that the guild rewarded effort without playing favorites. Even so, Sage knew better than to rely on a single strategy. His gaze drifted across the guild hall and settled on a familiar small figure standing before the mission board. Mina. She stood on her tiptoes with her shield resting against her back. One small hand pressed against her chin as she studied the board with exaggerated seriousness. Her large eyes moved slowly from docket to docket, brows furrowing as if she were weighing decisions that could alter nations rather than simply choosing her next mission. The sight was unintentionally amusing, a child mimicking seasoned veterans while lost in thought far beyond her years. Sage watched her longer than intended. She was effective. It seems like this little flatboard princess is still useful. He mused thoughtfully as a grin spread across his face while observing Mina. This realization wasn't cruel or exploitative. It was simply accurate. Mina was a catalyst waiting to be shaped. Her sister's return loomed like an ominous shadow over Greyvale. A mercenary leader hardened by war would inevitably draw attention, fearful, cautious, opportunistic attention. The resolution of that attention hinged entirely on the narrative established beforehand, and Mina was at the heart of it. Sage leaned forward slightly, resting his chin on his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with quiet intent. All that girl needs to do now is show her elder sister the numbers and tell her about this place, he mused simply. Whether he feared Mina's elder sister or cared about her disdain for men was irrelevant to him. His sole focus was on leveraging that elder sister to help the guild grow exponentially, with Mina as the crucial key to that plan. As far as Sage was concerned, the elder sister posed no threat to him. This thought made him feel smug. Within the guild's walls, no one could touch him. That gave him confidence in facing Mina's elder sibling. All that remained was for Mina to present her achievements, her earnings, completed missions, and rank, and inform her sister she was working for a man. Use what she hates to make her work for who she hates. Sage chuckled darkly, a cold glint in his eyes. Numbers didn't provoke instinctive hostility. They transcended ideology. They transformed authority into tangible evidence. If Mina laid out her accomplishments clearly, the conversation would shift dramatically. Her sister wouldn't be confronting a manipulative guildmaster. She'd be forced to reevaluate her own assumptions. Sage exhaled slowly. As long as that elder sister isn't as unreasonable as Greor and Mina suggested, everything should go smoothly. Of course, if she was the type to swing first and ask questions never, the plan would end with a lot of screaming and broken furniture. A risk, but a calculated one. He mused with a frown on his face. But it's still worth the risk. That was the key. Not confrontation but reframing. People often harbored resentment toward authority because it had let them down in some way. But when presented with a functioning system, even an imperfect one, they began questioning their beliefs. They hesitated, and hesitation was enough. Sage's gaze sharpened as he envisioned the meeting between Mine and her sister, the initial fury from the sister, followed by suspicion and an instinctive urge to dismantle this place and eliminate those she loathed. Then came the pause, the moment when Mina calmly shared what she had earned, what choices she had made, and who she worked alongside. A man? Sage thought with a smirk tugging at his lips. Oh. Mina, make sure you emphasize that part. Your sister's anger toward men will fuel my guild's growth. He cackled softly to himself. The sister wouldn't see submission. Instead, she'd witness agency, a realization that would unsettle her far more than any act of defiance ever could. Leaning back again in satisfaction, Sage let out a satisfied sound. Outside, Greyvale City continued its daily rhythm, unaware of the subtle forces shifting beneath its surface. Merchants haggled over prices while children laughed joyfully nearby. Guards stood watch over gates yet untested. The city felt insulated and secure in its perceived insignificance. Sage's gaze darted back to Mina as she finally straightened up, nodding decisively at the mission she had chosen. With a determined look, she tore off the docket, turned around, adjusting her shield, and began striding purposefully toward the registration desk, completely unaware of the heavy responsibility Sage had just placed on her tiny shoulders. A broad grin spread across his face as he watched the little girl. She seemed even cuter the longer he looked at her. His feelings weren't cruel, he felt a swell of pride. After all, chaos doesn't always come in the form of fire and screams. Sometimes it arrives quietly, wrapped in kindness, bolstered by community support, and carried forth by a child who doesn't yet realize she's reshaping the world around her. And Sage Alistair, Guildmaster of Eldoria's first adventurer guild, was more than happy to let this transformation unfold. The guild hall had settled into a rhythm that felt almost natural now. Sage still marveled at how much the guild had grown. Not long ago, silence reigned here, dusty corners, empty chairs and tables, and the mission board stood as a lonely slab of wood, more promise than purpose. Now, the air was thick with energy. Voices overlapped in low, steady currents. Boots crossed the polished stone floor confidently rather than hesitantly. The scent of metal, parchment, and faint traces of blood mingled together, not unpleasantly, but as proof that work was being done. Sage felt a deep satisfaction with the progress of the guild. He had come a long way, from being unceremoniously dumped in an alley by some unknown god to awakening a system and finally building the guild to its current size. It hadn't been easy. While it wasn't perfect yet, at least it was on the right track. As long as he followed his plan, everything would be fine. He sat behind the receptionist's desk with his usual relaxed posture. One arm draped lazily over the armrest while the other rested near a neat stack of documents. His expression appeared calm, almost bored, but his eyes were constantly moving, cataloging details like a merchant counting coins or a general assessing a battlefield. Who stood where, who spoke to whom, which adventurers lingered near the mission board and which avoided it altogether. Growth was never loud at first. It crept in quietly under the guise of routine. A small figure stood before the mission board, balanced on her toes with one hand braced against the wood as she leaned in close. Mina's brows furrowed in concentration. Her oversized shield rested against her back at an angle that would have toppled a less disciplined fighter. The copper badge pinned to her chest caught the light as she shifted slightly, a glinting promise she wasn't quite accustomed to yet. Her eyes moved methodically from one docket to another. Most adventurers skimmed quickly for gold figures first and danger second. Mina read differently. She traced routes with her finger across each mission's details, noting locations and estimating travel times while imagining terrain. These habits were older than her time in the guild. They had been drilled into her long before she ever heard the word adventurer. After a moment, her gaze landed on one particular parchment marked with a modest seal and simple designation. 2-star mission. With a sharp tug, she tore it free, the sound of dry parchment ripping from wood cutting cleanly through background noise. A few nearby adventurers glanced over briefly before returning to their own business. Mina didn't look back. She folded the docket neatly once and turned toward Sage's desk. Sage watched her approach without altering his posture. She approached the desk with small, steady steps, her shield shifting slightly with each movement. When she reached the desk, she placed the folded mission docket in front of him with both hands, as if presenting something of great importance rather than just a piece of paper. "Petty Uncle Sage, I'm taking this one," she declared with a proud grin. Sage raised an eyebrow and unfolded the docket with deliberate care. His eyes scanned its contents once, then again more slowly, absorbing every detail. Objective: retrieve the hearts of 21st Order low-level beasts. Location: Ashfall Woods, outer perimeter. Threat assessment: moderate. Reward: 100 gold coins. A 2-star mission. On paper, it seemed straightforward. In reality, it required efficiency, stamina, and a level of situational awareness that filtered out most reckless novices. 20 beasts were manageable if tackled individually but could become dangerous if underestimated. Sage hummed softly to himself. "Ashfall Woods," he said thoughtfully. "You're sure about this?" Mina nodded confidently, her head held high. "Yes, of course." He tilted the docket slightly and tapped it against the desk. "You know you'll be out there alone, and Ashfall Woods is quite far from Greyvale." "I know that. Don't assume I'll be afraid just because I'm a little girl." She sneered playfully and wrinkled her cute red nose. "Low level doesn't mean harmless," Sage replied calmly. "They can hunt in packs and ambush you in thick undergrowth. Can you stop nagging? You sound just like my older sister," she said evenly. Sage met her gaze. There was no bravado in her eyes, only quiet confidence born from knowing what she could handle. He shook his head and chuckled softly as he asked, "Travel time?" 2 days out," Mina replied confidently. 2 days back. 1 day to clear the quota safely. Sage smiled faintly. She had already planned everything meticulously. He opened her ledger to the appropriate section with practiced ease. His pen glided smoothly across the page as he recorded her name, rank, and mission details in neat script. "Flatboard Princess," he said casually while writing. "You don't have to rush." She blinked at him. "I'm not rushing." Sage chuckled under his breath. "Fair enough." He slid the docket aside and stamped it with the guild seal before handing it back to her. The sound echoed softly, a finality that felt official. 100 gold upon completion," he stated. "Standard verification. Hearts must remain intact." "I already know that." Mina rolled her eyes as she snatched up the docket and tucked it into her pouch. Sage studied her for a moment longer than necessary. Over recent days, he'd watched as she took on missions with growing assurance. There was no wasted movement in her decisions anymore. No uncertainty. Mina didn't linger at the board or glance around to see who might be watching. She trusted the system. More importantly, she seemed to trust Sage quite a lot. That wasn't something he took lightly. "Provisioning?" he asked. "I'm stocked." "Medical?" "I won't need it." "That's not what I asked." Mina hesitated, then shook her head. "I'll take a kit." "Good," Sage replied. "Use it if you have to. Pride doesn't cover medical fees." She nodded, accepting the rebuke without complaint. For a moment, silence enveloped them. Around them, the guild hall continued its quiet rhythm, adventurers coming and going, whispering about missions as the mission board steadily emptied with claimed dockets. Felt almost peaceful. Sage closed the ledger and leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled loosely as he regarded Mina. "You've been adapting quicker than I expected," he said. Mina shifted her weight slightly. "Is that bad?" "No," Sage replied. "It's just rare. In fact, you seem to adapt better than that green-haired one." Her lips curved into a small, almost shy smile at that. "I'll be back soon," she said. Sage inclined his head and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Be careful on the road. If someone offers you candy, run away. There are a lot of kidnappers nowadays." Mina turned back to him with an incredulous look on her face. "Do I look like a child to you?" "Yes. Yes, you are literally a child." Sage nodded without hesitation. Mina rolled her big golden eyes and turned around, adjusting the strap of her shield with practiced ease. As she walked away from the desk, Sage watched her go, his expression thoughtful rather than amused. When Mina stepped out into the daylight beyond, sunlight spilled across the stone floor, illuminating dust motes that danced briefly before settling again. Then the door closed behind her, and the guild returned to its steady hum. Sage remained still for a moment longer. Only after Mina was gone did he pull up the translucent interface visible only to him. The familiar panel shimmered into existence, numbers and text hovering patiently for his attention. His gaze lingered briefly on it as he calculated effortlessly in his mind, aligning timelines and overlapping movements and absences. 2 days out. 1 day to hunt. 2 days back. 0.5 days total. Sage exhaled slowly through his nose. A faint smile touched his lips. The guild hall felt steady, perhaps too steady, as if the world beyond its walls had paused to hold its breath. He lowered the interface with a thought and leaned back again, eyes drifting toward where Mina had just exited. His fingers drummed lightly against the desk, not out of impatience but anticipation. 5 days, he whispered to himself. His gaze sharpened, the relaxed demeanor giving way to a flurry of thoughts that began to click into place. That should be enough. Time slipped by, and in the blink of eye 2 days had passed. During this time, Mina had been on the road, making her way toward Ashfall Woods. Though the Ashfall Woods were quite a distance from Greyvale City, it was still within a manageable range, and the journey posed little danger. With her ridiculous strength, it was more likely that any potential threats would be wary of her, unless someone stronger crossed her path, which was highly unlikely. As she entered Ashfall Woods, the place lived up to its name. Gray bark rose like charred pillars from the scorched earth below, their twisted branches interlocking high above and filtering sunlight into thin beams that barely reached the ground. The air was thick with ash, not enough to sting her lungs but enough to coat each breath with a taste of something long gone. The forest was quiet, not the serene quiet of safety, but an eerie stillness that suggested predators lurked nearby, waiting for any sign of weakness. Mina moved through the woods as if she belonged there. Her small boots barely disturbed the ground as she navigated between trees, her shield strapped securely to her back and one hand resting casually near her weapon's hilt. She didn't rush or hesitate. Each step was deliberate and every breath controlled, as she extended her senses outward in practiced awareness. She recalled her sister's sharp voice echoing from countless training sessions. "If the forest goes quiet, it's because you've already been seen." Mina paused, tilting her head slightly while scanning the underbrush ahead. There, movement, subtle yet unmistakable. A ripple in the ash-covered bushes that seemed low and deliberate. First-order low-level beasts, ash wolves. These magical beasts were among the most populous magical beasts in Ashfall Woods. Their fur blended seamlessly with their surroundings, making them nearly invisible until they attacked. Their presence remained concealed unless one possessed greater strength or awareness than they did. Taking a slow breath to steady herself, Mina shifted her weight just as one wolf lunged at her without warning, a gray blur erupting from the brush with a snarl that shattered the silence. Its jaws snapped shut where Mina had been only a heartbeat earlier. With fluid ease, she ducked beneath it and twisted sideways while driving her fist upward. The impact was brutal. Bone cracked and flesh caved as she sent the beast hurtling sideways into a tree hard enough to shake loose a shower of ash. It didn't rise again. The forest erupted around her as 2 more wolves charged from opposite directions, claws tearing through the air toward her. Mina pivoted just in time. One slammed into her shield with full force, a blow that should have sent anyone else flying. But not Mina. Her feet dug into the ground as ash scattered outward when she absorbed the hit. Her arm tensed, not straining or shaking, and then she surged forward instead, ramming her shield into the wolf's skull with a wet finality. The second creature lunged from behind. Mina spun around, ducking low as claws sliced through the air where her head had just been. With a swift motion, her heel arced sharply, smashing into the creature's jaw. The impact snapped its head sideways, and before it could recover, Mina seized it by the scruff and slammed it face first into the ground. Once, twice. On the third strike, the beast lay still. Mina straightened up, her breathing steady as her eyes scanned for the next threat. 5 heartbeats passed. Then 7, more movement this time, deeper in the woods. Pack. Her lips pressed into a thin line. So it's like that, she murmured to herself. Rolling her shoulders to loosen them up, she reached back and pulled her shield free from its harness. The oversized slab of reinforced metal settled comfortably in her grip as if it were weightless. Her sister's voice echoed in her mind. Don't dance with packs. Break them. This time, the beasts charged together, for at first, then 6 more shapes moving behind them. But Mina didn't retreat. Instead, she stepped forward to meet them head-on. The first beast hit her shield and dropped instantly, its neck snapping under the force of her counterstrike. The second leapt higher and smarter, aiming for her face. Mina raised the shield just in time to absorb its impact before rotating her wrist and smashing it downward, crushing it against the ground. Claws raked across her side, too shallow to break skin but sharp enough to draw blood. Mina didn't flinch. She grabbed the wolf mid-lunge and hurled it into its companions like a rag doll, scattering them like broken toys. Before they could regroup, she surged after them with explosive speed. Every movement was efficient, no wasted motion or hesitation. Punch, shield bash, kick, crack. Beasts fell one after another until bodies piled amid broken brush and disturbed ash. When the last attempted to flee, Mina crossed the distance in 3 quick steps and brought down her shield like an executioner's block. Silence returned as she stood among the fallen creatures, chest rising and falling steadily despite blood splattered across her clothes. She counted instinctively. 12, she muttered under her breath. Crouching down with practiced precision, she began extracting their hearts with clean movements that reflected years of experience. There was no rush. Damaged goods meant reduced pay, a lesson Sage had made very clear. Carefully processing each body, she secured their hearts in one sack while gathering other valuable parts into another pouch for later sale. Straightening up with both sacks secured, she moved deeper into the woods, the sun beginning to set behind thickening trees that loomed closer together as roots twisted across the ground like skeletal fingers. There were 8 more to go. Time passed by and one day has already gone by. Mina walked deeper into the forest. The further she went, the denser the woods became. During this time, she had already collected all 20 hearts and even taken down a few extra beasts. Along the way, she gathered valuable parts from various creatures that could fetch a good price. Ashfall Woods was thick with age. The trees grew closer together, their roots twisting across the ground like skeletal fingers. The air felt heavier here, charged with the presence of stronger beasts, still first order but older, smarter, and hardened by survival. This time, Mina faced a first-order low-level beast, the black boar. This boar was surprisingly intelligent and launched an ambush without a sound. Suddenly, something massive crashed through the underbrush, dwarfing the wolves she'd fought earlier. The black boar charged at her, its hide plated with hardened muscle and bone, tusks resembling curved blades glistening with saliva. Mina didn't dodge. Instead, she planted her feet firmly and raised her shield. The impact was thunderous. The ground cracked beneath her as the beast slammed into her. Force rippled through her arms and down her spine. Ash exploded outward in a wide circle. For a brief moment, it felt like even the forest recoiled. Then Mina pushed back. Her muscles tightened beneath her small frame as she lifted herself against the weight of the beast. The boar's charge faltered when its hooves lost purchase on the ground. With a twist of her body and a grunt of effort, she hurled it sideways. The massive creature crashed through 2 trees before collapsing in a heap. It roared in frustration as it struggled to rise. But Mina was already there. She leapt into action with her shield raised overhead and brought it down with all her strength. The blow shattered bones and sent shockwaves through the air that kicked up ash in a violent plume. Just like that, the beast lay still. For a moment, Mina stood there catching her breath, when suddenly she noticed movement around her. The forest erupted again as more beasts emerged. Wolves, boars, magical beasts in various sizes. A convergence was happening. Mina grinned softly to herself. "Good," she murmured. The next few minutes descended into chaos as she became a whirlwind of compact violence. Her shield transformed into an extension of her will while each strike landed precisely and devastatingly. Beasts tried to overwhelm her with sheer numbers but failed miserably. Those who attacked together were torn apart. Those who hesitated were crushed. Blood soaked into the ash-strewn ground as broken bodies littered everywhere around her. When it finally calmed down, Mina stood alone, her chest heaving and arms trembling slightly from exertion. But there was fire in her eyes, bright, focused, and alive. She sank to one knee, her hands working diligently despite the fatigue that weighed on her. With careful precision, she extracted the last of the hearts and valuable parts and secured them in 2 sacks. Once finished, she leaned back against a sturdy tree, gazing up through the tangled canopy above. Mina let out a faint chuckle and muttered under her breath, "Might as well go deeper in to see if I can get something good." After taking a moment to catch her breath and regain her composure, she pushed herself up and continued deeper into the forest. Ashfall Woods didn't thin out as Mina pressed deeper into its heart. If anything, the forest grew denser, as if it resented her presence and aimed to swallow her whole. The twisted trees now stood closer together, their blackened trunks rising at odd angles, roots clawing through the ashen soil like exposed bones. Sunlight barely filtered through the canopy above, leaving the ground bathed in a dim, gray half-light where shadows stretched long and uncertain. Mina slowed her pace, moving carefully forward. Her mission was already complete. 21st Order low-level beast hearts rested securely in her pack, intact and properly preserved. By guild standards, she could have turned back long ago, returned to Greyvale, submitted her proof, and collected her reward without issue. But she didn't. This wasn't recklessness. It was opportunity. Ashfall Woods lay far from Greyvale City, distant enough that most adventurers avoided it unless a mission explicitly demanded it. The travel costs, time investment, and risk of encountering stronger beasts made casual hunting inefficient. For Mina, however, that distance was precisely what made this place valuable. She wasn't sure when she would return here again. More importantly, she'd been lucky. The wolves and boars she had slain along the way had yielded more than just hearts. Fangs, claws, hardened hides. Magical beasts were fickle creatures. Some had valuable parts while others were nothing more than meat and bone. Today, fortune favored her. Mina adjusted the straps of her pack as its increasing weight pressed against her shoulders. Her muscles ached, not painfully but with the dull satisfaction of hard work well done. She welcomed it. Pain meant progress and fatigue signaled growth. A faint smile crossed her lips as she ventured deeper into the woods. The air changed subtly as she crossed an invisible boundary. The ash underfoot thickened, darker and more compact, disturbed far less by passing beasts. Even the ambient sounds shifted. Fewer distant calls and rustling movements filled the silence around her. Predators here did not announce themselves. They waited. Mina slowed once more, stretching out her senses until she felt it. A faint pulse. Not mana in an overt sense but something quieter and sharper. A concentrated presence that raised goosebumps on her arms. Her gaze snapped toward a patch of ground where a faint silvery glow peeked through the roots of a fallen tree. Her breath caught in surprise. Nestled within the ashen soil was a plant unlike any other around it. Its leaves were thin and translucent with pale silver veins shimmering even in dim light. A soft metallic scent hung in the air around it, clean and crisp, cutting through the stale taste of ash. A silver-grayed herb. Mina's heart raced. Silver-grayed herbs were a rare find, reminiscent of the ones she had collected from Greyvale Forest when she first became an adventurer. While they weren't legendary or priceless, Their value was undeniable. Alchemists paid handsomely for them. Slowly and cautiously, Mina adjusted her stance. Instead of moving toward the herb, she scanned her surroundings. The forest felt unnaturally quiet. Suddenly, a low growl reverberated through the air, deep and resonant. Mina narrowed her eyes. From the shadows between the trees, something stirred, large and deliberate. Ash crumbled beneath heavy paws as a massive striped figure emerged, muscles rippling beneath soot-darkened fur marked with faint, glowing patterns like embers hidden under ash. An ashen spotted tiger, a second-order minor beast. Mina felt an immediate weight settle over her. This wasn't like facing wolves or boars. The tiger radiated a dense, predatory presence. Its dull amber eyes locked onto hers, intelligence flickering behind them. It didn't rush. It simply watched, guarding the herb. She exhaled slowly to steady her breath. "So that's how it is," she murmured to herself. The tiger crouched, its tail flicking once against the ground before it vanished in an instant. Mina reacted just in time as the tiger reappeared in a blur of ash and motion, claws slicing through the space where she had stood moments before. She twisted aside, raising her shield just as its paw slammed into it. Boom! The impact was staggering. Mina skidded backward several meters, her boots carving deep grooves into the ash-covered ground. Pain shot through her arm as shockwaves traveled down her shoulder and spine. Heavy, it was too heavy. Before she could reset her stance, the tiger lunged again, jaws snapping shut with a sharp crack that echoed through the trees. Mina ducked beneath it and swung her shield upward in desperation. Bang! Metal met bone as the tiger recoiled, more surprised than hurt, landing lightly on its paws while Mina staggered sideways, breathing heavily. Her chest tightened as reality set in. The beast was faster than she was and stronger in raw power. Its movements were fluid and practiced, honed by countless hunts. For the first time since entering Ashfall Woods, Mina faced pressure that didn't buckle under her strength. This tiger is really strong. Stronger than that snake I killed back in Greyvale Forest, she thought as she squared off against it. The tiger circled around her silently on its padded paws. Its muscles tensed then relaxed again as if testing her resolve while waiting for an opening to exploit. Mina tightened her grip on her shield. "You're smart," she muttered under her breath. "I don't like that." The tiger lunged low, its claws slicing upward in a vicious arc. Mina jumped back just in time, but the tip of one claw grazed her thigh, sending a jolt of pain flaring hot and sharp through her body. She hissed and twisted away as the tiger pursued her relentlessly, swiping again and again. Swish! Swish! Each strike tore through the air with lethal intent. Mina did her best to block what she could and dodged what she couldn't, but she felt herself being pushed back, forced onto the defensive. A heavy paw slammed into her shield once more. Boom! Mina was thrown backward, crashing through a dead bush and rolling hard across the ground. Ash filled her mouth as she skidded to a stop. The tiger stalked toward her now, exuding confidence. Mina pushed herself up, legs trembling slightly. So that's how it wants to play. She wiped blood from the corner of her mouth and straightened herself. The tiger charged. Instead of retreating, Mina stepped forward. She drew her fist tight, muscles coiling beneath her skin, then drove it forward with everything she had. Level 2 Night Skill Iron Pulsebreaker. The air exploded around them. Bang! Her punch connected squarely with the tiger's shoulder, sending shockwaves rippling outward as bone cracked and fur flew apart with force. The beast was hurled sideways into a tree with a thunderous crash that shook Ash loose from the canopy above. Mina staggered for a moment, breathing heavily as pain radiated from her arm. Nerves screamed in protest. But the tiger rose again, slower now and even angrier than before. It roared, its voice echoing through the forest as it lunged once more, desperation fueling its movements. Mina barely managed to raise her shield in time. Boom! She was knocked off her feet yet again, rolling across the ground while claws raked across her side, tearing both fabric and skin. Pain flared bright and vicious within her. The tiger pounced again. Mina twisted desperately beneath its jaws as they snapped shut mere inches from her face. She came up on one knee, breath ragged and vision blurring at the edges. Now, she thought, planting her foot firmly on the ground. She drew back her leg as power surged upward through her core into every muscle fiber. Level 2 night skill falling mountain kick. She launched upward with all of her strength, heel driving into the tiger's jaw with a deafening crack. Boom! The impact lifted the massive beast clean off its feet. Its body arced gracefully through the air before crashing down hard enough to make the earth tremble beneath it. As it struggled to rise once more, Mina didn't give it an opportunity. She surged forward with shield raised high and brought it down with everything she had left in reserve. Bang! Crash! The tiger lay there motionless. A hush enveloped the clearing, interrupted only by Mina's ragged breaths and the soft crackle of settling ash. She lingered there for several seconds, her chest rising and falling, blood trickling from her wounds. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed, a short, breathless sound bursting with unrestrained joy. "I did it!" she whispered, her eyes sparkling with triumph. In an instant, adrenaline surged through her, propelling her past the fatigue. With practiced precision, she sprang into action. The tiger's heart still pulsed faintly with residual energy, an invaluable find. Its blood essence shimmered as she carefully collected it. The skin remained pristine, untouched by her final strikes. Claws, fangs, muscle, every part held its own worth. By the time she finished her task, her packs were heavy with spoils, her body battered yet invigorated by a smile that stretched wider than it had all day. Mina glanced back at the silver grade herb nestled in the soil and gently extracted it before securing it safely away. Straightening up, she peered deeper into the woods. For a fleeting moment, temptation flickered within her. But then she shook her head firmly. But she didn't leave right away. Instead, she settled down and took out a small healing potion, sipping it slowly. A heavy sigh of relief escaped her lips as she leaned back, feeling the tension ease. "Uncle Sage really is something else," he remarked, a small smile creeping onto his face. After a while, after her wounds had healed a little, she stood up and patted her butt and looked around. "Enough," she murmured softly to herself. With one last look at the clearing behind her, Mina turned and began the long trek home, unaware that what weighed down her packs was about to transform more than just her earnings. The road back to Greyvale City felt different beneath Mina's feet. The terrain hadn't changed. The dirt path still meandered lazily between low hills and scattered trees, and the sky above remained the same washed-out blue it had been when she left. It wasn't even her body, though every muscle ached from the fight she'd endured, the soreness settling deep in her bones like an old friend. What had shifted was the weight. The pack on her back was heavier, much heavier than when she set out, but it wasn't just the physical burden pressing against her shoulders. It was the quiet certainty that came with it. She carried not just proof of survival or strength, but something of value. Tangible, measurable value that the world recognized and rewarded. Mina walked steadily, neither rushing nor dragging her feet. As she passed travelers heading in the opposite direction, merchants with carts, guards on patrol, and the occasional wandering warrior, more than a few cast curious glances her way. Some noticed the oversized shield strapped to her back. Others caught sight of faint stains on her clothes that hadn't entirely washed away. A few sensed something deeper and instinctively stepped aside. Mina didn't pay them much mind. Instead, her thoughts drifted to numbers. 100 gold coins for the mission alone, that much she knew for certain. Sage had made that very clear when he processed the docket. But beyond those 20 hearts, she also carried fangs, claws, intact hides, blood essence, and even properly processed cuts of meat. She wasn't a merchant by trade, but had grown up around mercenaries long enough to recognize value when she saw it. This haul was unusual. Not every hunt yielded such rewards. Sometimes you killed beasts only to find nothing worth selling beyond their core proof. Other times you struck lucky once in an entire season, but felt as if Ashfall Woods itself had decided to reward her for daring to venture deeper. Mina adjusted the straps of her pack and let out a small, satisfied hum. I did good, she murmured to herself. By the time Greyvale's outer walls came into view, the sun hung low in the sky, casting warm light across stone surfaces and gilding the city in soft amber hues. The gates stood open as they always did. Guards stationed at either side wore relaxed postures that spoke more of routine than alarm. Mina passed through without incident. The city welcomed her with familiar sounds, vendors calling out their wares, laughter drifting from open tavern doors, the steady rhythm of everyday life continuing unbothered by what lay beyond its borders. For a brief moment, she felt a stark contrast. Outside lay ash and blood. Inside were coin and conversation. She quickly made her way toward Griffin District and soon reached the Adventurer Guild. The building stood solid yet unassuming from outside but buzzed with quiet energy within. Mina stepped inside without a moment's hesitation, and the familiar hum of voices enveloped her instantly. The guild hall was bustling. Adventurers gathered near the mission board, some engaged in quiet debates over routes, while others boasted loudly about their recent exploits. Along the walls, individuals lingered, scanning faces with calculating gazes. The air was tinged with the sense of metal, parchment, and something sharper, blood that hadn't yet dried on someone's gear. Behind the receptionist's desk sat Sage, as if he had never moved from his spot. Leaning back in his chair, one arm draped lazily over the armrest while the other rested near a neatly stacked pile of documents. He appeared relaxed, almost bored. Yet his eyes flicked toward Mina the moment she entered, brightening just a fraction. Well, 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 Sage said as she approached, straightening slightly. If it isn't Greyvale's most industrious copper rank. Mina grinned, her fatigue momentarily forgotten. Petty Uncle Sage. I'm back. I can see that, he replied dryly, his gaze drifting pointedly to the massive pack slung over her shoulders. And judging by that thing, I assume the forest didn't treat you too unkindly. Mina stepped up to the desk and set down her pack with a solid thud that drew curious looks from nearby adventurers. She reached into a side pouch and produced a sealed container holding 20 hearts. Carefully placing it on the desk, she watched as Sage opened it with unhurried movements. He began counting each heart with practiced precision, lifting each one just long enough to confirm its integrity before setting it aside. 1, 2, 3. Mina felt an unexpected wave of anticipation wash over her, not doubt. She knew she'd completed the mission, but something akin to satisfaction, the kind that comes from having one's efforts acknowledged. 18, 19, 20. Sage concluded with a nod of approval before sliding the container aside. With a swift motion, he reached for his stamp and brought it down onto the mission docket with a firm thump. Mission complete, he declared. At those words, Mina felt something settle comfortably in her chest. Sage stood then and turned to one of the cabinets behind him. He opened it and placed the container inside among others, orderly and categorized, before returning to his seat. His gaze flicked once more to Mina's pack. That's not standard issue, he observed. Mina puffed out her chest slightly and put on a proud face. I got lucky. Sage arched an eyebrow. Define lucky. Instead of answering verbally, Mina opened her pack and began pulling out items one by one. Thick hides, gleaming claws, fangs still sharp. Vials of blood essence sealed tightly. Cuts of preserved meat wrapped carefully. A murmur spread among the nearby adventurers as they took notice. Sage leaned forward, his curiosity piqued despite himself. Looks like you ventured deeper into the forest. Mina nodded enthusiastically. Since I was already there, I figured it wouldn't hurt to explore a bit more. That's one way to look at it, Sage replied, his tone dry yet amused. He picked up one of the claws and examined it closely before placing it back down. You do realize you could have been killed?
Mina shrugged casually.
But I wasn't. Sage chuckled softly, shaking his head. Fair point. He leaned back again, fingers tapping lightly against the desk as he surveyed the array of materials before him. This is quite a haul. I know, right? Mina said proudly. Not every beast drops something valuable, but today was different. I'm going to sell all of this. Sage's lips curved into a faint smile. You might just become the richest adventurer if you can outdo that green-haired one. Mina's eyes lit up with excitement. Of course that's my goal. I want to trample that green bush under my delicate foot, and maybe even end up richer than you. Sage leaned back lazily and regarded her for a moment before letting out a short laugh. Careful now. Ambition can be a dangerous thing. She grinned unabashedly. I'm serious. I don't doubt it, he replied with a nod. But flatboard princess, you know. I make a cut-off every mission in this hall. You'd have to solo a dragon to out-earn my passive income. Still, Mina said as she gathered her items back into her pack, I'll have more money than when I left. Sage returned her grin and added, if you want to achieve that dream, you'll need to surpass that green-haired rival before you can compete with me. He reached beneath the desk and pulled out a pouch heavier than the last one he'd given her. The dull clink it made when he set it down sent a thrill through Mina. Here's your reward, Sage said, handing it over as promised. Mina opened the pouch just enough to glimpse its contents, her smile widening in delight, until suddenly it faltered. Her fingers tightened around the pouch as an unbidden thought arose. Her sister. The image flashed in her mind. Crimson hair, sharp eyes, the familiar weight of protection and expectation. Slowly, she closed the pouch. Sage noticed the change immediately. You did well, he said softly now, his teasing tone replaced with sincerity. You should be proud. I am, Mina replied, though her gaze drifted toward the guild doors. She trailed off. Sage didn't press further. Taking a steadying breath, Mina slung her pack over her shoulders again. Its weight felt different now, not burdensome but grounding instead. She turned to leave, stopping for a moment at the doorway. She should be back by now, she whispered to herself. Sage watched her walk away. His face settled into a thoughtful mask, the gears of contingency plans beginning to turn behind his eyes. 5 days passed quietly in Greyvale City, where life continued with its usual rhythm. Merchants opened their stalls at dawn and closed them at dusk, while guards rotated shifts along the walls with a practiced indifference. The Adventurer Guild buzzed with activity. Missions were accepted and completed, coins exchanged, and reputations slowly climbed. To an outsider, the city appeared unchanged. But Mina felt differently. As she left the guild after completing today's mission and began her familiar walk toward the outskirts of the city, toward the estate that served as both home and headquarters for her sister's mercenary group, a subtle tension settled in her chest. It wasn't fear or excitement. It was something heavier, an instinctive awareness honed by years spent among warriors and killers. The road leading away from the city gates started wide and clear, bordered by low stone walls and scattered farmland. Mina walked at a leisurely pace, her pack lighter now, with her shield resting comfortably against her back. The sun hung high overhead, warm but not oppressive, casting long shadows that danced across her path. As she ventured further, signs began to emerge. First came the sound of boots, not the lazy shuffle of farmers or the steady march of guards, but the disciplined rhythm of trained fighters. Multiple sets overlapped, moving with purpose. Mina slowed slightly, glancing toward a dirt trail branching off from the main road. That's when she spotted them. Figures moving in loose formation, armor scuffed and stained, weapons carried openly without concern for who might see them. They didn't stop or even glance her way. They knew their destination. And so did she. Her steps quickened. The manor rose from the land like a silent sentinel, its stone walls weathered yet sturdy, with banners hanging limp in the still air. For a moment, everything looked as it always had until Mina noticed something amiss. A banner hung from the central tower, a crimson fabric emblazoned with a familiar sigil. A stylized blade wrapped in flame, the mercenary group's war banner. It was only flown upon returning from major contracts. Mina's breath caught in her throat as she crossed into the outer grounds quickly now. Boots crunching softly against gravel darkened by fresh stains, blood. Not much, but enough to notice. Her eyes traced dragged footprints and smeared handprints along the stone, catching faint metallic scents lingering in the air. These weren't signs of an attack. They were signs of arrival, wounded returning home. The courtyard bustled with activity as dozens of female mercenaries moved about efficiently. Some cleaned weapons while others checked armor. A few sat on overturned crates as healers tended to them. Conversations were low and clipped, the voices carrying exhaustion born from surviving something costly. When Mina stepped into view, several heads turned in surprise before recognition washed over their hardened faces. Shoulders relaxed slightly as expressions softened just a fraction. Mina nodded as she passed by, offering small smiles here and there. No one stopped her or questioned her presence. She belonged here just as much as any of them, despite her age and size. The main doors to the manor stood ajar, and that alone sent her heart racing. They were never left open unless... She pushed them wide and stepped inside. The great hall was dimly lit by scattered lanterns and the pale light filtering through high windows. Long tables lined the room. Some were cleared, while others were cluttered with half-empty mugs, bandages, and equipment hastily set aside. The scent of blood was stronger here, mingling with oil, sweat, and the faint herbal sharpness of healing salves. The room hummed with subdued activity as Mina took a step forward. Then she felt it, the pressure. It washed over her without warning. A presence so dense it seemed to press against her skin, bones, and even the air she breathed. Her instincts screamed at her. Muscles tensed reflexively as her heart skipped a beat. It wasn't hostile, but it was overwhelming. Mina froze for a moment, tears shimmering in her eyes. Conversations faltered. The low murmur of voices dwindled until the hall fell into an almost reverent hush. Mercenaries straightened where they stood. Some unconsciously lowered their heads while others turned instinctively toward the far end of the hall. Mina followed their gaze. At the head of the room, near the long table where contracts were usually reviewed, stood a figure she hadn't seen in days but could never forget, her sister. She appeared taller than Mina remembered, not necessarily in height but somehow larger in presence, as if the world subtly bent around her. Tight, battle-worn armor clung to her form, its surface scratched and nicked, each mark a testament to survival. Crimson hair spilled down her back like living flame, tied loosely at the nape of her neck with strands escaping to frame a face sharpened by war. A long red whip coiled at her side rested there like an extension of herself, its handle worn smooth from countless hours of use. She spoke quietly to one of the senior mercenaries. Her voice was low and controlled yet resonated through the hall with undeniable weight. This wasn't a voice that had returned victorious and unscathed. It belonged to someone who had endured much more than anyone could see. Mina swallowed hard as their eyes met for a heartbeat. In that instant, the pressure vanished. The suffocating presence that filled the hall receded like a tide pulling back from shore. The sharp aura softened into something warmer and more familiar. Mina. That single word sliced through the silence before life resumed again. Her sister crossed the distance in purposeful strides, armor clinking softly with each step while mercenaries instinctively parted ways without conscious thought. Mina stood frozen, her heart racing as her sister approached and stopped right in front of her. For a brief moment, silence hung between them. Then strong arms enveloped her. Mina barely had time to gasp before she was lifted off the ground, pulled into a tight embrace that pressed her face against familiar armor. The scent of ash, blood, and steel surrounded her, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of relief. "You're late," her sister murmured, her voice rough against Mina's ear. Mina let out a weak laugh, wrapping her arms around her sister's neck. "Big sister, you're back." "Of course I am," came the reply as she set Mina down but kept her hands firmly on Mina's shoulders. Her sister's sharp gaze swept over Mina with practiced efficiency, checking for injuries. It lingered on the faint scars and healed wounds that hinted at recent battles. Her eyes narrowed. "You fought." Mina nodded. "I'm fine." She felt a wave of relief knowing her sister was safe, though she could still hear the exhaustion in her voice. War is never something to take lightly. After years spent alongside her sister's mercenary group and witnessing small-scale conflicts, she learned one crucial lesson: war is the father of orphans. The thought of being an orphan again was something she couldn't bear. Her sister's jaw tightened as she straightened up, her presence swelling once more. Not enough to intimidate, but enough to remind everyone present who commanded attention in this space. "Good," she said firmly. "We'll talk." Around them, the mercenaries relaxed slightly. The tension in the hall eased but didn't vanish completely. Whispers began to circulate again, low and curious, with eyes darting between the two sisters. Mina felt the weight of this moment settle over her. She had envisioned this reunion countless times during her journey back, rehearsing what she would say and how she would explain everything. Now, standing here beneath the mercenary banner amidst bloodstains and battle-worn faces, reality felt heavier than any pack she'd ever carried. Her sister was home, and everything was about to change. The great hall felt alive again. Not all at once, and not loudly, but gradually, like a chest expanding after being held too tight for too long. The mercenaries who had frozen at the sudden arrival of their leader slowly resumed their movements, though they remained subdued and respectful. Armor shifted, bandages were retied, and someone chuckled softly at a joke whispered just out of earshot. The scent of blood and steel lingered in the air, but now it was undercut by something warmer, relief. At the center of it all, the atmosphere transformed completely. Mina found herself lifted off the ground before she could utter another word. Strong arms wrapped around her with an ease that felt as familiar as breathing. She yelped softly in surprise but laughed as she was pulled close, her feet dangling above the stone floor. "Hey!" she protested, though there was no real resistance in her voice. Her sister ignored her protest entirely. She held Mina as she always had after returning from long campaigns, firmly and closely. One arm locked around Mina's back while the other rested protectively at her side. The mercenary leader's chin came to rest lightly atop Mina's head, crimson hair spilling forward like a curtain of fire. For a brief moment, the terrifying presence that usually dominated the hall vanished entirely. To the mercenaries watching from a distance, it was a rare sight. To Mina, it was home. "You're lighter," her sister muttered in a low voice that carried exhaustion rather than anger. "Did they forget to feed you while I was gone?" Mina snorted. "I eat more than you do." "That's impossible." "I do," Mina insisted while squirming slightly in her sister's embrace. "You just don't notice because you're always away." Her sister huffed softly. The sound vibrated through Mina's chest. "I notice everything." Finally setting Mina down, though only just, her hands remained firmly on Mina's shoulders, thumbs pressing lightly as if confirming she was real. Her sharp eyes swept over Mina from head to toe, cataloging details with frightening efficiency. "You healed that scar," she said flatly, fingers brushing against the faint line along Mina's forearm, the one from training with Valyria. Mina blinked in surprise. "That was ages ago." "You favor your right leg less," her sister continued after crouching slightly to examine her stance. "Your balance is better. Your breathing is steadier." She straightened abruptly and narrowed her eyes. "You've been fighting." Mina smiled wide and unapologetic. "Of course I have." Her sister clicked her tongue softly. There wasn't any real disapproval behind it. "You're too young to sound proud of that." "I'm not proud," Mina replied quickly. "I'm happy." The sister paused, studying Mina's face more intently, not just for injuries, but for something deeper: fear, trauma, the fragile edge of someone who had been pushed too hard. But she found none of it. Instead, there was confidence in Mina's gaze, not arrogance or recklessness, but a quiet assurance that anchored her. Her sister's shoulders relaxed just a bit. "Sit," she instructed. She guided Mina to one of the long tables, lifting her effortlessly and setting her down on the edge as if she were weightless. Mina swung her legs idly, her boots tapping against the stone floor while her sister took a seat beside her. The mercenary leader leaned back slightly, resting an arm casually along the back of the bench behind Mina, a stark contrast to the cold authority she usually exuded. For the first time since Mina had entered the hall, her sister smiled. It was small and tired but genuine. "I missed you," she said simply. Mina felt warmth blossom in her chest. You always say that. And you always underestimate how much. Her sister replied with a flick to Mina's forehead. Now talk. What have you been doing while I was away? Mina opened her mouth to respond, then hesitated. She hadn't realized how much there was to share until that moment. A lot, she finally admitted. Her sister raised an eyebrow. That's not an answer. Mina laughed softly and shifted on the table, leaning back on her hands. Okay, I'll start from the beginning. And so she did. She talked about Greor, the stagnation that had settled in before things suddenly changed, and went on to talk about the Adventurer Guild. She continued to talk about the missions and how tasks are posted openly without nobles breathing down anyone's necks. Her sister listened quietly, eyes half-lidded yet sharp as she nodded occasionally. Mina recounted her first mission and the subsequent missions she has completed, the structure of it and its clarity, before talking about her recent mission into the Ashfall Woods. Her sister interrupted only once. You went alone? Yes. The dangerous edge sharpened in her sister's gaze. Mina hurried on to reassure her. But I was careful. I planned everything out and finished the mission. She puffed out her chest slightly with pride. Perfectly. This earned a snort from her sister. You always say that. It was.
Mina insisted officially.
I got all 20 hearts intact. Her sister's eyes widened slightly despite herself. 20. Mina nodded enthusiastically. And I got lucky, really lucky. She continued describing what she'd brought back. Claws, hides, blood essence, and a silver-grayed herb. Her hands animatedly illustrating each detail as if reliving those moments again. The hall seemed to lean in, almost as if it were listening without realizing it. Her sister watched intently, her expression shifting subtly as Mina recounted her tale. Amusement flickered in her eyes when Mina described how she had knocked a wolf into a tree. A brief surge of pride surfaced when Mina mentioned the ashen-spotted tiger, though it was quickly overshadowed by concern. You fought something at your level, her sister said slowly. And you defeated it. I know, right? Mina replied with a wide grin. Her sister studied her for a moment before nodding once. Good. She reached out and pulled Mina closer, resting her forearm protectively across her lap. You did well, she said quietly. You did more than well. Mina beamed at the praise. And what about the money? Her sister asked next, keeping her tone casual but with keen eyes that missed nothing. Mina's grin widened impossibly. Oh! She reached out and pulled out a heavy bag of coins, shaking it slightly so the dull clink echoed through the air. Her sister's lips twitched in surprise. That much? That's just the mission reward, Mina said proudly. I haven't even sold off the other parts yet. For a fleeting moment, genuine surprise crossed her sister's face. You're serious? Mina nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I might actually be richer than you soon. This earned a low but genuine laugh from her sister, tired yet real. You're getting bold, she said, shaking her head in mock disapproval. Next thing I know, you'll tell me you don't need me anymore. Mina's smile softened as she leaned sideways to rest her head lightly against her sister's arm. I always need you. The mercenary leader went still for a moment before placing a hand on Mina's head, fingers threading gently through her hair. Good. They sat like that for a while, allowing the noise of the hall to fade into background texture. Warmth settled between them, a quiet bubble untouched by war or politics or the weight of the world beyond those manor walls. Eventually, her sister broke the silence again. So, she said casually, this place you mentioned, the guild. Mina hummed in acknowledgement. Yeah. Who's in charge there? Mina lifted her head and blinked in realization. Oh, the guild master. Her raised an eyebrow and muttered under her breath. The guild master. Mina scrunched up her face into an exaggerated pout, lips pushed forward dramatically. He's petty. Her sister blinked in surprise. Petty? Yes, Mina insisted seriously. Really petty. How so? He teases me, Mina said with a hint of frustration. All the time. He calls me names, says I'm too short and chubby and, well, you know. She crossed her arms dramatically. And he always smiles when he does it. Her sister's expression shifted slightly, a look of mild annoyance crossing her face. That sounds really annoying. It is, Mina agreed, but then her mood brightened. But he's also fair, smart, and never cheats anyone. Suddenly, her sister's eyes narrowed as if she'd just made an important connection. You said he. The word hung in the air between them like a spark igniting dry tinder. A small smile flickered at the corner of Mina's lips before vanishing as she pretended not to notice. She was still lost in thought, pouting lightly as she waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, he's. Then came a creak from the hall. The heavy wooden tables groaned under an unseen weight, tankards rattled on their surfaces, and several mercenaries instinctively stiffened, hands dropping to their weapons as an overwhelming presence radiated from the bench where the sisters sat. The warmth in the room evaporated instantly. The smile faded from Mina's sister's face as if it had never been there at all. Her crimson eyes darkened, sharp and cold, an unmistakable aura of killing intent thickening the air around her. It felt like the very space was compressing under the weight of her focus. Slowly, she turned her head to lock eyes with Mina, an intensity that sent chills down her spine. He? She repeated ominously. The pressure in the room didn't dissipate. It expanded. What had started as a sharp, localized surge of intent blossomed outward like a silent explosion, flooding the great hall with an invisible force that stole breath from lungs and stiffened spines. The lantern flames along the walls flickered violently, their light bending and warping as if the air itself had thickened into something heavier than smoke. Killing intent. Pure, unrestrained, and terrifyingly focused. The mercenary manner reacted instantly. Every female mercenary in the hall stiffened simultaneously, years of instinct snapping taut in a heartbeat. Cups shattered as fingers clenched too tightly. Chairs scraped backward. Some rose halfway from their seats before catching themselves, faces pale and eyes wide with a mix of alarm and grim understanding. This was not random rage. This was their leader, the devil of the Crimson Whip. Shock and confusion rippled through them all. What could have provoked her to exude such raw killing intent? None dared voice the question aloud, but the thought echoed in every mind. Who would be foolish enough to provoke her? At the center of it all sat the elder sister, utterly still. Her posture was deceptively relaxed, too relaxed. One arm rested casually along the back of the bench, fingers loose and unmoving. The other hand lay flat on the table, palm down, knuckles pale beneath taut skin. Crimson hair framed her face like a mantle of flame, yet there was no warmth in her expression. None at all. Her eyes had changed. Where moments ago there had been tired amusement and softened affection, now lay only ice, deep, merciless, bottomless. Killing intent shimmered within them so densely that it felt tangible, like a blade hovering just beneath the surface. The pressure intensified further. Wood groaned. Stone cracked underfoot. The very foundations of the manor seemed to strain beneath her presence. And yet Mina felt nothing at all. She sat beside her sister with legs swinging idly and head tilted slightly, as if she were watching an interesting play rather than sitting at ground zero of a murderous storm. Her small face wore a mischievous smile, cheeks faintly puffed and eyes sparkling with barely contained amusement. Inside her heart, she giggled. Petty Uncle Sage, I'm doing this for your own good. Mina clasped her hands together innocently in her lap. Besides, she thought smugly to herself, you were the one who said I should make things spicy. Finally, her elder sister moved, slowly turning to look down at Mina. The killing intent did not wane. If anything, it sharpened, condensing into a suffocating focus that made even seasoned warriors brace themselves against tables or walls just to remain standing. Her gaze locked onto Mina's face. Are you saying, she asked evenly in a low voice filled with menace, that you are working under a man? The hall fell into a heavy silence. Mina blinked up at her sister and then did something utterly, disastrously inappropriate. She lifted one finger to her lips, tilting her head as if deep in thought. After a moment, she nodded, slowly, exaggeratedly, and unmistakably. "Yes," she said with naive certainty. A tremor coursed through her sister's body like a fault line cracking. It was subtle but unmistakable to those who knew her well. Rage. Not the wild, screaming kind, but the controlled fury of someone who had buried their hatred deep and was now letting it surface. Her sister inhaled softly. The pressure in the room intensified to the point where breathing became laborious. Several mercenaries dropped to one knee without realizing it, sweat beading along their temples as they struggled against the suffocating weight of her presence. Leaning closer to Mina, her sister's eyes never left her face. "What?" she asked slowly, each word sharp and precise. "Did I tell you about men?" Mina pretended to think for a moment. She looked up at the ceiling, brows furrowed in exaggerated concentration and lips pursed adorably. The contrast between her playful demeanor and the murderous aura surrounding them was so stark it bordered on absurdity. After an exaggerated pause, she looked back at her sister and replied brightly. "You said men are evil and scum," Mina recited cheerfully. "That they're absolute trash and a disgrace to this world." The elder sister's eyes flickered with recognition. "Correct," she said calmly. "Then why," she continued, "did you go and become this adventurer thing?" Each word was clipped and precise, carrying an undercurrent of barely restrained violence. "Has what I've taught you fallen on deaf ears?" Mina's shoulders slumped as her expression shifted instantly, eyes drooping and lips trembling into a pout so convincing it could have fooled anyone. But, she said softly, voice wavering, "I wanted money." Her sister's jaw tightened at that response. "And besides," Mina hurried on as if embarrassed by the admission, "I got too bored staying here all alone. Everyone was gone, and the guildmaster tricked me into becoming an adventurer." The word "tricked" landed like oil on flame. The elder sister's killing intent surged dramatically. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone floor beneath them as jagged lines raced outward. The manor shuddered violently. Lanterns swung wildly while chains clanked together as dust rained down from above in fine choking clouds. Several mercenaries were forced flat against the ground. Their bodies refused to move under the crushing pressure of tension filling the air around them. Her sister rose slowly from the bench. The movement sent another shockwave rippling through the hall. "Tricked?" she echoed, her gaze burning with a fierce, murderous intent. "Explain." Mina instinctively shrank back, just enough to sell the act, then peeked up at her sister with wide, innocent eyes. He's a good man," she added quickly. The hall fell silent. The elder sister remained motionless. Mina pressed on, her words tumbling out in a rush of feigned enthusiasm. "He's calm and smart," she insisted. "And even though he tricked me into becoming an adventurer and teases me by calling me all sorts of names," Mina sniffed dramatically, "he treats me fairly." The tension in the hall thickened, coiling tighter around them. Mina stole another glance at her sister's face. Any warmth that had once been there was now replaced by an icy resolve. Her sister's expression had turned as hard as stone, her eyes glinting with unfiltered rage. The air around her seemed to warp, as if reality itself recoiled from her presence. Inside, Mina felt a thrill of excitement. Wow, she thought, she's really mad. A smug smile crept onto her lips. She clasped her hands together and tilted her head, adopting the most innocent expression she could muster. "Oh!" she exclaimed suddenly, as if recalling something crucial. "He even said that if I were older, he would have married me." Boom! The ground beneath them erupted like it had been struck by a giant's hammer. Cracks spiderwebbed across the stone floor, splitting tiles and sending shards flying in every direction. The manor shook violently. Walls groaned as beams protested loudly. Tables flipped over. Chairs splintered apart. Several mercenaries were knocked off their feet entirely, crashing against walls or hitting the floor hard as the killing intent detonated fully. At the epicenter stood the elder sister. Her aura exploded like a blood-red storm, raw power flooding the hall without restraint. The temperature plummeted. Frost crept along metal surfaces while the very air felt sharp enough to cut through flesh. Her crimson hair lifted as if caught in an unseen wind as she took one deliberate step forward. Every mercenary present felt it deep within their bones. "This," she declared, her voice chilling enough to freeze souls, "has gone far enough." Her eyes blazed with not just anger but a fierce protective fury directed at Mina. "Get ready," she continued firmly, each word striking like thunder in the hall. "We're leaving." She turned abruptly, red whip unfurling slightly at her side, its presence humming with lethal promise. "We're going to that so-called adventurer guild," she announced fiercely, killing intent flaring anew in her voice. "And I will tear it down." The air seemed to tremble. "And then," she declared, her teeth clenched and eyes ablaze, "I will tear that worthless guild master to shreds." The hall trembled once more. Mina watched her with wide eyes, a glimmer of excitement shining through. The spice had done its job perfectly. The Adventurer Guild Hall appeared deceptively tranquil. Sunlight poured through the tall, arched windows, illuminating motes of dust that floated lazily in the air. The mission board was half cleared, its remaining dockets fluttering gently whenever someone walked by. Adventurers lounged on chairs and tables, some polishing weapons, others exchanging notes, while a few counted coins with a reverence usually reserved for money earned through blood and risk. At the heart of it all, behind an upgraded receptionist desk that felt more like a command center than a simple counter, Sage reclined as if he had no urgent matters to attend to. His chair tilted back slightly, balanced with casual precision on its rear legs. Both boots rested atop the desk, crossed at the ankles. He wore golden-rimmed glasses, their intricate design adding an air of sophistication. In one hand, he held a thick book bound in dark leather, A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones, a prize from the system's lottery. Sage turned a page slowly, his eyes scanning the lines with apparent focus as his lips curved faintly at a particularly dramatic passage. To any observer, he seemed like the epitome of indulgent laziness, a guildmaster enjoying a quiet afternoon while his subordinates took care of business. But this was merely an illusion. Behind those glasses, Sage's attention was split in countless directions. He listened to conversations among the adventurers, not overtly or directly, but attentively filtering the low murmur of the guild hall like a predator sifting through tall grass. Fragments of conversation drifted toward him, trivial remarks discarded instantly while meaningful snippets were catalogued and cross-referenced. Heard they lost 3 men near the western ridge. Guild's payouts are faster than the nobles. Ashfall Woods again? You're crazy. Sage's eyes flicked over another page. I heard that they're back. The words were spoken quietly and almost conspiratorially by 2 adventurers near the mission board. Sage didn't look up or shift. He simply turned another page without acknowledging them. Who? It's obviously the largest and most powerful mercenary group in Evergreen region. Sage's fingers paused for just an instant. That narrowed it down significantly. He continued reading but felt his mind already racing ahead. Heard their leader returned too. Sage smiled faintly. What was her name again? There was a brief pause before one replied with a mix of awe and unease. The Crimson Devil, gently closing his book and sliding a finger between its pages to mark his place. Sage kept his feet resting on the desk without adjusting his posture. He let the book rest against his chest as he gazed lazily toward the far end of the hall. The Crimson Devil. So rumors had spread quickly. He'd expected nothing less. Mercenary groups didn't return quietly, not after a kingdom-level war. Even without making a fuss about it, the world had its own way of whispering about power. Soldiers exchanged words, traders spread rumors, and warriors, especially, were always listening. Sage exhaled softly through his nose. Right on time. He reached up to remove his glasses, folding them carefully before placing them atop the book in front of him. Without those lenses, his eyes appeared sharper and more alert. The lazy haze lifted just enough to reveal the calculating mind beneath. He had sensed this moment was approaching. No, he'd known it even earlier than that. The instant he'd seen her sitting alone in the guild hall, gripping her copper badge with trembling hands, disappointment etched across her small frame. He'd recognized it when she casually mentioned her sister, offhand comments heavy with implication. A mercenary leader, a war veteran, a woman harboring deep-seated hatred for men. And now she had returned from war. Sage tapped the book lightly against the desk, the soft thud echoing faintly in the quiet room. The evergreen region. That detail mattered. Situated at a crossroads of trade routes and minor noble territories, mercenary groups operating there didn't survive by chance. They thrived because they were either useful or feared or both. A leader who earned a nickname like Crimson Devil wasn't someone who faded into obscurity. And she was Mina's sister. Sage's smile deepened, though it held no humor. The city still felt peaceful, he mused. A kingdom-level war had raged not far from here, yet Greyvale remained untouched, insulated by its perceived insignificance. No refugees flooded the streets. No conscription notices plastered on walls. No noble banners marching through the gates. Power shifted elsewhere while Greyvale was overlooked until now. Leaning back further in his chair, Sage balanced effortlessly as his fingers drummed slowly against the spine of the book. Timing, that was what distinguished ambition from success. Had the Crimson Devil returned just a week earlier, the guild would have been vulnerable, too new, too untested, too fragile. Had she come back a week later, Sage might have already expanded to new heights and altered the battlefield entirely. But now was perfect. The guild had structure. It had momentum, and more importantly, it had legitimacy. Sage's gaze drifted toward the mission board and then to a cluster of adventurers nearby. Men and women from all walks of life and races. Warriors who once bent their backs under noble contracts now stood taller and prouder because they belonged to something that worked. They didn't know it yet, but they were already invested in their newfound purpose. That was the beauty of systems. People defend what provides them stability. He could already envision it. The Crimson Devil storming into the guild with killing intent flaring as she demanded answers. Adventurers stood frozen, uncertainty and fear etched on their faces. Then, slowly but inevitably, their gazes shifted, not to her, but to him. To the guildmaster. Sage let out a soft chuckle. Predictable, he murmured under his breath. Reaching beneath the desk, he pulled out a thick book and flipped it open briefly. His eyes scanned the entries, registrations, mission completions, coin flow, reputation metrics. Everything fell into place. Mina's timing, the guild's growth trajectory. He closed the ledger and set it aside before leaning forward slightly, resting his elbows on the desk. His expression was calm and relaxed, almost indulgent. Outside in the city, a storm was brewing. Nearby, a woman whose hatred burned fiercely enough to crack stone was gearing up to march right into his territory. But Sage was prepared. He reached behind the desk again and retrieved a thick stack of freshly printed books. Their covers were pristine, their pages crisp. The title gleamed softly in gold lettering. The Adventurer Guild Rulebook, authored by Sage Alistair, the Guildmaster. He opened one of the books and skimmed through its contents with a satisfied nod before stacking them neatly on the desk. A slow smile spread across his face as he thought, "Welcome to the part where everyone learns how cages are built." Meanwhile, the guild hall continued to hum along, blissfully unaware of the impending clash that loomed just around the corner. The guild hall buzzed with noise as adventurers exchanged mock disdain and puzzled looks, all eyes fixed on the receptionist's desk. There stood Sage, wearing a simple, innocent smile that seemed almost predatory as he surveyed the crowd like a shepherd eyeing his flock. He maintained an upright posture behind the desk, relaxed yet deliberate, hands resting lightly on a thick stack of freshly printed books. The covers shimmered in the sunlight streaming through the windows, their gold-embossed titles almost demanding attention. The Adventurer Guild Rulebook, authored by Sage Alistair, the Guildmaster. Sage tapped the topmost book sharply enough to slice through the surrounding chatter. "All right," he said pleasantly, his calm voice carrying effortlessly across the hall. "Everyone relax and pay attention. This is really important. It's not like I announced a tax increase or something. A burly adventurer near the front crossed his arms. You kind of did. Another scoffed. 1 gold for a book? It's not even leather-bound, someone else muttered. Sage smiled nonchalantly. Correct. After all, it's too expensive to make leather-bound ones. A ripple of disgruntled laughter passed through the crowd despite themselves. Leaning casually against the desk, fingers drumming against the stack of books, Sage continued. Let's get one thing straight before this turns into a mob scene. This. He lifted one book and gave it a light shake. Is not optional reading. Groans erupted throughout the guild hall. Of course it isn't. I already figured that out. I knew it was too good to be true. Sage waited patiently for silence to return, exuding an air of control that only someone truly confident could manage. When quiet settled again, he spoke. You're adventurers now, he stated firmly. Not mercenaries waiting for scraps or hired blades bending to noble whims. That means you operate under a system, and systems require rules. He paused before adding dryly, preferably written ones. A lean adventurer with a scar across his cheek raised his hand. We already follow guild rules. Sage nodded in agreement. Yes, and now you'll know exactly what they are. He slid one copy across the desk toward him. Congratulations. You're about to become literate in your own obligations. The man stared at the book and then back at Sage. Do I have to pay first? Yes, you do. Grumbling followed, but soon after a coin clinked onto the desk anyway. Sage accepted it with satisfaction. See? That wasn't so painful. From somewhere in the back of the hall came a voice. You're really charging us to read rules you made up? Sage turned toward them and adjusted his stance slightly. I prefer the term authored. This earned some snorts from those gathered. That earned a few snorts from the adventurers. And no, he continued, his tone sharpening just a touch. I'm charging you because this book represents structure, legitimacy, and accountability. If you can't spare 1 gold coin to understand the framework that protects your livelihood, then perhaps risking your life for a living isn't the best choice. The guild hall fell silent as the adventurers absorbed Sage's words. What's going on? A voice cut through the stillness, drawing everyone's attention to Greor as he approached. He paused to take in the scene. The crowd clustered around the desk, raised voices, and an unmistakable tension in the air. His green hair was damp with sweat, his armor scuffed from recent work. Confusion shifted to wary amusement as his gaze landed on Sage. Guildmaster, what did you do? Greor blinked at Sage. Sage looked up and smiled. Ah, our first adventurer in history. Perfect timing. Greor rolled his eyes and made his way through the crowd, which parted instinctively for him. As one of the guild's top performers, copper rank, his presence carried weight whether he wanted it to or not. He reached the desk and picked up one of the books, flipping it open. Rule book. Sage glanced at him with a grin. Yes, it's a rule book for all adventurers. What do you think? Cool, right? Greor met his gaze and said flatly, You're selling it. Sage nodded enthusiastically. Greor glanced at the price neatly displayed on a small placard. Seriously? You're selling this book for 1 gold? Yes, Sage replied earnestly. Don't give me that look. Do you know how expensive it is to write and publish books nowadays? Let me tell you, it's extremely costly. Greor closed the book slowly and regarded Sage intently. You're serious? Painfully so. Sage shrugged with a simple smile tugging at his lips. A few adventurers let out soft chuckles. Greor scratched his head thoughtfully. And this isn't optional? Nope. You really are something. Greor let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. Sage inclined his head slightly. I try. Greor scanned the hall before looking back at the books again. What happens if someone doesn't buy one? Sage didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice enough to shift the mood in the room. Then they'll be bound by rules they've never read, which is historically how most people get into trouble. That earned a low laugh from Greor. Fair enough. he said as he reached into his pouch and tossed a gold coin onto the desk. Give me one. Sage slid a book toward him with a grin. Would you like it signed? Greor blinked in surprise. What? Autograph, Sage clarified. First edition. The hall erupted in excitement. You're shameless. Sign mine too. Add a dedication. Greor stared at Sage for a moment, then burst into laughter. You're unbelievable. Sage took the book back, opened it to the first page and signed his name with a flourish. There you go. For Greor. Please don't sue the guild. Greor snorted and replied, I'm framing this. Coins began to appear on the desk one after another, not eagerly or happily, but steadily. Adventurers grumbled as they paid, flipping through pages with skeptical expressions that gradually shifted to reluctant focus as they read. Almost immediately, the mood among the adventurers in the hall began to change. Even Greor frowned slightly as he flipped through the rulebook, occasionally casting Sage a sidelong glance. This actually makes sense. Wait, so mission disputes go through arbitration? There's a clause about noble interference. Sage observed all of this with quiet satisfaction. This was his strategy. Not through force or fear but by normalizing understanding. By the time Greor stepped aside, nearly half of the stack was gone. Sage lightly tapped the remaining books, his gaze sweeping across the hall. You don't have to like rules, he said evenly. You just have to understand them. He paused for effect before adding with a faint smile. Because rules, Sage concluded in a calm and steady voice, are cheaper than regret. His words lingered in the air as the final book slid across the desk. Outside, beyond Guild Hall, a storm was already brewing. Flashback 2 days ago. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the soft amber glow of a single oil lamp. Its flame flickered gently, as if weary from the late hour. Shadows stretched across the walls of Sage's bedroom, long and uneven, creeping over shelves, the edge of the bed, and the scattered chaos of parchment that lay strewn across the floor like fallen leaves after a storm. Sage reclined on his back atop the bed, still wearing his boots. One leg dangled over the side while the other rested comfortably bent at the knee. A thick stack of papers lay on his chest, held down by one hand as his other moved steadily across the page, scratching, pausing, scratching again, as ink soaked into parchment with relentless patience. The sound was rhythmic. Scratch, pause, scratch. Article 1. On Guild Membership and Conduct. Article 2. On Mission Allocation and Dispute Resolution. Article 3. On Rewards, Penalties, and Revocation of Status. Article 7. On the Inviolability of Guild Arbitration and the Nullification of External Coercion. Sage exhaled slowly through his nose, eyes half-lidded and expression deceptively calm. Anyone observing him writing rules by lamplight in the dead of night might have mistaken him for a diligent administrator or perhaps even a responsible leader. But they would have been mistaken. This wasn't diligence. It was preparation. He shifted slightly, rustling the papers as he adjusted their weight and scanned what he had just written. His handwriting was neat and controlled, each letter precise without being stiff, a style that suggested forethought rather than haste. Let's see, he murmured to himself. Entry and exit conditions. His pen slowed to a stop as Sage's gaze sharpened just a little. Article 12. On voluntary withdrawal from the guild. He tapped his pen against the paper once and then twice. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. This one, he said softly, needs to be very clear. The pen resumed its movement as requirements were listed and numbers written down. Conditions stacked upon one another, each reasonable on its own but collectively overwhelming. Sage read it back once and then again, satisfied with what he'd crafted. He nodded just as a familiar translucent glow flickered into existence above the foot of his bed. The system window shimmered to life with lines of text forming rapidly as if agitated. Warning. Excessive non-structural administrative input detected. Clarification requested. The system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Sage didn't look up. He continued writing while ignoring its presence. The glow pulsed brighter. Purpose of current activity exceeds standard guild construction parameters. Sage sighed before finally lifting his gaze toward the hovering interface. You're awfully chatty tonight. This system is designed to assist in guild construction, expansion, and management. It is not a publishing house. Sage snorted. Oh, here we go again. I thought we already talked about this. He set the pen down on his chest and folded his hands behind his head, gazing up at the ceiling. You know, for a supposedly omnipotent system, you complain a lot. Complaints are a form of diagnostic feedback. You are attempting to convert handwritten administrative policies into mass-produced physical media. The system replied coldly. Yes, that is not within standard operational scope. Sage tilted his head slightly. You turned my vague thoughts into a functioning guild interface, real-time accounting, and legally binding contracts. But printing books is where you draw the line. Those functions are core features. Printing presses are not. Sage closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them, calm as ever. All right, he said. Let's talk scope. He sat up, papers sliding into his lap as he leaned forward with his elbows resting on his knees. The lamplight cast sharp lines across his face, highlighting the thoughtful glint in his eyes. What is a guild? Sage asked. A structured organization facilitating adventurer activity. And what do organizations need? The system paused briefly before responding. Rules. Good, Sage said. And rules that exist only in my head are useless. He lifted the stack of papers slightly. Rules need permanence, visibility, legitimacy. The system flickered as it processed this information. Digital interfaces provide adequate permanence. Sage smiled thinly. Not to them. He gestured vaguely toward the window, beyond which Greyvale lay asleep. They don't trust what they can't hold. They don't respect what they can't point at. A book? He tapped the papers. Isn't just information. It's authority. The system remained silent. Sage took that as encouragement and continued casually. And besides, I'm not asking you to write it. I already did the hard part. He flipped open the stack of pages, letting them flutter in front of him. I just need you to materialize them. You are requesting large-scale physical replication of a non-core asset. Yes. Denied. Sage blinked in surprise. Denied. This system will not allocate resources toward non-essential publishing endeavors. For a long moment, Sage stared at the interface before letting out a soft but weary laugh. You know, he said mildly, I was hoping you'd say that. The system's glow wavered. Sage leaned back against the bed frame, idly twirling the pen between his fingers. Because now we get to negotiate. Negotiation parameters are. If you don't print these books, Sage interrupted pleasantly, I won't learn magic anymore. There was silence, absolute and stunned silence, as if time itself had paused for half a heartbeat. Excuse me? You heard me. Sage shrugged.
No spells, no mana training, no progression quests.
I'm just going to run this guild the old-fashioned way. That would be suboptimal. Oh, catastrophically, Sage agreed. For both of us. The glow intensified, and text began to appear more rapidly. Your personal growth is integral to guild advancement. And guild advancement, Sage replied calmly, is essential for your own expansion protocols. Which means, he leaned in slightly, his eyes sharp now. We're both stuck here together. Threatening self-sabotage is illogical. Sage's smile didn't reach his eyes. Never test a man who has nothing to lose. The pen came to a halt. I have no noble backing, no family, and no safety net. If this guild fails, I'm back to square one. So if you think I won't drag myself through mediocrity out of spite. He shrugged again. You clearly don't understand humans. The system fell silent once more. Sage exhaled slowly, his gaze drifting back to the papers. And for the record, he added lightly, I don't care if I end up castrated, cursed, or magically neutered along the way. The system was silent when it heard what Sage said. I'm an irregular variable, Sage continued nonchalantly. Get used to it. Another pause followed. This one lingered longer than before. The lamp crackled softly as the wind outside shifted. Finally, the system spoke. 100 copies. Sage's eyes brightened with excitement. Basic binding. Standardized formatting. No decorative enhancements. The system replied, its tone filled with a hint of irritation. That's fine by me. This action will be logged as an exception. Of course it will. Do not make a habit of this. Sage grinned widely. No promises. The papers in his lap began to glow faintly as ink shimmered and pages thickened. Covers formed seamlessly around them. One by one, pristine books materialized and stacked neatly at the foot of the bed, solid and undeniable presence. Sage reached down and picked one up, running his thumb along its spine before opening it wide. The first page stared back at him. The Adventurer Guild Rulebook. Authored by Sage Alistair, the Guildmaster. He closed the book slowly, a quiet smile spreading across his face, a look of satisfaction washing over him. This, he thought as he lay back against the bed while the lamp flickered low, is for when she comes. The weight of the book rested heavily in his hands as night continued its slow march forward. Sage smiled faintly as memories of 2 days ago drifted through his mind. The recollection surfaced unexpectedly, ink-stained fingers, lamplight flickering against parchment, and the system's indignant protests echoing in his thoughts. He let out a soft chuckle, low and brief, before leaning back into his chair once more. The wooden legs creaked quietly beneath him as he relaxed, fingers loosely interlaced over his abdomen, staring up at the ceiling of the Adventurer Guild Hall with an unfocused gaze. Everything was in place. Everything was perfect, or at least perfect in his eyes. As long as Mina's elder sister proved to be reasonable. As long as she didn't take things too far. As long as she remained someone open to conversation and negotiation. If that were the case, then this entire situation could unfold smoothly, almost elegantly. Truthfully, Sage hadn't thought about things turning out this way. In his original plan, the one he laid out upon arriving in this world, he intended to develop slowly, carefully and patiently. As long as nothing major disrupted his rhythm, he could simply sit behind his desk, enjoy his new life, and let the guild grow gradually. No rushing. No provoking forces he wasn't ready to face. No drawing unnecessary attention. A laid-back life. A comfortable life. But life had taught Sage that it rarely allowed people to remain comfortable. Sometimes it nudged you gently off course. Other times, it slapped you across the face without warning, shattering the rhythm you thought you had under control. He changed the moment he became a warrior. The instant raw strength flowed through his veins for the first time. A tangible power responding to his will. His perspective shifted completely. Now, he viewed this world differently than when he first arrived. Back then, he saw everything through the eyes of an ordinary mortal. A cautious observer content to survive quietly on the fringes while avoiding those who truly ruled this land. But after becoming a warrior, something fundamental changed within him. His vision sharpened. He realized he could no longer afford to sit back and let nature take its course. This world was not gentle or forgiving. It did not reward passivity. If he left things to chance, he risked dying before understanding where he'd gone wrong. He needed to hold the steering wheel. He needed to chart his own course. The Adventurer Guild was a novel concept here, something that had never existed before, and so far it had grown more smoothly than even Sage anticipated. He didn't need to roam dangerous lands or risk his life fighting monsters himself. Instead, he sat behind a desk while warriors flocked to him, eagerly registering as adventurers and willingly paying their registration fees. Commissioners approached him with missions they wanted posted while paying their own fees in return. When missions were completed, Sage took a modest cut from the rewards, small enough not to provoke resentment but steady enough to accumulate into something formidable. Gold poured steadily into the guild's coffers, and by extension, into his grasp. The most astonishing part wasn't just the money itself, it was how effortlessly it all came to him. He hardly had to lift a finger, yet wealth accumulated day after day. And this was merely the beginning. The Adventurer Guild was gaining traction now. Word was spreading. More people would come, more warriors, more commissioners, which meant even more gold. If he expanded this system across the region, or better yet, across multiple regions, the scale of it became almost absurd. In a single day, hundreds of gold coins could flow in. Perhaps even thousands, all without him needing to draw a blade. And that was precisely why it was dangerous. The guild effortless profitability is its greatest vulnerability. Sage understood power, not the brute kind but the kind that draws attention. To the powerful elite, the Adventurer Guild still seemed small and insignificant. At best, it appeared as a curious little shop tucked away in Greyvale City. Sure, it had created some buzz, but not enough to truly alarm anyone of significance. Yet Sage had no illusions about their awareness. The nobles were already aware of the guild. He'd be more surprised if they hadn't noticed at all. Men like them had a knack for planting eyes and ears everywhere, especially when something new disrupted their flow of money. Right now, though, they viewed the guild as nothing more than a novelty. But if it continued to grow, if an especially nosy noble caught wind of its true potential, things could turn ugly very quickly. Nobles had noses like hunting hounds. They could scent money from miles away. The moment they realized just how much gold this Adventurer Guild could generate, they would act swiftly. To them, it would look like when dropshipping first gained popularity back on Earth. Once people recognized how lucrative it was, everyone jumped on board. The same principle applied here. An undiscovered gold mine waiting to be tapped. Once its true value surfaced, these nobles would move quickly and decisively. They wouldn't hesitate or show mercy. They wouldn't bother trying to build their own guild. Sage didn't worry about that at all. After generations of suffering inflicted upon warriors by nobles, which sane warrior would willingly join a noble-controlled guild? The nobles understood this too well. Instead of creating their own guilds, they would come for him directly. They'd try to buy him off or threaten him into becoming their puppet while he maintained his public role as guildmaster. In private, the guild would belong to them. Sage wasn't intimidated by them, not while he remained inside the guild hall. Within these walls, he was untouchable. The system itself ensured his protection. But he couldn't stay hidden forever. Eventually, he'd have to step outside those doors. And he knew enough about the system to realize that missions requiring him to venture out were inevitable. That was his greatest weakness. Strength. Or rather, the lack of it. Compared to true powerhouses, Sage felt pitifully weak. If he were to face someone stronger outside the guild's protective walls, he would be completely at their mercy. And in this world, mercy was a rare commodity. This meant he needed leverage, someone who could deter the nobles. He needed an ally whose strength was undeniable. Someone backed by manpower, reputation, and fear. Someone who would make even the most arrogant nobles think twice before acting. Someone like... Boom! The guild hall shook violently as a crushing pressure descended upon the room without warning. The air felt heavy and suffocating, as if it had solidified. Conversations halted abruptly. Laughter froze in mid-air. Adventurers throughout the hall went pale, their knees buckling under the weight of an overwhelming presence that washed over them. Sage's eyes snapped open. At the mission board, Greor stiffened momentarily before shaking off the shock and blurring into action. In an instant, he stood at Sage's desk, gripping the hilts of his sword so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Sweat trickled down his forehead. His face was pale, yet his gaze remained cold and resolute as he stared toward the entrance. Every eye in the guild turned in unison toward that direction. The doors burst open with brutal force. A group of well-equipped female warriors stormed inside. Their armor bore scars from countless battles. Their movements were disciplined and sharp, their expressions hardened by war. The killing intent radiating from them was so thick it made it hard to breathe. And at their center stood Mina's elder sister. She strode into the guild hall like a walking calamity, dragging Mina behind her by the wrist. Her mere presence warped the atmosphere around her. Murderous intent oozed from her like heat from molten steel. The mercenaries flooded into the hall, instinctively spreading out to cut off exits while adventurers froze in place. Fear gripped everyone present. But a few moments later, a few of the bronze-rank adventurers immediately put on battle poses as they instinctively leaned closer to the receptionist's desk. Then Mina's sister halted. Her cold and merciless gaze swept across the guild hall slowly, taking in stunned faces, assessing the mission board and finally landing on Sage. Her voice sliced through the silence like a blade. "Release my sister," she commanded coldly. "Now." Sage finally caught a proper glimpse of her. She stood at the center of the Adventurer Guild Hall like a blade driven into the earth, unyielding, merciless, and exuding an oppressive aura that made the air feel thick and stifling. Her face resembled ice, sharp and devoid of emotion, as if she had long discarded any hint of vulnerability. A chilling killing intent radiated from her entire being, not wild or explosive but dense and suffocating, like a frozen tide pressing inward from all sides. As her gaze swept slowly across the hall, adventurers reacted instinctively. Burly warriors, who had faced beasts, bandits, and even death itself, felt their throats tighten and their palms grow slick with sweat. But when her eyes settled on the men, the temperature in the room seemed to drop further. Disgust. Pure and unrestrained disgust. To her, the male adventurers appeared no different from refuse, filth cluttering a battlefield after the slaughter had taken place. Her nose scrunched in revulsion, and her lips tightened as if she had caught the whiff of something rotten. The disdain in her eyes was so palpable it felt almost tangible, as though she were staring at creatures that had never deserved to exist at all, mistakes, abominations that the world had foolishly allowed to breathe. From behind the desk, Sage observed her quietly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. He took in her every detail, measuring and analyzing without haste. When he noted the unfiltered hatred smoldering in her gaze each time it passed over a man, he couldn't help but nod faintly to himself. Yep, he thought calmly. Flatboard Princess wasn't exaggerating. This one really hates men. Yet a frown tugged at his brows as another thought surfaced. What kind of hell did you endure to end up like this? No one simply wakes up one day deciding to loathe an entire gender. Hatred this profound isn't casual. It's forged, tempered, and reinforced over years of suffering, betrayal, and possibly a lifetime of trauma. Genuine curiosity stirred within Sage, but he shook his head sharply. Not now. This wasn't the time to dissect someone else's scars. He had his own problems to contend with. Refocusing, Sage examined her more closely. She stood tall, taller than most women in the hall, with long crimson hair cascading down her back like living flame. Tight black leather armor molded perfectly to her figure, a blend of functional and battle-worn that was impossible to overlook. Where it should have been full, it was. Where it should have been narrow, it was. Every curve was accentuated without being excessive, a balance of lethal beauty and brutal practicality. Her skin exuded a healthy glow, deceptively delicate beneath layers of violence and death. There was no denying that her face was stunning. Since Sage had arrived in this world, he had seen many women, but none matched the sheer presence she commanded. Yet, her pitch-black pupils brimmed with nothing but murderous intent. Damn, Sage thought honestly. A deadly thorn rose. Another impression quickly followed. She resembled a corpse, an emotionless shell that had learned to walk, breathe, and kill. Since the moment she entered the guild hall, her expression hadn't shifted in the slightest.
No surprise.
No anger, at least none visible, just cold, unyielding hostility. Sage glanced around the hall. The adventurers stood pale-faced, many unconsciously edging closer to the desk, forming a loose barrier between her entourage and the heart of the guild. Greor was among them, jaw clenched, swords half-drawn, and eyes locked on the woman with grim determination. Sage smiled faintly, then stepped out from behind the desk. The movement drew attention. He walked forward, hands clasped behind his back, posture relaxed to the point of audacity. He stopped a few meters in front of her, close enough to feel the chill radiating from her body like an icy wind. Lifting his head, he offered his usual professional smile. "Hello, beautiful lady," Sage said smoothly. "How may I help?" Her icy gaze snapped to him instantly. Disgust flickered in her eyes, unhidden and raw enough to make Sage's lips twitch despite himself. "Damn it," he cursed inwardly. "Don't look at me like that." His smile remained intact. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice low, steady, and utterly devoid of emotion. Each word landed cleanly, without hesitation. Sage cleared his throat lightly and flicked a glance toward Mina, who was partially hidden behind her sister's arm. Mina stuck out her tongue at him, pink and unapologetic, a smug little grin on her face that made Sage's eye twitch. He returned his attention to the woman. "My name is Sage," he said calmly. "You may call me Guildmaster Sage." The moment Guildmaster escaped his lips, her expression cracked. The killing intent she exuded surged violently, multiplying in density and slamming into the hall like an invisible hammer. Several adventurers staggered, gasping as if their lungs had been squeezed. The floor creaked ominously beneath the strain. "You," she said slowly, each word forced through clenched teeth. "You are the Guildmaster?" Sage nodded once, still smiling. "Yes, I'm the Guildmoss." Crack. The sound split the air like thunder ripping through a storm cloud. Before Sage could finish his sentence, a web of afterimages exploded into existence. Whips, countless overlapping arcs, lashed forward with terrifying speed, tearing through the space where Sage had just been standing. The guild hall erupted into chaos. Adventurers turned pale, fear etched across their faces. Gregor's eyes widened in horror as he felt his heart pound against his ribs. It was too fast. He hadn't even seen her move. One moment, Sage was speaking. The next, he was engulfed by a storm of whipping shadows. "He's dead," Gregor thought numbly. "There's no way he survived that." "Guildmaster," he shouted hoarsely. Fear, shock, and grief rippled through the hall. To them, Sage was still just a man, clever, yes, mysterious perhaps, but still made of flesh and blood. How could anyone endure an attack like that? "You know, Iron Lady?" A voice chimed in lightly, slicing through the panic. "That's not how you greet someone." Silence fell suddenly, as if time itself had halted. Gregor's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice and froze. Sage was standing behind the mercenary. He maintained the same relaxed stance, hands clasped behind his back, a lazy smirk tugging at his lips as if he found amusement in a bad joke. Shock washed over the hall in a wave. The sister's eyes widened, if only for a fraction of a second, before her composure snapped back into place. She attacked again. Her long crimson whip lashed through the air like a living serpent, trailing shockwaves in its wake. The sound was a deafening boom, as if the very air had split apart. Sage shifted. He leaned to the side just as the whip grazed him, missing by a hair's breadth. But it recoiled instantly, bending in a way that seemed impossible, striking again like a viper ready to strike. Sage flickered out of sight, reappearing a step away, fingers brushing the back of his neck where a tingling sensation lingered. His heart raced. For the first time since a gun had been pointed at his head, since a bullet had lodged itself into his skull in another life, Sage felt genuine fear. "It looks like I'm a greenhorn when it comes to combat experience," he thought inwardly, turmoil churning within him despite his outward calm. "If I hadn't moved earlier, my head would be rolling on the ground by now." He understood. The sister was a mercenary, a warrior who had spent her life drenched in battle and death. Her combat experience was vast, as deep as the sea. Without the guild's invincibility buff, if they were of equal strength, Sage doubted he would last long. In pure combat, he felt like a child next to her. Sage's combat experience was a bit of a non-existent. If he was able matched hers in terms of experience and strength, then he would be able to withstand for a while. The invincibility granted by the guild was absolute in result, though not in execution. It didn't make him omniscient. It merely ensured that he couldn't take fatal damage within the guild's walls. Skill, perception, and reaction still mattered. Invincibility guaranteed a successful outcome, but the journey there wasn't easy. If he failed to react in time, the system would intervene at the last moment. But that window was terrifyingly narrow. Pain, shock, and disorientation were all very much still in play. She's a battlefield monster, Sage thought grimly. Even if we were on equal footing, I'd still be finished. The sister launched another attack, and this time, Sage concentrated intently. His movements flowed effortlessly. The whip cracked through the air, but Sage slipped past it with agility. The floor shattered where it struck, and the air erupted with a piercing sound. She intensified her assault, attacking faster and harder, her strikes coming in like a relentless storm. As she pressed on, Sage found his own movements becoming smoother. His focus sharpened as he adapted, reading her rhythm and anticipating her next move, but it was still clumsy. He wasn't fighting back. It felt almost like he was dancing. To the adventurers watching, the hall became a blur of chaos. Figures flickered in and out, afterimages collided, and shockwaves rattled the walls. They struggled to keep up with either of them, only catching glimpses of flashes, sounds, and destruction. Greor stood frozen, his eyes wide with apprehension. Then, in a sudden move, Sage reached out and calmly closed 2 fingers around the whip. The weapon halted abruptly, and the hall fell into an eerie silence. And Sage smiled. Silence enveloped the Adventurer Guild Hall. It wasn't the serene quiet of restraint or discipline. It was a stunned, hollow silence that followed something earth-shattering, leaving everyone unsure if they were still breathing or had slipped into a dream from which they hadn't yet awakened. Every eye in the hall was wide open. Every mouth was frozen mid-breath. Shock rolled through the room like a tangible wave, crashing into every adventurer, every mercenary, every soul present. None of them could fully grasp what they were witnessing. Their minds rejected it outright, scrambling for explanations that refused to materialize. Their guildmaster, that lazy man who lounged behind his desk as if life itself were an inconvenience. The shameless fellow who teased children, haggled over fees, and always seemed on the verge of dozing off. That petty, annoying, ordinary guildmaster whom many had mistakenly assumed was just an unremarkable mortal hiding behind a desk. Yet there he stood now, 2 fingers casually gripping a whip that had moments ago sliced through the air like a natural disaster. And he looked bored. Greor stood among the adventurers, utterly petrified. His mouth hung open so wide that a goose egg could have fit inside. His throat felt dry. His hands trembled while his heart pounded violently in his ears. Tumultuous waves crashed within him. Shock, disbelief, awe. Too many emotions colliding all at once. This shameless bastard. Greor's world tilted on its axis. This shameless guildmaster, the man who had scolded him over paperwork and teased him relentlessly, had been this strong all along? Greor felt as though he'd been punched in the soul. Nearby, Mina fared no better. She stood rigidly, her small frame frozen in place. Her chubby cheeks quivered. Her cherry-red mouth hung open in disbelief while her golden eyes sparkled with pure shock as they locked onto the infuriating sight before her. That familiar smirk. That smug smile she had grown accustomed to seeing behind the desk. Her thoughts felt scrambled. Petty Uncle Sage. Is this strong? The female mercenaries lining the hall were equally shaken. They were veterans, women who had survived blood-soaked battlefields and stared death in the face. But even they felt their instincts screaming at them now. Apart from powerful nobles and a handful of legendary figures, none had ever encountered anyone in Greyvale City capable of standing against their leader head-on. And yet here he was, calm and unharmed. Sage stood there with 2 fingers wrapped around the whip, posture relaxed and shoulders loose, his expression infuriatingly casual, as he regarded the devilish woman before him with mild curiosity and a smirk that danced dangerously close to provocation. The sister stood motionless, just as shocked as everyone else. Yet, unlike the others, she kept her composure. Her face was a mask of ice, and her pitch-black eyes were locked onto Sage with unblinking intensity. The only sign of her inner turmoil was the faint tightening of her grip on the whip. A standoff ensued. Neither moved nor spoke. The tension in the hall felt thick and suffocating, like a storm poised to unleash its fury at any moment. Sage broke the silence first. He released the whip, letting it slip from his fingers as if it were merely an annoying string. It snapped back toward its owner, coiling instinctively around the sister's arm. Taking a slow step back, Sage placed his hands behind his back and spoke in a calm and even tone. "Attacking each other right now won't get us anywhere," he said mildly. "And frankly, I don't understand why you attacked me in the first place." Murmurs rippled through the adventurers present. Sage continued steadily. "I'm quite certain we've never met before. I've never crossed paths with you or spoken to you, never done anything to warrant an attack upon our first meeting." He tilted his head slightly, studying her intently. "So tell me, why are you attacking me?" Subtle nods spread through the hall as adventurers considered Sage's words. They couldn't help but agree. This shameless guildmaster had no prior dealings with this woman. But when their gazes shifted back to the sister's face, a bitter realization settled in their hearts. They knew who she was. Anyone unaware of her identity must have been living under a rock. Finally, she spoke up, her voice cold and sharp, saturated with disdain. "You tricked my sister." Each word dripped like poison. "You lured her into becoming this adventurer thing," she continued, narrowing her eyes in disgust. "And you expect me to tolerate her working under a disgusting creature like you?" Sage's lips twitched at her words. "Disgusting creature?" He repeated inwardly, but outwardly he merely sighed. "I see," he said calmly. "So that's what this is about." He shook his head slowly. "Let me clarify something. I did not trick Mina into anything. She chose to become an adventurer of her own will. I merely presented an opportunity." Her eyes burned with anger as she replied flatly, "Enough! Release my sister from this damnable place right now." Sage regarded her for a moment before shaking his head slowly. "No," he stated firmly. His refusal hung heavily in the air like a stone dropped into still water. The mercenaries stiffened instantly. Mina's eyes widened in shock. The sister's killing intent surged forth. The temperature dropped sharply as cracks began to form faintly across the stone floor beneath her boots. "What do you mean? Do you want this shitty place of yours to turn into a bloodbath?" she growled, her grip on the whip in her hand tightening with agitation. The adventurers in the guild hall exchanged nervous glances, swallowing hard as beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. A cold chill ran down their spines. Sage remained still, his expression calm as he met her gaze. "As I said before, that cannot happen," he replied steadily. "It goes against the guild's laws." Her eyes sharpened dangerously. "Laws?" she echoed, her voice dripping with disdain. "You think your laws matter to me?" Sage exhaled slowly, his patience visibly strained but intact. "They matter whether you like them or not," he said firmly. "This is not a playground. An adventurer cannot simply join, make money, and leave whenever it suits them. If that were allowed, the guild would descend into chaos within weeks." She shot him a scornful look and scoffed. "Then let it collapse. Your so-called laws don't concern me at all." Sage's expression hardened as he responded, "That will not happen." He stepped aside slightly, gesturing toward the hall around them. "These people have entrusted this place with their livelihoods, their lives and futures. I will not allow anyone to undermine that." Her lip curled into a contemptuous smile. "You speak as if you own them." "I don't own them," Sage replied firmly, shaking his head. "But I am responsible for them." She stared at him with disdain radiating from every fiber of her being. "Explain," she commanded. The tone grated on Sage's nerves. He clenched his jaw in irritation but swallowed it down. "Just endure for now," he reminded himself. "According to the guild rulebook," Sage continued evenly, "an adventurer who wishes to voluntarily withdraw must meet specific conditions." Her eyes narrowed further as she demanded, "What conditions?" "Completion of 100 4-star missions," Sage stated calmly, "or 55-star missions combined with a minimum of 300 total 1-star to 3-star missions." The hall erupted into gasps and murmurs of disbelief as adventurers processed what they had just heard, glancing between Sage and the sister. For the first time, her calm facade cracked. She froze in place. "What did you just say?" she asked slowly. Although unfamiliar with the guild's mission system, she could tell from Sage's tone and the crowd's reaction that these requirements were no small feat. Before she could interrupt any further, Sage pressed on. "These requirements exist to prevent abuse, stopping individuals from exploiting the guild by taking resources and connections without facing consequences." Her gaze burned with anger. "That's absurd." "Perhaps," Sage admitted calmly, "but necessary." She stepped forward, her voice low and edged with danger. "You expect a child to handle that?" "No," Sage replied calmly. "I don't expect her to manage it alone. But that's the penalty if she wants to leave the guild. But what I also do expect is help." Her eyes flickered with a whirlwind of thoughts as she studied Sage intently. Sage held her gaze firmly and continued. "The rules permit an adventurer to receive assistance, parties, companions, allies, anyone willing to lend a hand." Understanding began to dawn in her eyes as she absorbed his explanation. Sage pressed on. "If you want Mina to leave the guild," he stated, "then those conditions must be fulfilled. Until then, she remains an adventurer under my protection." A heavy silence enveloped the guild hall as everyone turned their attention to the two facing off in the center. Her breathing quickened as she glanced at Mina and then back at Sage. "You planned this," she said quietly. Sage remained silent for a moment before spreading his arms in a casual shrug. "I planned for stability," he replied. "If that poses an inconvenience for you, so be it." Her fingers twitched as contempt and undisguised disgust filled her gaze directed at Sage. He sighed softly and walked over to the desk, grabbing the rule book and tossing it toward her. "If you don't believe me, check the rule book. It's clearly stated in the 10th rule." The rule book landed in her hands like something tainted. Her elder sister instinctively caught it, fingers closing around the leather-bound cover with visible reluctance. As soon as the texture registered beneath her skin, her expression twisted slightly, pure, unfiltered disgust flickered across her face. If this situation hadn't involved her sister, she wouldn't have bothered touching something so filthy, something crafted by a man who dared to present it as law. Her grip tightened momentarily, knuckles whitening as if she were fighting the urge to hurl it across the hall and reduce it to ashes. But she did neither. Without even glancing at Sage, she opened the rulebook. The pages flipped with sharp, impatient movements, the leather creaking softly in protest. Her eyes skimmed over the opening sections with mechanical efficiency, guild structure, mission allocation, codes of conduct. Initially, her expression remained unchanged, cold and lifeless like a stone-carved corpse. These were meaningless words to her, bureaucratic nonsense. Tools men used to chain others under the guise of order. Then her fingers stopped. Her gaze locked onto a specific section. Her pupils contracted. She read again, slowly this time. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop. At first, it was subtle. The tightening of her jaw and a faint twitch at the corner of her eye. Then the change became impossible to miss. Rage surfaced, raw and violent, boiling up from beneath layers of disciplined restraint. Disgust followed closely behind, then contempt so deep it felt almost tangible. Killing intent poured from her like poison gas thick enough to make weaker adventurers stagger, all directed at one person. Sage. He leaned casually against the desk, arms crossed and posture relaxed, wearing an amicable smile that looked utterly out of place under the weight of her glare. He didn't avert his eyes or flinch. He simply watched her calmly as if observing a storm he had predicted days ago. Around the hall, unease spread among several adventurers driven by curiosity and dread as they opened their own rule books. Fingers flipped hurriedly. Pages rustled while murmurs began rippling outward. It didn't take long for one man, a voice trembling despite his attempt at composure, to find it. Article 12, he read aloud, his voice echoing across the guild hall and unintentionally drawing everyone's attention. He swallowed hard before continuing. Article 12. On voluntary withdrawal from the Adventurer Guild. Clause 3. The hall fell deathly quiet as he read exactly what was written. Clause 3. Any registered adventurer seeking voluntary withdrawal from the guild must fulfill one of the following conditions prior to release: completion of 100-100 4-star missions or completion of 50-50 5-star missions. In addition, a minimum of 300 missions classified between 1-star and 3-star must be recorded. Assistance from other adventurers is permitted. Until these conditions are met, guild status remains active and binding. A hush fell over the crowd, quickly followed by murmurs that spread like ripples on water. Shock washed over the room, a wave crashing against solid rock. Some adventurers stared at their books in disbelief, while others glanced between Sage and the sister, then back to the pages as if hoping for a miraculous rearrangement of words into something more palatable. But nothing changed. The clause was real and undeniable. The sister's hand shook violently. Her slender fingers tightened around the book until cracking sounds echoed sharply through the hall. The leather split, paper crumpled under her grip. The entire rule book collapsed in on itself, reduced to pulp as fragments of ink-stained paper floated down like dark snowflakes. For a fleeting moment, Sage observed the remnants fluttering to the floor. "That's 1 gold coin worth of paper," he thought with mild detachment. He sighed inwardly, shaking his head almost imperceptibly before lifting his gaze back to her. She stood there in silence, terrifyingly so. Every eye in the hall was now fixed upon her. Adventurers, mercenaries, curious onlookers drawn in by the commotion. This had escalated beyond a private confrontation. It had become a public spectacle, a reckoning. Reputation was at stake here. This wasn't some shadowy alley or battlefield where brute strength determined outcomes. This was a public institution with witnesses everywhere. The rule had been read aloud. The law had been declared. To outright refuse would not lead to bloodshed but rather to rumors, doubtful murmurs that could quietly withdraw contracts and close doors one by one. The sister grasped this reality instantly. She wasn't naive. She led one of the most formidable mercenary groups in the region. Their survival depended on reputation, trust, the belief that when they gave their word, they honored it, even when it was inconvenient or costly. If she brazenly defied guild rules now, backlash wouldn't come in blades but through hesitation, employers reconsidering their choices, rivals seizing opportunities born from doubt, and whispers of unreliability would be just as lethal as swords. Sage understood this perfectly. That's why he had orchestrated everything so meticulously. As silence stretched uncomfortably long, Sage's gaze flickered toward the entrance where he spotted an ordinary man clad in worn-out clothes, unremarkable and easily forgotten. Their eyes met for just a heartbeat before Sage nodded subtly at him. The man returned the nod and melted back into the crowd. Information was already circulating. Mina stood off to one side, watching her sister's rigid form with growing unease. For the first time since entering Guild Hall, guilt twisted painfully in her chest. She felt bad. Not enough to regret her choices, but enough to recognize the burden she had placed on her sister's shoulders. Mina wasn't stupid. She understood this wasn't an accident. Sage had orchestrated it all. She also grasped, at least in part, what he wanted. He had mentioned it himself. Someone could help her fulfill the conditions, and there was only one person who could do that quickly. Her sister. Sage raised an eyebrow at Mina, catching her gaze, and grinned at her. Mina huffed, stuck out her tongue at him again, and turned away with exaggerated annoyance. Her sister remained silent, but thoughts raced through Mina's mind with brutal clarity. She felt trapped, not by chains or force, but by circumstance. Sure, she could bulldoze through this hall. She could kill, destroy, and walk away if she wanted to. Her strength allowed for that. But this situation didn't permit such a solution. There were too many eyes watching, too many witnesses present, and far too many consequences that would ripple outward to harm those who depended on her. If she wanted to free Mina from the guild's grasp, she had to meet the conditions set before them. If she refused, Mina would remain an adventurer indefinitely, and openly rejecting the rule, that would tarnish their group's reputation. She had built this mercenary group with blood, sweat, and tears. Every scar on her body told a story of that effort. She couldn't throw it all away, not for pride or even hatred. This was the weight of leadership. A leader couldn't act solely based on personal emotions. Every decision needed to prioritize the group first. The well-being of her subordinates came before her own desires, a principle she had lived by for as long as she could remember. And yet, the thought of working under a man made her skin crawl, not just discomfort but outright revulsion. Her very soul recoiled at the idea. The hatred she felt toward men ran deep. It was etched into her being by experiences she'd rather forget. Even if Sage framed it differently, even if he insisted it wasn't working for him, to her it felt like exactly that. Standing in a place ruled by a man, abiding by rules written by a man, advancing under a system crafted by a man. It made her want to vomit. Slowly lifting her head, she locked eyes with Sage's calm smile, and anger ignited within her like wildfire. In that moment of clarity, she realized something undeniable. She was firmly in his grip. This entire scenario was his doing. Though she didn't yet understand why he wanted her involved or what he hoped to gain from this arrangement. One thing was crystal clear. She had walked straight into a trap. A deep one. And there stood Sage Alistair at its center, watching patiently as the pages of fate turned around them. Silence hung over the guild hall like a drawn blade. It wasn't the fragile quiet that follows fear or the brittle stillness of shock. It was something heavier, more profound. This was the silence of inevitability, the kind that settles in when all possible outcomes have been weighed and dismissed, leaving only one path forward, a path no one wanted to take but everyone could see. Sage stood with an air of calm, leaning lightly against the desk with his arms crossed and his expression composed and unreadable. He didn't press his advantage or break the silence. He let it work for him. Across from him, Mina's elder sister stood rigidly, shoulders squared and chin lifted, her gaze fixed straight ahead. The murderous intent that had once filled the hall had receded but not vanished. It coiled tightly around her heart like a restrained beast. She was deep in thought. Sage could see it in the subtle tightening of her jaw and the way her breathing slowed into something controlled and deliberate. He noticed how her fingers flexed at her side, opening and closing as if testing an invisible chain's weight. This woman was neither impulsive nor reckless. She was a leader, and leaders don't lash out blindly when cornered. They weigh their options carefully. Sage straightened slowly, uncrossing his arms and placing both hands flat on the desk behind him. "You want your sister out of the guild," he said at last, his voice calm and steady as it carried across the hall. "That much is clear." Her gaze flickered toward him for just a moment before darting away again. She didn't deny it. "I know you don't trust this place," Sage continued. "You don't trust me or anything built by men. Given your experiences, I won't insult you by pretending that mistrust is irrational." A low murmur rippled through the adventurers present. "But intent doesn't override structure," he added. "And strength, no matter how overwhelming, doesn't rewrite established rules." Her eyes sharpened as she looked up at Sage. He lifted a hand slightly, palm open as if signaling restraint, not for her but for the tension thickening in the room. "This guild exists because it has rules," he explained. "Not because I am powerful or clever, or even benevolent." A few adventurers shifted uncomfortably at his words. "It exists because it is predictable," Sage continued. "When someone enters, they know what is expected of them. When someone leaves, they know what must be done." He paused to let that sink in before adding, "You are not being singled out, and neither is your sister. The rules apply equally to everyone here." The sister exhaled sharply, a low breath devoid of humor escaping her lips. "Spare me your justifications," she replied coldly. "You enjoy this." Sage met her gaze with unwavering steadiness. "No," he replied firmly. "I endure this." His words struck harder than any shout could. He stepped away from the desk, moving slowly and deliberately until he stood a few paces closer, close enough to speak without raising his voice, yet far enough not to intimidate. "There are only 3 outcomes available to you right now," Sage said. "Let me lay them out plainly." Despite herself, her attention remained fixed on him. "First," Sage said, lifting one finger, "you refuse. You walk away. Your sister remains an adventurer. Permanently." Mina flinched at this revelation, looking blankly at her sister. "You may protect her from the outside," Sage continued unflinchingly, "but you cannot remove her from the guild. She will continue taking missions, earning rewards, and building connections here under my authority." The sister's jaw tightened as the air around her seemed to warp. "Second," Sage said, raising a second finger, "you attempt to use force." A ripple of tension passed through the mercenaries present. "You already know how that ends," Sage stated simply. "You can destroy this hall. You can kill everyone here. But the consequences will follow you forever. Your reputation will rot, contracts will vanish, and your people will starve. Not because you failed them in battle, but because you chose pride over responsibility." His gaze shifted briefly toward the mercenaries behind her. "You know that," he added quietly. Of course she did. Her shoulders tensed, not in denial but in acknowledgement. "Third," Sage said, lifting his final finger, "you accept the rules. You complete the conditions," he continued. "You withdraw your sister legally and cleanly, without bloodshed or rumors, and without consequences for your group." Her eyes burned with anger. "And how?" she asked slowly, venom lacing every syllable. "Do you expect me to fulfill conditions designed to chain people here for years?" Sage didn't hesitate. "You don't," he replied. Her eyes widened slightly. "You don't complete them alone," Sage clarified. "As stated earlier in the rules, if you want to bring her away, she must fulfill all the conditions herself and can enlist others to help her. You can mobilize manpower and work efficiently together." Understanding crept into her expression like an unwelcome dawn. "You're suggesting," she began hesitantly. "I'm stating," Sage interrupted gently, "that the quickest way to free your sister is for you to become an adventurer yourself." The words settled over the hall like falling ash. Mina inhaled sharply. Her sister's expression froze in disbelief. For a long moment, silence hung between them. Then she laughed, a short, brittle sound that lacked any trace of humor. "You want me," she said, her voice trembling with restrained fury, "to wear your emblem and submit to your authority, to fight under rules written by a man." Sage met her gaze without flinching. "I want you to make a choice," he replied, "one that aligns with what matters most to you." Her breathing quickened. "You're asking me to betray everything I am," she snarled. "No," Sage responded calmly. "I'm asking you to protect what you value most." As he spoke, he glanced toward Mina. Her sister followed his gaze and saw Mina standing quietly, hands clasped in front of her, golden eyes fixed on her elder sister's face, filled not with fear but with trust. Unconditional, infuriating trust. In that moment, something cracked inside her chest. Sage continued, his voice steady but lower now. "This guild does not own your sister," he said firmly. "It offers her opportunity, structure, protection. If you wish to take her away, do so properly. Show that you can provide something better without burning bridges behind you." Her fists clenched tightly until her knuckles turned white. "You're forcing me," she said hoarsely. "I'm showing you reality," Sage corrected gently. "And reality doesn't negotiate." The hall fell silent as everyone watched the two of them standing there. She closed her eyes for a moment. For the first time since entering the guild hall, the iron wall around her emotions began to waver. Images flooded her mind. Battlefields soaked in blood, fallen comrades, contracts won and lost, the faces of those who depended on her leadership. And beneath it all was one constant presence. Mina, small, stubborn, and smiling, a reminder of the vow she had made long ago to protect that smile at any cost. When she opened her eyes again, they were no longer ablaze with blind rage, but heavy with resignation and clarity. She exhaled slowly, It felt as if she were releasing a burden she had carried for years. Sage observed quietly but didn't speak. The entire guild hall seemed to hold its breath. Finally, she lifted her head and looked directly at him. "I'll do it," she said. Mina's eyes widened in shock as her mouth fell open. Even the other mercenaries stiffened in surprise. Sage did not smile as she continued steadily despite the revulsion twisting in her gut. "I'll become an adventurer." Her gaze hardened as she added firmly. "And when I'm done helping my sister complete the conditions." She paused for emphasis before finishing resolutely. "My sister walks away free." Sage inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. "That is the only way," he affirmed. "And so the most dangerous piece joins the board. Right where I need her." He thought inwardly as a strange glow flickered in his eyes. His words echoed through the hall as the path forward was set before them. When she declared her intention to become an adventurer, it felt as if she had to wrestle the words from her throat with both hands. The words didn't flow easily. It emerged like a confession spoken under duress, akin to an oath taken while swallowing poison. The air around her grew taut and trembled, not because she exuded more killing intent, but because she was forcing a part of herself to yield, something that had resisted for years. Her fists clenched so tightly that the sound of creaking bones echoed in the silence, a harsh reminder of a body grappling with its own choice. The mercenaries behind her did not cheer or soften their expressions. Instead, they observed her with faces etched in conflicting emotions: shock, pride, guilt, relief, all colliding in ways they struggled to comprehend. Yet amidst this turmoil, one understanding united them without words. Their leader had just swallowed her pride and animosity toward Mina and toward them. This wasn't due to a sudden change of heart or newfound kindness. It was born from being cornered into a decision where the only path that safeguarded what mattered required sacrificing something she cherished as fiercely as her strength, her refusal to kneel before any man. They were mercenaries. They lived by contracts and blood, the brutal calculus of survival. Strength might win battles, but reputation fed mouths and kept doors open. A good reputation meant kingdoms would hire you instead of eliminating you. In that moment, they all recognized the precipice on which she stood. If she chose to dismantle the guild and forcibly take Mina away, the repercussions wouldn't end at the gates. Word would spread. It would twist into rumors and accusations until certainty took hold. The Crimson Devil does not abide by rules. The Crimson Devil cannot be negotiated with. The Crimson Devil is a threat to employers. Such poison wouldn't kill quickly but would surely destroy, not just Valyria's leadership, but also their collective future and stability, for which they had fought hard. None among them wished to operate under a system dominated by men. Many bore their own scars from such dynamics, but they understood life's harsher truths. Sometimes choices come at a cost. The escape door always existed but never came free. It demanded sacrifice, and the more desperate one's situation became, the greater that demand grew. At the corner of Sage's mouth appeared a fleeting smile, sharp and quick like a blade catching light before retreating into its sheath. Outwardly calm with relaxed posture and steady eyes, he embodied control even as his nerves tightened beneath that composed exterior, so tight that even breathing felt like an act of discipline. He hadn't been arrogant enough to think he could dominate her through force. He couldn't afford such illusions. The guild's power offered him safety within these walls but didn't grant him omnipotence or guarantee events would unfold according to his desires. A plan, no matter how well-crafted, ultimately hinged on the choices of the person you were trying to influence. The sister was not a mere pawn to be moved at will. She was a living weapon, a leader, a storm with her own name. It struck Sage as ironic, so ironic that he almost laughed at himself. Here he was, the guildmaster. He controlled the desk, rang the bell, enforced the rulebook, managed the system interface. He held authority. Yet the decisive factor that would determine whether his plan succeeded had never truly been in his hands. It had always rested with her. From the very beginning, he could arrange everything. Set up the room, position players on his board, decide which information reached which ears. But he could not force her into accepting constraints unless her own priorities led her there. Ultimately, the strongest chains were those people wrapped around themselves. And therein lay Sage's insight, the cold truth he'd learned long before his first death. In his previous life, he had seen offices operate under invisible chains. Ambition, fear of poverty and humiliation, and a hunger for validation. No one needed to physically lock doors. People stayed put because leaving came at too high a cost. That logic was universal. This world may have swords and mana, but human psychology remained unchanged. He hadn't forced the sister into anything. He simply ensured that all alternatives became unacceptable to her. Sage's gaze drifted across the hall to take in the onlookers by the entrance. Adventurers clutching their rule books and mercenaries standing like drawn blades behind their leader. And then there was Mina, small and silent, watching with an anxious expression. He didn't know what was going through that little girl's head, but that expression tightened Sage's chest in an uncomfortable way. For a moment, he wondered if the cost of his perfectly laid plan was the trust in a little girl's eyes. A necessary cost, perhaps, but a cost nonetheless. Taking a slow breath, he let his thoughts flow clearly, not driven by emotion but focused on clarity. The first escape route Mina's sister might have taken existed long before she entered this hall, ignoring it altogether. Had she been selfish or reckless, if she'd been a leader who believed the world owed her obedience, she wouldn't have come here at all. She would have told Mina to drop her badge and go home. She would have kept things private or pretended that being part of the guild was just a passing phase. Sage had shut that door before Valyria could reach it. How? Not through threats or force or deceit, but through Mina. He recognized Mina's nature from their first conversation. Mischief wrapped in innocence. Honesty sharpened into something dangerous by childlike spontaneity. Mina didn't merely report events, she brought them to life. And her elder sister, she was someone whose anger could be ignited with just the right spark. Sage placed that spark into Mina's hands and trusted what would follow naturally. The moment Mina came second in the competition and he awkwardly comforted her, that was when he totally understood her. He comforted Mina, built rapport with her, earned her trust. And that's when he allowed her to carry critical information home like a lit match. I work for a man. He didn't need to tell Mina exactly what to say. He just had to anticipate that she would add spice, because that was her nature. The child didn't merely hold the knob of that first escape door. She slammed it shut behind her sister with a grin, treating it like a joke. To Mina, it was all in good fun. To Valyria, however, it felt like war. As soon as the sister arrived at the guild, that first exit vanished. Then came the second door, force. If she had been alone or only had Mina to think about, she might have opted for violence anyway. She could have shrugged off her reputation and simply walked away over ashes. But Valyria wasn't alone. She had a group, a dozen lives tied to her choices. That was both her greatest weakness and her greatest strength. She couldn't act solely as a sister. She had to step up as a leader. Sage locked that second door the moment the rule was read aloud, not by his voice, but by another man's voice, an adventurer trembling as he read the clause for everyone in the hall to hear. That detail mattered because now it wasn't Sage imposing his will. It was the guild establishing its law, witnessed by many. And once an institution publicly declared a law, rejecting it transformed from private rebellion into a story that spread far and wide. Sage even ensured there were witnesses at the entrance, a crowd of curious faces who would carry this tale into the city within an hour. He orchestrated this with just one nod, one ordinary man in worn clothes disappearing into the throng while information flowed like ink in water. With that move, the sister's second door became padlocked by reputation. Now only one door remained. The third, the one Sage had offered with calm inevitability. Join. Not because she wanted to, but because it was the only option that wouldn't destroy what she was sworn to protect. Sage observed her standing there, rigid with contained rage, and an odd sensation welled up in his chest, something akin to pity or guilt. He didn't take pleasure in breaking people. This wasn't entertainment for him. He wasn't even motivated by pride. He did this because he had finally tasted strength in this world, and that taste changed him profoundly. Before becoming a warrior, he viewed this new life like someone trying to survive a storm while hiding under a table. He craved peace and wanted gradual growth, time passing naturally for the guild's development. But once mana surged through his veins and he felt even a fraction of the world responding to his will, everything shifted sharply for him. He realized what he'd long refused. This world wasn't gentle, nor did it tolerate passivity indefinitely. The Adventurer Guild was a fresh concept, a goldmine waiting for nobles with dog noses to sniff out its potential. Right now, it was just a small shop in a remote city, insignificant, amusing, a mere novelty. But if it grew, if it proved its worth, someone would come to claim it. And Sage knew he didn't have the strength to protect himself beyond these walls. That was the terrifying truth. Inside the guild, he could stand tall. Outside, he was at the mercy of anyone who deemed him inconvenient. He understood that the system would eventually push him out, missions, objectives, expansions. He couldn't stay behind the desk forever. If he wanted to survive, he needed leverage. He needed deterrence. He needed someone strong enough that nobles would hesitate before making a move. Someone like Mina's elder sister. Sage's gaze shifted to Mina. The child's golden eyes were brimming with tears, guilt trembling on her lashes as she looked at her sister. The sight tightened Sage's throat. "I'm sorry, kid," he thought bitterly. "I hope you can forgive me, but I also want to live." It felt strange, unfamiliar, like a muscle he hadn't used in years suddenly aching. "Ha!" he muttered inwardly, almost irritated with himself. What a useless emotion. He pushed it down. He had a role to play. Sage gestured calmly toward the desk. "Come." The sister's gaze flickered toward him, disgust, rage, contempt, and then she moved forward without speaking or asking for permission, approaching as if she were walking toward an execution platform. Her mercenaries trailing behind like shadows. Sage returned to his chair and sat with practiced ease, rolling the tension off his shoulders as if it had never existed. He pulled out a ledger, dipped his quill in ink, and opened to a fresh page. His voice turned professional now, calm and neutral, the tone of someone processing paperwork rather than bracing for a storm. "Name." Her lips tightened. "Valyria." Sage wrote it down without comment. Full name. For a moment, her jaw clenched again. Muscles in her neck tensed as if the words tasted like poison. "Steelheart," she finally said in a low voice. "Valyria Steelheart." Sage paused with his quill hovering above the page before glancing sideways at Mina and muttering just loud enough for her to hear. "One is Oakshield and another is Steelheart. Perfect. You two were born to make blacksmiths cry." Valyria shot him a glare sharp enough to cut glass. Of course she heard him. Sage didn't pretend innocence but continued writing with faint amusement curling his lips, as though living dangerously thrilled him. "Rank?" he asked next. 5-star, Valyria replied coldly. "High-level knight." The quill scratched against the parchment. Sage's expression remained calm, but inside, his thoughts were exploding like fireworks. A 5-star. A freaking 5-star. Disbelief surged through him so intensely that it nearly broke his composure. His heart raced, and for a brief moment, his mind went blank before being flooded with questions. What was someone like her doing in Greyvale? Greyvale was remote and quiet, a backwater city where the strongest individuals usually ranked low to mid-tier, and aspirations rarely soared beyond the city walls. A 5-star high-level knight could walk into regional capitals and still be regarded as formidable. She could command respect and still fear attract offers. Yet here she was, in this dusty corner of the world, leading mercenaries and mingling with commoners like a myth masquerading as human. The adventurers around them reacted far less gracefully. Gasps erupted, eyes widened. Even those who had heard whispers of the Crimson Devil's strength looked stunned, as if their preconceived notions had just been shattered by reality. Greor stood near the mission board, stiffening like a man who suddenly realized he was breathing the same air as a living calamity. A 5-star. Here, in this hall. Sage continued writing with steady hands and a composed face, because that was what a guildmaster did. But inside, he was screaming. This changes everything. Before he could proceed further, a cold voice interrupted from behind Valyria. "Wait." Sage looked up to see a female mercenary stepping forward from Valyria's group. Her calm confidence suggested she wasn't merely following orders. She was a pillar of strength. Tall and lean with ash-brown hair tightly braided down her back. Thin metal rings woven into her strands clicked softly with each movement. She bore a thin scar running from the corner of her mouth toward her jawline, hinting at an attempt to silence her that had failed. Her armor was practical rather than ostentatious. Dark leather reinforced with steel plates on her shoulders and forearms, but she wore it like someone born for battle. Her sharp, pale gray eyes locked onto Sage's with focused suspicion. Sage raised an eyebrow. "And you are?" Valyria shifted slightly in response. "Vanthris." Sage nodded slowly, committing the name to memory. She seemed to be second in command or close to it. Vanthris didn't bow or lower her gaze. Instead, she stepped closer and spoke clearly enough for everyone in the hall to hear. "Earlier," she said firmly, "you mentioned that an adventurer can receive help fulfilling withdrawal conditions." Sage allowed himself a faint smile. "That's correct." Vanthris nodded once before sweeping her arm toward the mercenaries behind her, as if presenting an army ready for action. "Then all of us will register as adventurers," she declared boldly, "and we will help complete those conditions." For a moment, the guild hall stood silent, as if the weight of Vanthris' words was too much to bear. Then chaos erupted. Voices surged, adventurers pushing forward with a mix of disbelief and excitement. The mercenaries behind her shifted uneasily. Some were startled, others nodding in agreement, while a few straightened up as if ignited by the decision. Even those at the entrance leaned in closer, eager for the unfolding spectacle. Valyria turned sharply to Vanthris. "What are you doing?" Vanthris remained unfazed. "Helping," she replied simply. Valyria frowned. "You don't have to." "Yes, we do," Vanthris interrupted, her tone firm yet respectful, a voice shaped by years of loyalty to Valyria. "You've sacrificed for us time and again. You carry our reputation like a weapon and our survival like a burden. We understand what it costs you to stand here." Her eyes narrowed as her voice dropped into something colder. "And we know how much you despise men." A ripple went through the mercenaries. Some looked away. Others clenched their fists or wore faint, bitter smiles. Vanthris continued, her gaze unwavering. "We recognize the turmoil you're holding inside right now. We won't stand behind you and let you suffer alone." One mercenary stepped forward. "Leader, you've bled for us." Another added roughly, "You kept us alive." A third chimed in with a tight jaw, "If you have to swallow poison, then we'll swallow it too." Valyria stared at them. Something in her expression softened for just an instant. For a heartbeat, she seemed human. Not the Crimson Devil or the corpse-faced leader, but simply a woman who had spent years bearing others' burdens without ever expecting support in return. A warm current flowed through her chest, unwanted and unfamiliar, and it tightened her throat. She swallowed hard. Sage observed quietly from the sidelines as a smile crept onto his lips. He had anticipated Valyria's hatred and sense of responsibility. He had foreseen her being cornered. But this loyalty wasn't transactional or rooted in fear. It was genuine. Yet even that could be redirected. Sage's smile returned, subtle and unreadable, as he set down his quill. "Well," he said cheerfully as if announcing market day, "no problem at all. Anyone can become an adventurer." Valyria shot him an irritated glare that could kill. His calm demeanor felt like an affront to the emotional gravity of the moment. When Sage spotted the other female mercenaries stepping forward one by one to register as adventurers, he couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his hands. If it weren't for his desire to maintain a poker face, he might have burst out laughing and danced right there on the floor. He was practically holding himself back from jumping up in sheer ecstasy. "Looks like my other insignificant plan didn't need to take long at all," he thought excitedly. He had anticipated that once Valyria became an adventurer, the others would likely follow her lead. Even if that didn't happen immediately, he was already brainstorming alternative strategies to encourage them to register as well. But from what he could see, Everything seemed to be falling into place naturally. He wouldn't have to force anyone after all. This realization thrilled him to his core. Bang! With cheerful brutality, Sage slammed a mountain of ledgers onto the desk, the sound echoing throughout the hall. "Get in line," he instructed with a saintly smile. "Name, rank, registration fee, one at a time." Valyria's fingers twitched with frustration. Greor stared at the ledgers as if witnessing disaster unfold under bureaucratic scrutiny. Vanthris watched Sage intently, trying to decipher whether this man was a genius, insane, or perhaps a blend of both. Sage dipped his quill into the ink once more, his posture relaxed and his eyes half-closed. His voice was calm as he spoke. His gaze shifted to Valyria Steelheart, standing there like a statue, tense and fiery yet trapped in her own turmoil. A cold satisfaction washed over him, so clear it felt almost artistic. "Welcome to the cage." By the time the last badge was handed out and the final ledger entry was stamped, the guild hall felt as if it had weathered a small war, not one fought with steel and blood, but one waged through decisions, pride, and inevitability. The mercenaries stood in neat lines, each now adorned with the insignia of an adventurer, the unfamiliar weight of their new identities settling onto their shoulders. Licenses were tucked carefully into inner pockets, badges fastened with varying degrees of awkwardness and curiosity. Some wore expressions of irritation, others were deep in thought, while a few quietly chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Yet none chose to leave. Sage concluded his explanations with the same calm professionalism he had maintained throughout this entire ordeal. He covered the essentials, mission rankings, reward distribution, penalties for misconduct, and the guild's cut, his tone even and unhurried as if he were discussing a well-rehearsed routine rather than onboarding one of the most dangerous groups in the region. Valyria listened with her arms crossed, her expression inscrutable. Vanthris stood slightly beside her, memorizing every detail with keen focus. The other mercenaries absorbed Sage's words in silence. Their instincts told them that these rules, irritating as they might be, would soon govern a significant portion of their lives. When Sage finished speaking, Mina sprang forward with renewed energy, shedding days of tension like an old cloak. Without hesitation, she grabbed Valyria's arm and tugged her toward the mission board, as though nothing that had transpired earlier could shake her resolve. "Come on," Mina said brightly while pointing excitedly. "This is where everything begins." Valyria allowed herself to be pulled along but cast a brief glance back at Sage, a sharp look that lingered as if she were committing his posture and expression to memory. Vanthris followed closely behind along with the rest of the mercenaries. Their boots echoed softly against the floor as they made their way across the guild hall. The mission board loomed ahead of them, a seemingly unassuming structure now imbued with significance that even Valyria couldn't ignore. This board represented work, leverage, reputation, and a path she had chosen willingly or not. Sage observed them go from his chair, leaning back in an exaggerated stretch before letting out a wide yawn that echoed faintly in the suddenly quieter hall. Anyone watching closely might have thought he had just finished hauling bricks or clearing rubble instead of orchestrating a pivotal moment in Greyvale's balance of power. He rolled his shoulders once more before letting his arms drop lazily to his sides. "Exhausting," he muttered while rubbing his eyes. His gaze drifted toward those gathered around the mission board. Mina animatedly pointed out different mission tiers to her fellow mercenaries while explaining rewards with grand gestures. Some of the mercenaries leaned in, intrigued despite themselves, while others stood back, assessing the board like a battlefield map. Valyria stood at the center of it all, silent and observant, her sharp eye taking in every detail. And just like that, without fanfare or bloodshed, the most powerful mercenary group in the region had transformed into adventurers. Sage smiled faintly. The snowball had begun rolling. Time never slows down to appreciate moments like these. It simply moves on. 2 days passed in what felt like a single breath, and Greyvale City underwent a startling transformation. The Griffin district, usually lively, erupted into something resembling controlled chaos. News spread like wildfire through taverns, markets, workshops, and back alleys alike. People whispered about it over drinks, argued about it in the streets, and speculated endlessly about its implications. The Crimson Devil had joined the Adventurer Guild. Those words alone ignited imaginations everywhere. Of course, the speed and intensity of the rumors were largely thanks to Pax. Working quietly behind the scenes, he did what he did best. Nudging conversations along, planting information strategically, and exaggerating just enough to make the truth irresistible. By the end of day one, even the most isolated corners of Greyvale buzzed with chatter. By day two, only someone completely cut off from society could claim ignorance. Pax didn't just spread news, he curated it. He framed the narrative to portray the guild as legitimate and powerful, a rising force that could attract and contain someone like Valyria Steelheart. The effect was immediate. Warriors flocked to the guild in droves. Some out of curiosity, others driven by ambition or fear of being left behind. Lines formed outside the guild hall from dawn until well past dusk. A steady stream of hopeful adventurers clutching coins and documents eager to register before opportunities slipped away. Veterans who once scoffed at working under a guild reconsidered their stance. Young fighters who dreamed of recognition saw a clear path forward. Even seasoned mercenaries from smaller groups came to observe and test their options. Recruitment exploded. Commissioners soon followed suit. With Valyria now an adventurer, missions posted at the guild carried an unprecedented guarantee of completion. If the Crimson Devil accepted your request, failure was simply not an option. Posting a mission became more than just a transaction, it became a statement of honor. Merchants, nobles, intermediaries, and even city officials began appearing at the guild with parchment in hand, eager to associate their names with its rising reputation. The guild's coffers filled steadily. Sage noticed this growth very clearly. The past 2 days blurred into an exhausting cycle of stamping papers, collecting fees, answering questions, and mediating disputes. He barely found time to eat or rest. The lines never seemed to shorten. Whenever one queue thinned out, another formed almost immediately. His desk was perpetually buried under a mountain of forms and ledgers, ink smudges darkening his fingers no matter how often he wiped them clean. Late into the second night, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in a polished metal plate and let out a soft laugh at the sight of his own weary eyes. I should have asked the system for Sun Wukong's 72 transformations, he muttered with a hint of humor. This is just cruel. The joke masked the reality of his fatigue. For 2 full days he hadn't trained, not once. His body ached, not from combat but from relentless overwork. Yet, despite the exhaustion, his mind felt sharper than ever, fueled by equal parts fatigue and satisfaction. The guild was expanding faster than he had ever imagined. And with growth came the urgent need for infrastructure. On that second evening, Sage finally sank into his chair behind the desk, surrounded by a hall still buzzing with activity. 2 long lines stretched from his desk nearly all the way to the entrance, adventurers waiting patiently, or perhaps impatiently, for their turn. He leaned back, eyes half closed, and exhaled slowly. A smile tugged at his lips, colored by both pride and resignation. Well, he murmured to himself as he surveyed the chaos around him. This is going to kill me if I keep doing it alone. He rubbed his temples before glancing toward the mission board where Valyria and her group were already making waves simply by being present. The snowball effect was real. It wasn't just rolling anymore. It was gaining speed downhill, gathering mass and momentum with every turn. Sage chuckled softly and shook his head. Looks like it's time to hire some staff, he said quietly, mixing bitterness with amusement in his voice. Otherwise, I might actually die from overtime. For the first time since founding the guild, Sage realized that survival no longer hinged solely on strength or clever schemes. It relied on delegation. The snowball had grown too large for him to push alone.